Hi there, I'm Kevin, and welcome to day 2 of the Reviving Malaysia Tourism Virtual Summit. I am super excited for you to join us again today. For those of our friends who were here yesterday, thank you very much for coming back. We had my colleagues, Dato Yasmin Yusof, Miss Jennifer Ong, and Miss Frida Liu interviewing some of the industry pioneers and even the Deputy Director General of Tourism Malaysia yesterday. And today, we're going to dive right into the details with subjects and topics that will surely be of interest to anybody in hospitality, food, travel, and commerce to find out exactly each sector is prepared to thrive in the year 2021. Now remember, if you're watching this online, share this with your friends, with your family members, via WhatsApp, via Facebook, do whatever you can because this is going to be super interesting. And visit our websites at www.hapa.asia and also www.fnbconnects.com as we plan to bring you more virtual events and live streams as we go down the road. Now, the first segment today is truly going to capture each and every single one of your attention. The first virtual summit segment is all about hotels and resorts. Our moderator, Ms. Jennifer Ong, who's also the founder of Hospitality Asia, has a few guests, including Miss Monica Lai. She's the owner's rep of the Rumah Hotel and Residences KL and the Deputy Managing Director of Eureka Corporation Berhad. Now, Eureka has a history of building and running hotels, so Monica is very, very qualified. Also, she is the winner of the Women Entrepreneur of the Year Award at the Asia Pacific Entrepreneurship Awards. The second guest that Jennifer will be speaking to is Dato Indra Nourish Mohan, President and CEO of Ramada Suites by Wyndham KLCC and Trinidad Hotel and Resorts. Dato Indra is recognized as an expert in hotel management, hospitality consulting, and food and beverage management. Last but not least, the third guest that Jennifer will be speaking to is Dato Seri Shaheen Shah, the founder and group managing director of Dash and Riaz Group. Riaz Group focuses on hospitality, F&B franchising, and development. Its affiliated companies are Riaz Hotels and Resorts that manages hotels in Malaysia, Indonesia, actually also I just found out in Vietnam. Now, so we're going to find out a lot more about our guests and also their plans for the next couple of minutes to discuss the topic of navigating the recovery process, how to promote the return of business travelers. Well, Jennifer Ong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kevin. A very good morning to all and welcome to our first segment of Day 2 of the Reviving Malaysia Tourism Virtual Summit 2021 by Hospitality Asia Channel. I'm Jennifer Ong and our topic for this morning is about navigating the recovery process and how to promote the return of business travelers to Malaysia. One of the biggest hit sectors across the globe was the hotel industry as COVID-19 cases grew daily, forcing governments to impose lockdowns and travel restrictions, bringing the entire tourism industry into a grinding halt in almost every nation. Malaysia, predominantly known for its tourism, was not spared, as the country has lost billions in revenue. More than 100 hotels, resorts, homestays and chalets have shut their doors, while some travel agencies and tourism-related businesses have folded as their funds dried up. 2021 is meant to be the year to revive our country's economy through domestic tourism. With the Cuti Cuti Malaysia initiative, Malaysians are encouraged to travel locally. However, with the continuous interstate travel ban, will the hospitality industry be ready for a recovery in 2021? Joining us this morning is Monica Lai and Dato Nourish Mohan and of course Dato Sri Shaheen Shah with us, where we will be talking about the recovery and promotion of domestic travel within and international travel into Malaysia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. Yes. So, can you tell us a little bit more about each of your properties in terms of what have you been going through and what plans have you put in place to continue or to keep the businesses or to keep the properties going? Because we know that more than 100 hotels have actually shut down. So Maybe we start with Monica first. I mean, you have the Ruma Hotel and Residences, which has recently been opened not long ago.
Yes, basically the Ruma closed its door in March last year when the MCO was imposed. I think with the border closed and also the movement restrictions, you know, in the country, basically there's just zero guests, right? All the cancellations coming in. So we've decided that we will close it. I think also at that point in time, because we were not really, we have very little information on the virus. So we were also very worried about our staff, you know, about exposing them, you know, with if we kept the hotel open. So we decided that we will close it. So that's what we did. Yeah.
Right. And how many months did you shut?
We actually only opened in October last year. So
Right.
we closed for quite a few months. Yeah.
Right.
It was a very difficult decision whether to open or not to open. You know, there's a lot of stop, start, you know, throughout the year.
Yeah.
So, but eventually we did open.
Did
in
you
October.
remain open or did you shut? You know, because we had a
We-
few lockdowns anyway,
Correct.
right?
Yeah. So we opened and then I think we closed briefly, if I remember, in January. Just briefly. I think we closed for a month.
Right.
Because again, there wasn't any indication as to when we are going to open. So we thought we'll just take a break and then, you know, and let the staff, you know, take a break as well. Yeah.
Right, right. So, but as of now, it is open.
As of now, everything is open. We are
Your
fully
rooms
open.
are open, the F&B outlets are open.
And our spa is also open,
And
which
the
is
spa is
always a challenging one, you know, during this period. Yeah.
Interesting. Right. Okay. What about you, Dr. Nourish? What your property?
Well,
You've got, how many have you got?
we're operating 5 hotels right now.
Right.
We have another 5 supposed to open this year.
Right.
So,
And where are these 5?
well, we have in Genting Highlands, obviously that's been operating for some time. Ramada Suites in KLCC, Changkat Bukit Bintang has also been operating for several years. We have also in Langkawi, we have the Royal Langkawi Yacht Club. And then we also have another one in Kuantan, the Shazan Hotel in Kuantan. So, yeah, so we've got them dotted around all over the country. And there's no one size fit all. There's no one rule for all of them. So we had to sort of, so for example, in Kuantan, we renovated the entire hotel. We shut down during MCO in March. And then after the MCO, we did a full renovation starting in July. And then we reopened our doors in September. And we've been open ever since. In Kuala Lumpur, for example, we didn't shut down the hotel even during the MCO because we were having a lot of guests, or shall I say even foreigners who were stranded. A lot of them requested, they became long stay guests because they requested to stay on, you know, they didn't know what to do, they didn't know where to go. So we decided, you know, also on humanitarian grounds, we'll keep everything going. We trimmed the force a little bit, like Monica said, we put them on leave and stuff like that, but the hotel was essentially in full operation.
What about the KL ones?
Yeah, the KL ones was,
So
the
that as
Ramada,
well,
that's the
right?
one I was talking
Right.
about, right? For example, Langkawi we shut down, in Genting we shut down.
Right.
And then reopened only second half of last year after they lifted the MCO. And it was good for a while, going for a while, you know. And we were happy at least that we were achieving a result where we could sustain. We could, let's say, pay our bills and, you know, break even. We were not thriving, but at least was enough to keep us going.
Right.
But then, of course, then January came and the new MCO was issued, and then everything, you know, just
So
went
back
a
to
bit
square one.
back to square one, and you know, and now it's a situation of not knowing what's next. So we don't know to shut or to continue, and of course we feel also for our staff. I mean, you know, you don't want to have to retrench them or things like that. So we just, you know, trudging along right now.
Right.
So yeah, that's where we are right now.
Right, right. And what about you, Dr. Sri Shahin? You've got Dash box in Cyberjaya.
Yeah.
You've got Dash in Langkawi.
Langkawi.
And
Dash in Bali,
Dash in Bali,
Vietnam.
in Vietnam.
Yep.
Okay, let's talk about the Malaysia one first.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah. So what happened? You know, since March last year.
It was very tough for us, but what we did was we did not close any of our hotels, mainly because our hotels is fairly new, in a range of about 5 years. The oldest one is 5 years old. The youngest one is 2 years old. So what we wanted to do, we spent a lot of effort and money into visibility, online visibility. If we had shut down the hotel, we would have to re-spend and rebuild that again.
Right.
And we did not want to do that. So obviously we had limited information. We thought it would be a short-term thing where we shut down 1-2 months, maybe 3 months max, and then we'll reopen. Unfortunately, it has been more than a year now. But of course, it opened, it restarted, and it shut again. The lockdown happened again, but we never shut down.
Right.
We did not shut
So you
down.
kept it open all the
Yes,
while.
yeah.
Was it a painful decision?
It was painful, but for us, luckily enough, the group has diversified. We have gone into education. We have got our own college, where we had some grants from the government. Where what we did was we did a lot of upskilling and reskilling of our own employees, and through HRDF, now HRDC. So that really helped us a lot. So for our employees, what we did was we did a lot of reskilling. Most of our employees went through Six Sigma.
Right.
They're all green belt now. No, they are upskilled. They have got a certificate in Microsoft, Excel, Words. So
Right.
all of them were housekeepers,
Right.
right up to the
How
GM.
many of your group of employees did you send for upskilling?
Everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah, everyone in
Every
Malaysia.
level.
Yeah,
Wow.
every level.
Okay. All right.
So, like I said, we were lucky enough in that way, where we could train and also earn some money.
Was that possible because you also own a college?
Yes,
Yeah.
that was the reason.
Okay. Okay. So that was your little bit of a not little
That
bit,
was
but
that was the savior.
that was a
yeah.
savior, right?
The savior was the college,
Right.
was education.
So would you recommend that every hotel owner have a college?
Or send it to his
Oh, we'll
college.
send it to your college.
Yeah, do that.
Yes. Okay. So, so there were signs of recovery in the hospitality industry towards, I think, the third quarter of 2020, because there was the interstate lift, right, the ban lift, and we saw that people were traveling. Of course, there was a pent up, travel revenge sort of thing. But were there any cases? Were there clusters during that time when the interstate travel ban was lifted?
Yeah, very good question, Jen. In fact, if I recall, after June, when they lifted the MCO, numbers were down, and they then allowed travel, interstate travel, and so forth. And actually, it was fine. The numbers were not rising. The numbers only started going up as a result of the Sabah polls, the elections.
Yeah.
So that kind of was a fiasco. I mean, they went over there and then came back, and then the numbers started to go up. And then of course, eventually in January they had to shut down. But during the period from, let's say, from July to December, when interstate was allowed, the numbers didn't really shoot up at all.
Right.
And I think that's the key point I think I would like to address today is I think the government has to realize that it's all about discipline, right? I mean, we're talking about masking up, we're talking about
Of course.
distancing and so on and so forth. And what I think we need to tell the government is our industry is one of the more disciplined and can be easily regulated industry. We are very organized. We have associations, we have groups, and so on and so forth. We're very compliant, right? So if you issue a set of guidelines on how you would like to create that travel bubble for people to travel within certain guidelines,
Right.
like I said, hotels are generally very compliant. They will enforce it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're definitely more compliant than the schools that are allowed to open today and the pasar malam that's allowed to open today. I mean, if you can even consider having that kind of situation where pasar malams are raging until 2 a.m. in the morning, surely our hotels are far more disciplined and in a much better state to control.
Yeah, and furthermore, in hotels, you're confined to, not really
Absolutely.
confined. You've got your room, you've got your space in a room, and you only use the common areas when you actually use the pool.
Correct.
or
We
the
have we
gym,
already have
which is
so
closed
many
at the moment.
SOPs.
But even the pool, right? For example, the
Yeah.
hotel pool, people don't realize we actually have to sanitize the pool every few hours.
Right.
We have to filter the water.
Right.
So
But
the
it's allowed at the
it's
moment.
allowed at the
open.
moment. But we have, like, for example, our pool size, we only allow 6 people in the pool at any one time. And
right.
after a few hours, you have to filter the water.
Right.
So, the amount of, we call it the preventive hygienes, right? And all this safety, social distancing, and all your SOPs are so strictly adhered to in the hotel. I mean, our staff, right? This is like after 1.5 years, it's almost like an auto mode now. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do,
Yeah.
And our spa masseurs are in full PPE when they're carrying out the treatment. So because we know that we cannot allow any cases, we cannot allow any
Can't
of our
afford it.
guests,
Yeah.
okay, to get sick.
Yeah.
Right? So, we protect our staff and we protect our guests.
Right.
So I really do think that, the hotel industry has to be given more room, in terms of how to actually manage a business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about your side? Dr. Shine, your Dash Langkawi was doing really well when the interstate ban was lifted, right? Because most of your guests are from KL, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when you lock down KL and Selangor, as you know, majority of people in KL and Selangor is the one that is traveling. And when they lifted the ban, the hotels in Langkawi did really, really well. And as soon as it locked down we were running at 80%, it went straight down to 2%, just like that. So you look at our graphs going up and down according to the lockdowns and when we open and we shut. It's amazing. We've never seen a graph going like this.
Crazy.
I don't know how to forecast anymore for the industry. What do you forecast in the next 5 years? I don't know.
Right. Okay. And that boils down to this question, right? So we're talking about Malaysia tourism, reviving Malaysia tourism by using domestic tourism, right? Domestic travels. So as much as that is something that is an initiative from the government, initiative from MOTAC to say, okay, we're gonna pump up. That's a recovery plan. How do you think with that decision to initiate the recovery in terms of economic recovery, how is that balance of the travel ban and wanting to recover in terms of the domestic tourism recovery? How do you see that being possible? Okay, to actually have the travel ban and then at the same time you want to recover. What is that message now to, let's say, to MOTAC, for example, or to the government? How do we recover when you continue with the ban? But at the same time, like what Monica and I were discussing about, that if they open up that interstate travel, would then the numbers go up? Would there be a risk of the numbers going up? Because we can't risk it, right? Because not everyone's vaccinated. So we know it's like a chicken and egg thing. Government wants this. We all know we want this. That's the way to recover in terms of tourism. But at the same time, the ban continues. So what are your thoughts on that? What message do you have?
I think if you ask me whether the ban should remain or be lifted, I would definitely say lifted.
Okay.
Mainly because there are ways how to control this. Now you have got your PCR test. See, traveling nowadays is no longer affordable what it used to be.
Yeah.
We all know that. It's no longer affordable. I think if you're going to travel, go and do your PCR test within the 5-day time frame. Upload your PCR test onto your MySejahtera.
Okay.
Go to the airport, the police checks your MySejahtera, sees your PCR test, results, and then you fly.
Right.
No, and you go. Why do you stop people? Because you got ways how to detect right now. Of course.
What about the ones on the road? What about, we're talking about domestic tourism, right? So okay, we've got the flights covered in that sense. What about in terms of land transportation? How do they check?
Well, now they are allowing people to travel. Lorries can be driven. Any businesses,
Okay.
anything related to businesses, you're allowed to drive and all that. But we are talking about business travelers, holiday makers. These people want to go out, but they can't. Yeah? So at least do your PCR test. You're trying to encourage domestic travel here.
Correct.
And if you're going to continue doing your lockdown, how are these people in Kuantan, in Langkawi, in Tioman going to survive? You look at the people in Langkawi, you look at the shops, they are suffering. the Langkawi hoteliers are providing food for these people because they can't even afford to put food on the table. See? It's yes, affected every single level. Yeah, every single level.
Not just the hotels.
Not just the hotels.
Right.
And if you got ways and means, there's so many ways. Besides PCL, there's so many other methods now implemented by different countries. Yeah, and I think we should be doing this. We know now, if you want to travel, do your PCR test, make use of this MySejahtera. MySejahtera is amazing. Yeah, make use of it, upload it, and go.
Right.
Yeah, and you know what? If somebody, a family of 5 who's going to spend 130 ringgit on your PCR test, you think they're going to spend 1-2 nights traveling? They will at least spend 5 nights. You're going to increase your average length of stay for hotels. It's a domino effect.
Right.
Yeah.
So what about in terms of the land transport? What do you think? What is your proposal? What's your suggestion that we can do?
Same thing.
I mean, what Dato' Shaheen said about that is very applicable when you fly. But what about the ones that use the land transport?
Same thing again, because they have roadblocks, right?
Yeah.
So when I go to Kuantan, there is a roadblock,
Right.
which you have to go through, and they will check your letter, right, which has the police chop,
Right.
and so on and so forth. So
Right.
again, they can produce the PCR results,
Okay.
right? And MySejahtera being an app, they can track you, right? So they know if you are actually applying for a trip to Kuantan, for example, and so forth, you declare it, you take your PCR test, you are tested negative, great,
Right.
now you go. So within 24 hours or whatever given time frame, they will know whether you are in Kuantan or not.
Right.
Right? And of course, you have to have your booking in place, your hotel booking, you have to check in accordingly, and so on and so on. So that's what I'm saying about creating that bubble.
Right.
So you're here, you tested negative, now you go with your family in the car, you're all together in the car, and then you arrive at your destination, and you're again all together at that destination.
And the hotels can also do the checks, right? Without
Absolutely.
the PCR, we can't check you in,
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
That's the point.
Everything on one app.
At the end of the day, it's about setting shutting down is not the answer. That's the point here, right? Shutting down is not the answer because it will damage the economy, it damages livelihoods. You're talking about hotels, but do you know the amount of people that are dependent on the hotels for business, all the suppliers and trade partners and so on. So it's not only about hotels, it's all about there are a lot of SMEs out there who are suffering because the hotels are suffering, because the tourism is suffering. So by allowing things like this, as I said, we're not asking to do this to thrive or to make profits at this time, but at least to survive, so that we can keep the engine running.
Right.
We can pay our bills. We can then, as I said, keep the other industries that are related to the tourism industry. They also generate their income and so on and so forth. So then at least everybody has food on the table. They can survive.
Right.
And hopefully when the things settle down and so on, then you can talk about, the V-shaped revenge spending or revenge traveling and so on and so forth. But I think there's a long way to go before all of that. Today it's about talking about surviving, and I think that's why I'm saying that, if we set the SOPs, understand that the hospitality industry or the tourism industry is actually a very well-regulated and disciplined sector of the whole economy. So put the rules and we'll follow it. Most of the hoteliers are far more afraid of having a case in their hotel and being shut down because of that. So they will do everything to avoid all of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's what the government got to see, and you look at other countries, they are experimenting on creating bubbles, like Singapore now announced with Hong Kong and so on. Malaysia, if you like, the silver lining in this very, very dark cloud is that all the other countries are in the same position. So it also creates an opportunity that in the future, Malaysia can sort of be the first off the line in terms of attracting tourism back to our country. If we prepare ourselves from now, this pandemic is not going anywhere, right? So we need to learn how to get used to it, how to live with it, how to control it, how to take measures
Yeah.
and so forth, not trying to shut down and avoid it.
Right. Right.
That's not the answer.
Yeah, and that's interesting point because the purpose of us actually creating this summit was also to get ideas and suggestions right in terms of recovery of tourism. I think what we need to probably do is to stop working towards our goals by using fear. We can't do this because if we do this, although we want to, the numbers may go up, and that doesn't work. But like what the suggestions that you've given, those are the areas that we should be looking at and say, okay, at the end of the day, this is going to stay, right? COVID-19 is going to be here for a long while. And like what Dr. Sri Shahin said, you can't plan if you don't know what exactly is ahead of you. And that actually comes to my next question, that the fact that, there are a lot of hotels that have entered into hibernation. There are also a lot of hotels that have shut. There's some hotels that have been kept open. So hotel operators certainly need to do like other sort of activities related to hospitality in an effort to minimize cost, find another way, like what Dr. Sri Shahin said, he's blessed to have a college. But what about those hotels that don't have college? What sort of activities do you need to get into in order to at least get some supplementary income? So what has Rumah been doing, for example?
Well, it's start to say it's all about survival and it's all about cash flow now. Okay, we are not even looking at profit anymore. It's just being able to cover our costs right at the moment. So on the top line, obviously you try to be creative. You by having different packages that to attract the people into your hotel. And at the moment, we are only talking about staycation.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Rumah is quite lucky in the sense that we are relatively new. Okay, and we are sort of a resort city hotel. Because when you go to Rumah, it's like going into a resort. So a lot of people like to spend time in the hotel, literally. And we offer packages which basically is a flexi check-in, check-out time. So you can check in anytime, you can check out anytime. So that service, right, sort of is an advantage to us, and that helps.
Right, so that was your hero to survive.
Yes, I think at the moment, I think a lot of people are saying, hey, I can check in at 7 o'clock in the morning and I leave at 7 o'clock in the evening. And that's great for staycation, right? So, and then, then you throw in the dining experience and then you put in the spa experience, to make the locals feel like they're going on a holiday.
Right.
And it's actually really lovely to see the hotel being so lively with local customers, local guests that's enjoying the facilities. Okay, but I think the biggest challenge for hotels at this moment in time, I think, is to contain the cost. How do you contain the cost, right? Being a 5-star, I can tell you, it is really difficult. Okay, because everything is needed. If you ask the operator, everything is needed, right? But I think we have done really well, okay? And I must actually thank our staff, for voluntarily cut their own pay, because we have to get the approval, right? If you want to reduce the number of working hours, they basically have to agree, okay? And so far, they have been really supportive, and I really thank them for that. And I think that's the only reason why we can survive today, because payroll is the biggest cost in any hotel operation.
True.
Okay, and of course, we are hoping that the government can help with the subsidy, that TNB can help with the subsidy. But all these things that we talk about, and I'm sure it's in another one of your other sessions, is very important to us. We need to be able to contain the cost.
Right.
Okay, in order to survive.
Right. What about Dr. Nourish, you don't have a college yet, right? So we come to Dr. Shahin.
I'm sending my staff to him.
At a very good rate.
Yeah, very special deal I got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No,
did you know that Hapa Academy is actually just at the back there also?
There you go.
Yeah, so what do you guys do?
Well, yeah, I think a lot of what Monica said is very true. We have to be very creative in how we promote and repackage the hotel, and staycations obviously is what we do now. Like I said, because of the different hotels, we actually have different approaches. In KL, we do a lot more on the staycations and so forth. In Pahang, in Kuantan, we're lucky in that sense. Pahang being a big state, the inter-district travel has been lifted, and that has helped us quite a bit. And of course, this month, Ramadan, we really went all out for the Buka Puasa, Iftar packages and so on. So that has helped us quite a bit, and so forth. I mean, Langkawi, we're sort of in hibernation mode right now because obviously, it's very difficult over there. We're doing a lot more CSR than anything else, just to build the brand and build the bond with the community. In Johor, very much similar. We're doing the same thing there. So yeah, it's all different approaches according. I think, but our biggest, let's say, strength is the ability for economy of scale, right? So we managed to stave off hiring more people. Even when you open a new hotel, for example, I look at redesignating some of the staff and creating smaller teams. So try to look at how we can create cost centers, make cost centers into profit centers rather, or at least to dissipate the cost evenly throughout the different properties. So, so bring the overheads down. That's obviously very, very important. And then try to upsell new packages. Of course, we've today you got to invest in technology. In our case, we've gone all out to build a whole slew of technology platforms. We built an app for traveling, which allows people to book on hotels, book travel, their travel plans. So you can book an airline, you can book a hotel, you can book.
Not just your hotels, any other?
Yeah, it's called Travel Club, and we will be launching it probably in August, July, August this year. I brought my little bird.
It's called Travel Club.
It's called travel360.club, and so I have my little hornbill, which we named Tiffy, and Tiffy is going to show everybody how to travel in the new world, which is in the digital world. So you can actually,
Is it
comes
like a
with
virtual?
no, it's artificial intelligence. So you can curate your trip, right? So you key in your interest, and then the backend will actually suggest to you where to go, what to do, wherever, depending on which destination you want to go to, attractions and special interest sites, restaurants nearby you, eventually events. A lot of people travel, but sometimes they don't even know what events are happening in the city. Things like that. So that's the whole idea of creating this app, and you can book, like I said, hotels and the attractions. You can actually buy it straight away on the app. You can also book your transportation and so on and so forth. So
you can book and pay.
You can book and pay straight away, everything on the app. Yeah.
Cool.
So it becomes very convenient. It comes out in a full itinerary. So you have your itinerary already in place, and you know exactly what's going to happen. And if you need to change, you just have to drag and drop, and you can change the booking and so on and so forth. Yeah. So I think things like that is the future. I think that's very, very important going forward.
Are you working with the ministry? Are you working
yes, we have presented to the ministry. They are, very keen and very interested. I think we have another presentation coming soon again with them to look into further how we can work together and how they can support us in launching this. It's our private initiative, but hopefully the government will jump on board and support.
Because that's what we need anyway.
I think it's very important for Malaysia to have things like this. Yeah.
Okay. And yourself, Dr. Shaheen, what else do you have other than the college? You and your college.
Dr. Nourish did touch about integration. I think what he was talking about is online travel agent.
Yes.
Do you know that our neighboring countries has got Traveloka in Indonesia, Agoda in Malaysia, in Thailand. Malaysia does not have an OTA. And if you look at bookings that's coming through, 70% of the bookings are booked through online, whether direct bookings or it comes through an OTA. And I think Malaysia should start having an OTA of its own, because an OTA is also a data collection center.
That's right.
Because with data collected, Tourism Malaysia will be able to learn the insights and find out exactly what do people want to do in Malaysia, where are the people coming from, so that they could spend their marketing dollar at the right places, instead of wrapping London buses, in London. You don't even know whether Londoners are coming to Malaysia.
Been done for 30 years.
Yeah. So these are the things that, if you don't mind, I'd like to share some numbers here. Let's take 2019. Yeah, we in 2020 don't exist for us in the industry. 2019, tourist receipts in 2019 was 86.1 billion in Malaysia. And out of 86.1 billion, you had almost, you got 40 over billion that was used to book hotels. Yeah? And out of it, 70% of it came through online.
Online.
Yeah. So can you imagine how big of a chunk that we are losing out in terms of commissions paid out? If I give you the numbers, you'll be shocking.
Staggering.
Yeah, because in 2019, we paid out $5 billion in commissions. And this $5 billion has gone out of Malaysia. And let's talk about inbound. Malaysians booking Malaysian hotels was 1.2 billion paid out.
Oh.
These are all from Statistica and Tourism Malaysia numbers. 1.2, don't talk about inbound travels. Yeah. Inbound travels. Let's talk about Malaysians booking Malaysian hotels. Yeah. They spend 8.4 billion booking Malaysian hotels. And out of the 8.4 billion, 70% of them book online, which is 5.5 billion. Yeah. And from this 5.5 billion, on average, Malaysian hotels pay 23% commission, on average. Yeah. And 23% of it is 1.2 billion Malaysians booking Malaysian hotels. Can you imagine if Malaysia has got their own OTA? How much of money can we save? Yeah. So this is the right thing what Dr. Nourish mentioned. Malaysia should start its own OTA. And this is the perfect time because everyone has to restart. Everyone needs to reboot. Every OTA needs to reboot. If not because of the pandemic, and if Malaysia wants to start an OTA, it's going to be tough because you're going to compete with all these big boys who has been in the market for 10 years. Yeah. But now is the perfect timing to start to launch an OTA of Malaysia. Use data, and promote, because every time hoteliers and the industry is always complaining Tourism Malaysia is not enough marketing funds. That the same thing, the same thing. But if you have this, let the private sector build this. Yeah. But Tourism Malaysia must support and promote it. At the same time, own this data. Tourism Malaysia must own this data collected, because this data collected is so valuable.
And real time.
Yeah.
In real time.
It's real time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is what we want from Tourism Malaysia. If you go out and give hotels subsidies, 10,000 ringgit for every hotel, it's not enough for us. Yeah. But if you have something like this, an OTA from Malaysia, and you invite all hotels, there's 4,700 hotels in Malaysia. Yeah. Mind you, 1,200 of them is not registered. Yeah. If you invite all 4,700 hotels in Malaysia and tell them, we have got this platform which is fully integrated. It cannot be a standalone platform. It must be fully integrated with the world's best channel managers. Because the world's best channel managers will be able to promote this globally.
Distribution.
Yeah. Because if you build a platform that is a standalone and it's linked and takes you back to your direct hotel bookings, there's no point. Nobody knows about it because you're not integrated.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Everything is about collaboration and integration now. Yeah. So you collaborate, you integrate. And when you integrate, you get your business going out to thousands and thousands of channels worldwide. And this is what we want.
And what we need.
Yeah. Let me tell you, when you go to WTM, ITB, all these trade shows, there's a lot of Malaysian hotels that go on board. But out of 4,700 hotels, there's only less than 1,000 hotels that is fully integrated. You see? So these people, they go to ITM, WTM and all that, and they collect call cards, they come back, but their hotels are not integrated. So when you are not integrated with the channels, the thousands and thousands of channels globally, how are you going to promote your destination?
Yeah. The
how
world
are you going
don't
to
see
promote
you.
your hotels?
The world don't see you.
Yeah.
Right. Then you only, it's all confined to only your own world and your own market in that sense, right?
Absolutely.
So build something that is fully integrated, give it out to hotels. What we want is, it doesn't cost tourism anything. Let the private sector build this. Yeah. Tourism Malaysia support and market it. And at the same time, collect data. Use this data to market it. and invite all hotels, all 4,700 hotels. If you want to be on board this platform, be registered with Motec.
Right.
That is one. Then you get everyone registered. And when you tell them, you come on board for free for the first year. Can you imagine how much of savings hotels will make?
Yeah.
If between the three of us, we would have paid out a few million in commission in 2019.
Right.
Yeah. And can you imagine with that, how much of money can we save?
Yeah.
That is what we want. Not giving us
Brilliant.
small amount of money and say that, we support you. That's not enough. Give us something that we could use, and it plays a big part.
Right.
And also, I think
That's
the collection of data is so important, isn't it? We're talking
It
about
is.
using AI
It
for,
is.
for hospitality,
Yeah.
to predict what the consumer wants,
Yeah.
what they, in terms of dining, in terms of travel, in terms of hotels, and that I think, is the most important part.
Yeah, because it is costly, isn't it?
It is costly, so it has to
build
be a government, in a way, the government has to push as well, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. And talking about that, one of my favorite questions is, what is the wake-up call for hospitality industry? What is the wake-up call from a hotel owner's point of view? What was your wake-up call?
If you tell me,
Why am I a hotelier?
Thankless job.
exactly.
Ooh, what a wake-up call.
I should have gone into the club.
Wake up and say, why am I in this business, right?
Yeah, you woke up one morning and say, why am I in this business?
I think
Yeah, what
we're
was-
all in
what
this
was it?
business because we love the business.
Has
We
to have
love
passion,
this.
Yeah.
But
This
from
is-
this crisis, what was your personal wake-up call from this, learning from this crisis?
It's getting up, one day and saying, because we are taught that once you open your hotel, hotels never close. It never closes.
True.
Unless you are doing a
Never
refurbishment.
ever, right? Yeah.
But this is the first time in me having a career of 20 over years, this is the first time working in a hotel where there's nobody. There's nobody, no one at all. And what I have is my team. And the wake-up call is how important my team is. With them accepting pay cuts, coming in and not knowing what is going to happen next, they are worried themselves that there's no gas. And I think the great thing for me is we managed to train them and keep them in their jobs, and continue paying them even though we reduce salaries. But they are so thankful, and I think that the wake-up call is the team, that kept me going,
Kept
because
you going.
because without them, I don't know. Well,
You won't
what
survive,
Yeah.
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 Okay, and Monica, what was your wake-up call?
No, seriously, never in my wildest dream I would imagine that the hotel has to close. I've been through global financial crisis, Asian financial crisis, even SARS. Okay, so when this happened, we thought, okay, let's be
got it.
brave. Okay, let's be brave. It's going to be a 6 months thing. Then it went on to a 12 months thing, and now it's beyond the 12 months, and you don't even know when it's going to recover, right? So it's just definitely a wake-up call. But I think one thing I know is that it just proves that anything can change. There's no such thing as for real, this is going to be it and that's it. Okay, it's you need to keep on moving and keep on responding to the customer. And I think people who can adapt and innovate, I think they will survive.
They will survive.
Yeah, the staff has been amazing, and I think I also want to thank the Malaysian public, for supporting us.
True.
I think that's also the reason why we survive today, by supporting the industry as a whole, So, yeah, I at the moment, what we are doing here is just basically to make sure that we respond to all the changes that, that is constantly coming
Be
in.
quick and responsive to
correct.
that, right?
Yeah, to
okay,
that,
Okay.
yeah.
What about you, Dr. Nourish? What was your wake-up call?
Many. I mean, staff, definitely. We got a bunch of heroes working for us. And that's why, as I said to you, by and large, we tried our best not to shut down the hotels because we wanted to assure our staff that we are here for the long haul. We're serious about how we're going to survive in this whole situation. and so forth. And like I said, even opening up new properties, of course, giving opportunities first to our existing staff so that they can, as I said, put food on the table and be assured that they are here for the long term, right? So I think it's been a wake-up call for both of us. I mean, even for them, it has been a wake-up call to realize how important having let's say, good employer or someone who's really take interest in their long-term affairs. But even for us, like I said, it's looking at what they can do. As Shaheen said, reskilling them, exploring other, sometimes they join us and they are in the front office or they're in F&B, and sometimes they're just there by accident, but actually they have talent in other areas. So we use this time to, cultivate those talent and to see where else they can excel in, and so forth. So I think that's a big, important step forward. But I also think one of the most important things we have to realize is that you cannot separate the industry from the government. I mean, those were the days when you were young and you were doing a private business and you say, okay, I'm in the private line, government is government, but I do my business, I pay my taxes, blah, 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 and, leave me alone and I do my job, right? But today, you cannot survive without an effective government in place, government policies in place. Things like what we are faced today with the vaccination process and so on and so forth. They need to step up. They need to get their act together. They need to roll this out effectively. They really need to look at even our industry. Our hoteliers need to be considered as frontliners. The hoteliers need to be vaccinated. The staff needs to be vaccinated so that, like I said, we have to prepare ourselves for the future. How to protect our people and at the same time create an environment where we can then project ourselves in a quick, in effective manner off the starting line, let's say one day when the borders reopen. We cannot
just focus on domestic tourism, right? And then you don't have the plans for
exactly, but domestic is great. As Monica said, the Malaysian public has been fantastic in supporting the industry. And I can tell you, they do want to go to the resorts that we have. They do realize that we have beautiful hotels and resorts which are world class, right? So to them, it's like, okay, I can't go to a beach resort in the Maldives, but I could go, to a beach resort on the East Coast, and I have clear waters and so on and so forth. So there are many opportunities for them to travel domestically and still be safe, right? But what I'm saying is we have to look at it from a short term, medium term, and also the long term, which you have to prepare the industry, you have to prepare the country for if and when the time comes when we have to reopen our borders. We can't be doing everything last minute.
Correct. So that's the other thing, right? I mean, I think all hotels should actually be putting in steps and strategies already, isn't it, to prepare that, in the event when the international borders are open, that's when you can.
One, we all know that it has to do with our vaccination program, right?
Yeah.
And at the moment, we don't really have clear guidance as to when we are going to get 70% of our population vaccinated, when is it going to be 80%. And without that, it's just really difficult for us to budget. In fact, my budget, right, at the moment, I'm assuming that, the border will open in July, but I'm not, I think I'm going to move my budget now, maybe to September. It's just so difficult, and that, to me, is not something that is difficult to do for the government. So tell the industry that, by this time, this is going to happen. 70% is going to be vaccinated. We are going to do this. It's like a roadmap, right, for us, so that we know what to do and plan, and we also know when to jumpstart our business.
But
right?
that's the missing link right now,
That is the
isn't
missing
it?
link at the moment. Yeah, for the borders to open, this is crucial.
Right.
Okay, and at the end of the day, we need foreign travelers. We cannot survive we cannot do well just on domestic travelers. We can't.
Yeah, that was that was also the other. Actually, in fact, I wanted to ask you about the fact that if all hoteliers are focusing just on domestic tourism, is that enough for our economic recovery?
No.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
Because the
definitely
hotels are not built only for domestic
Yeah.
travelers.
Correct.
Yeah.
As I said, at best, we will survive.
Yeah. That's
At
it.
best,
Yeah.
I mean, there are spikes, as we were talking just now, I was talking to Monica, I mean, in KL, during the staycation on a weekend, on a Friday night or Saturday night, we might go up to 60, 70, 80%. But then on a Sunday night, we drop down to 5%.
10%.
You know,
yeah.
and so forth, right? So the spikes are, that's what Sri Shaheen said, you know, it's crazy. This
It's crazy, yeah.
worse than a graph of a heart patient. So, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, we really need to have some kind of stability so people can plan and you know, businesses can plan, customers can plan as well.
Right, right.
And the industry actually employed some 24% of our employed, you know. So that is a number that it's actually staggering.
Yeah.
So it's an it's a very important
Very
industry.
important industry. Yeah. I mean, and tourism, you know, itself, it's
Correct,
been a
yeah.
Like
huge.
Shaheen said, I mean, it's a 80 billion industry.
86 billion, but in 2020, it dropped to 13 billion. 13, it dropped 85%. That's why all of us are suffering.
Yeah, that's where the pain is. Isn't
That's
it?
where the pain is,
Yeah. So just before we end, just one quick question. You know, we've always been talking about hotels and resorts and operators. What are your thoughts to hotel and hospitality suppliers out there? I mean, they're having a hard time. Their business has been really impacted. I'm sure they also have a lot of financial issues because they can't collect the money and stuff like that. So just a quick thought about, you know how do hotels and the suppliers work together? You know, moving forward. I mean, hotels need the supplies, right? Suppliers need the payment. I mean, and it's sort of a chicken and egg, but how do you see in terms of collaboration or ways moving forward to work with hotel suppliers? Because they are as impacted. It's just that they're not talked about a lot. So
I think at the end of the day, we need the borders open. So, you know, we need business. If not, we are not going to spend because we are also tight with cash flow. No, as much as we want to buy and want to have, but we just can't afford it because right now what we look at is payroll, trying to achieve our
That's
payroll,
right.
our expenses, to break even at least. Now that is the target.
Right.
Anything above that, what is required, then we look at purchasing.
right, and that
And
will be a pattern for quite a while until the international borders are open.
I think the suppliers, I mean, so far they've been really understanding, you know, and they do work with the hotel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because obviously our payment will be slower, okay, and we would not order as many things as before, you know, and I must say during this pandemic, the cost of importing things has gone up because logistic cost has gone up because of all the SOPs and all that. It is so expensive now. And I mean, in Rumah, I think we are lucky because our restaurants is a modern Malaysian eatery. So our chef Tyson actually works on local producers, and spices. So that sort of help, you know, as an advantage. But
Right.
to buy imported stuff is expensive,
Right.
you know, and we can't. I mean, like I say, you know, for survival, we can't have all the things that we wanted. So I think this will continue. I think the cost element will remain.
Right.
And everybody has to get really creative. How do you not spend so much and yet, right, do not actually affect the experience that your customer would have and maintain the standard?
Yeah.
All those things is going to come in,
Yeah,
and
and
it
I
will
love that.
continue.
I love that, Monica. I mean, that's also a message to all the hospitality suppliers out there. I mean, you got to get creative,
Yeah.
right? You got to be able to offer something that that does not compromise on the quality, but at the same time give the same experience. Yeah, and I mean, find a way to work with the hotels because at the end of the day, like what you're saying, Shaheen, you know, business is nothing to order, right? So
And after this round, I think all hotel owners will be very cautious about going forward. You know, we can't expand too much, we can't buy too much. You know, the cost element is going to be a
It's
big
gonna be
thing.
tight
Yeah,
for
it's
a
going to be
while,
tight for a long time to come.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, yes, so we've come to the end of our hotel segment and would like to thank our speakers, Monica, Dr. Nourish and Dr. Sri Shaheen for sharing their insights with us on Hospitality Asia channel. Look out for our next session where we speak with a homegrown food company that specializes in frozen halal dim sum. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the studio. And now we have Mr. Chiam Chong Leng, who is the Group CEO of Sin Holdings Berhad, which is a premium halal dim sum manufacturer in Malaysia. Sin Holdings specializes in the halal frozen food market, which is marketed through cloud kitchens, halal e-store platforms, and O2O, online to offline. And Mr. Chiam is also going to share with us his insights about the exploding expansion of frozen halal dim sum in hospitality, the strategies and future plans at Sin Holdings. So, hi, Mr. Chiam. Welcome.
Hi.
Thanks for joining
Hi,
us on
Yeah.
this tourism virtual summit. So, first of all, let's find out a bit more about Sin Holdings and what other businesses you do under this group.
Mainly, we produce halal dim sum.
Oh,
Yep.
that's it.
Yep, very focused.
Oh, wow, very good. Okay. It's quite unusual, isn't it? I mean, dim sum is Chinese, that's it, right? And the reason, I suppose, now it's more popular and more people have been eating it, and more people need to know that it's halal. Is that right?
Yes, you can put it that way because we all know that Malaysian we love to eat, right?
True.
And that dim sum has been in the market for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
So this is what we want to do. We would like to introduce this menu to the whole Malaysians, including our Malay friends and also the Muslim. This is the reason why we want to produce halal dim sum.
Actually, you have a very good point, because otherwise, if it's not halal and Muslims don't, they will never find out, right?
Right.
How delicious it is,
That's
and,
right,
or all the different types of dim sums there are, right? You have the steamed, you have the fried, you have so many different ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how many varieties does
Currently,
Sin Holdings
we
have?
have 50 SKU, which is already halal certified.
Yeah.
We have another 85 menus on the way.
Oh
So
my
in
goodness!
total, we're gonna have more than 135 or even more.
Are
in the
you
future.
personally involved in deciding? any of
No,
the
we
menu?
have a team. Yeah.
Okay.
So we
Yeah.
all decide what to produce and what to apply for halal certs. Yeah.
Wow, fantastic. So, which certifications systems do you use? Halal, HACCP, and how do you ensure that it still succeeds as dim sum, have the essence of dim sum, even though you're making it for Malaysia?
Okay, to answer your questions, I think if we are halal certified, in a way, the process is already proven that our product is clean, and also
Okay.
in terms of essence, we are using great ingredient which is also halal certified. And then we have this technology called blast freezing, vacuum pack, and also we store our dim sum in cold rooms,
Okay.
and there's no MSG in our
Oh.
dim sum. So remember preservative. So this is how I would say we keep the essence of the dim sum. By using technology and also our formulation and recipe.
So you have the halal certification
Yeah, we
and
do.
the HACCP.
HACCP, we are actually currently applying our HACCP license.
Okay, and that will enable you to
Export.
export. Ah, okay.
And also, another
Okay.
level of food safety.
Which countries are you going to export to?
Okay, we actually identify to export to, currently we already export to Singapore. So coming Indonesia and of course Middle East, where the country has a lot of Muslim. Yeah.
And do you think dim sum will take off in the Middle East?
I believe yes,
Yeah?
because it's not only in Middle East but everywhere in the world. Because as I say, it's already 1,000 years in
Yeah.
our Chinese history.
I'm getting so hungry now because I'm just imagining the dim sum.
Yeah.
A lot of people like to go for dim sum because they feel that it's not such a huge meal,
Yes,
and it's a very sociable meal, because as you're eating, you take little bites, so you're talking and you're
That's right.
socializing.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
dim sum.
unities, yes.
Are you going to export to Hong Kong?
Actually, there's a lot of
test them.
inquiry from Hong Kong, so but because of the
Wow.
HACCP, so we are waiting, and then our clients are also waiting.
Wow. Okay. So let's talk about COVID-19. Okay.
Yep.
How has the frozen halal dim sum market been?
I think this actually the crisis, right? Everybody see this as a crisis has
Yeah.
become our opportunities because our lifestyle change.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody is gonna lock at home for a couple of months. That's where not only halal dim sum, I think all type of frozen foods are actually booming.
Yep.
Yeah.
My
right.
my freezer is full. Absolutely full.
Yes, right.
Just in
So-
case tomorrow lockdown cannot go out, I have food to eat. You know.
That's right.
And I also found that personally, I look into in the freezers of the supermarkets, and I've tried many different things which I never would have tried before, because like you say, people are at home, they don't have time to buy fresh food.
Yep.
And if they know that your frozen dim sum is good, then they will
That's
have
right.
it as well.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
it's actually been an advantage in a way for
Yeah,
you, right?
we can put it that way. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are just selling frozen to retailers. Is that what you do?
Initially, yes. But currently, you can actually find our dim sum in Grab or any platform. So we do delivery.
You do delivery as
Yes.
well. Important to tell. Okay, right. Okay, and you have a video.
Yeah, we
You
got a
have a
video because during this COVID, we actually because we always believe in sharing and also leveraging in people's strength. So we have two platforms, online and offline. So these two platforms, we actually have this entrepreneurship program, which we allow people to embark on this program and start to make extra income, or because
Ooh.
of people are losing jobs and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
people
yeah.
needs extra income. So we actually created these two platforms. So yeah, to offer to the markets. So yeah, there's a video that we can play.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
also to understand how do we promote our dim sum through the platform.
So I
Yeah.
can sell dim sum for you too.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's watch the
Anytime.
video. Let's watch the video.
The company has been in manufacturing dim sum, and over the last couple of years, they have been supplying halal dim sum to restaurants, hotels across the country.
What do? We make delicious halal dim sum. We have designed a business model that allow everybody to join us to become an entrepreneur.
Dim sum boy, good.
Welcome back. I think that's great. It's very interesting that you encourage micro entrepreneurship, I would call
Yeah,
it. You
yeah.
know, and people can actually make a living and get some form of income, and that you're helping people
Yeah,
do that.
yes.
What was it that made you think of doing that rather than controlling it all yourself?
As I say, because it is something that we need to leverage people's strength. And then some more, this is a halal, it's a Muslim market.
Yeah.
For us to, penetrate into Muslim market. So we would like to offer this for all our Muslim friends come on board and become our agents, and also become entrepreneurs. Then so this is the product that actually for them to sell.
And has it worked? Have you had people coming on board?
Currently, we have more than 200 online agents, which is helping us to promoting our dim sum online.
All over the country?
Yeah, and, over the country. Currently, we can only supply all the way down to JB and up to Penang, but
That's
still
not bad. You know, that's almost all the whole country.
not East
Wow.
Coast, not East Malaysia.
Not East Malaysia. Wow, very good. I'm so happy for you. you know, because during the pandemic, everyone's suffering, and it's good that you can encourage people to, you're sharing in your success, shall we say, yeah?
Yeah, and also this Dim Sum Boy program is actually we work together with Yayasan Hijaz Selangor and also Koperasi. Yeah. So we actually encourage these single mothers to come on board.
I
yeah.
see. Okay, so now your demand is going to go bigger and bigger and bigger. So is your factory also going to? Well, how big is your factory?
We have actually moved into a new factory, so with 10,800 square feet. So we should able to cope with our main future requirements, inquiries for at least 30 or 50 times.
Where do you see the future of frozen halal dim sum?
Where do I see the futures? I would say for now, food is always the essentials evergreen business.
True.
Yeah. Right.
True.
And also dim sum traditionally, yes, it's only Chinese who consume.
Yes.
Yeah. If we are able to introduce this to everybody, I'm sure the future will be great.
Yeah, and you might be the one who introduced dim sum to the world.
Yeah, we are doing that.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to try the dim sum a little bit later. Thank you, Mr. Chiam, for joining us at our virtual summit on Hospitality Asia channel. Look out for the next session, which is with a coffee specialist, where we're going to find out about the future of the coffee industry in Malaysia. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the studio, and we have with us Kelvin Ngao, who's the Executive Director of Coffex Coffee. Coffex Coffee specializes in coffee roasting, supplies, coffee equipment, and specialty grade coffee in Malaysia and regionally. So Kelvin's going to share with us what the future holds for the coffee industry in Malaysia. Now, coffee, at least to me, and I know thousands of other people, should be way up there on the list of essential items, especially so in the pandemic. We've never needed our coffee more, I think, than during the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
So Kelvin, thanks for joining us at this Tourism Virtual Summit. Why coffee? How did you end up being the coffee baron or the coffee king?
Well, it started when I was studying in Melbourne during my high school and
Coffee City.
uni days. Coffee City, coffee capital, Melbourne. I think that sort of influenced a lot of how I drink my coffee, how I envision like where Malaysia could be, because Melbourne is actually forefront in the coffee industry, coffee market.
Yes.
So Malaysia at those days were very far behind. I remember those days when I ordered a cup of coffee, cappuccino in a hotel, I was given a black coffee and whipped cream. So it wasn't the same standard I was used to in drinking Melbourne.
Wow, that's different.
Yeah, very different.
Wow.
So I thought, there must be an opportunity here somewhere. So when my parents acquired a company in Australia, invested in the company, so I didn't think much, because I thought, wow, what an interesting acquisition, because during that time my family was in the electrical business. But when 1997 hit, we were smack in the middle of recession, and I was out of a job. And I woke up one day, everything just clicked, and I told my family, I said, I'll start your coffee business in Malaysia. So that was back in 1997. Everything was hard work. I started with a two-man company. I myself doing the sales, demonstrating, training customers, and I have a technician who look after the equipment installation with me, and also after sales service. So we started a two-person company.
So you already your family had already bought the company over,
Yes.
so you already had all the hardware.
I had some coffee bean, that's all I had. So we still need to look into coffee machines, and because coffee and equipment goes hand in hand, because there's no point selling coffee beans and you can't brew it. So you need equipment to use coffee bean and turn it into a coffee bean into a cup of coffee.
And I think also a coffee bean supplier would know how to get the best out of your coffee beans, right?
It's challenging, because if I were to give anyone just coffee powder without proper guidelines or recipe, you will not get the best out of it.
So now, Coffex Coffee is one of Malaysia's leading coffee machine and coffee bean suppliers. So you specialize also in coffee roasting. So where do you get your beans from?
We get our beans from all around the world. So we do direct trade with farmers in Brazil,
Okay.
in Guatemala, in Papua New Guinea, in India.
Sustainability. Right?
Sustainably, yes, because we don't want to buy coffee at commodity prices or just regular commodity coffee. So we want to buy premium coffee.
Direct from the farmers.
So we need to engage the farmer to share with us what they're growing better, that they are growing a premium coffee, and we like to support the farmer by buying their coffee at above market prices.
Thank
So
you. Well
to sustain
done.
help sustain the farmers.
That's right. I read that you are big on social enterprise as well. So that's
Yes, we do support. We
Yeah.
do support social enterprise in not in a big way I would like to do, but in small little ways. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But that's partly part of it, is helping people
Yes.
achieve better lives,
Yes. Yes.
especially with a cup of good coffee.
Yes. I think you have to start. For me, I have to start my day with a nice cup of coffee. I don't find it as an addiction, but more like more habitual. It's more things that you want to do and you want to kickstart your day better. And
I
it
think
perks
you're
you
in the
up.
right business, How did Cofex Coffee navigate through the pandemic? Did people suddenly start drinking a lot more coffee?
Well, I mean, people already drank coffee when we are in our normal years, normal days without the pandemic. But when the pandemic started, everyone's working from home, and people kind of miss the routine of their daily routine, like going to a cafe in the morning or drinking coffee in the office. Well, you can't do that because
You
we are
must
in
have been
lockdown.
affected because the people you were supplying to
Yes.
were affected,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are supplying to mainly hotel, cafe, restaurant, and especially
Wow.
hotels are badly impacted because we lost all tourism.
Yep.
We lost all business travelers. We lost all people.
Restaurants closed?
Restaurants closed. Cafe also
Wow.
stayed closed. But there's a silver lining that happened is that many people start to stay at home to become, I think, better chef. They learn how to cook. They
Oh,
learn how to
yes,
bake.
definitely.
They
You can
also
tell from
learn
social media
how to make coffee.
make bread, yes.
Yes.
And how to make coffee.
Yes, so
Ah.
they were buying machines, they're buying equipment. So that segment
wow.
picked up. So in some countries, manufacturers that I've talked to, they are posting double their turnover for the home machines in last year. So that gave me a lead to say, okay, I need to focus a little bit more towards the consumer market.
Did
So,
you actually change tack, as you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we did change tack, I think, last year because when the start of pandemic, it's really challenging. And I was scared, I was lost, and don't know what to do.
Yeah, because
So-
nobody can see the future, and you don't know how long it's going to last.
Nobody.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
But I had an event with Dato' Idris Jala, and he sort of guided us through, like what's going to happen next few months, how to manage crisis, what's happening, how many lockdowns and stuff like that. So it sort of mentally prepared myself, and how to also communicate with my staff and what to expect in the coming months. Calms me down a bit.
But did you look for opportunities?
We did. So there are people talking about how to pivot, how to change business, or how to look in other opportunities. Well, I looked into that. That didn't work out. But then I realized that changing tack, that means doing what we are already doing, but pursuing different direction, different market. I think that sort of worked for me. So we know that hotel industry are not working out. Cafes are barely surviving. Restaurants are closed. But we realized that convenience stores, quick service restaurants, and the consumer
Petrol
market.
stations.
Yes.
Also.
These areas continue to grow, and this is where we change our focus towards. And I think we are now finding some traction, and to also at the same time, as a company, help us look inwards to ourselves and how to do business better, how to service customer better, faster, more efficient. I mean, we change as a company,
Well done.
as a person.
Congratulations.
Yes.
You're one of the lucky ones. When we talk about restaurants and hotels closing, everyone talks about the staff, and then they talk about food supplies, like people are selling lobsters and prawns by the roadside now because restaurants are closed. But only when I was told that I was going to speak to you did I realize that coffee, I never thought about coffee, would also be suffering. You know?
Yes. Although I started my company smack in recession, this is a complete different challenge altogether, because never have I thought that this pandemic will affect supply lines and also the consumer demand lines. So it hits on both ends.
You know, Ken, when you came back and wanted to, or when you wanted to start the coffee business, how did you create a position for Coffex Coffee, knowing that coffee actually has a history in Malaysia? You know, kopitiams, coffee shops, and the very famous local coffee, you know, that not everyone is a fan of, but it's been here for years. So how did you manage with the existence of that?
Well, I grew up with our local coffee, our Hainanese coffee.
Oh, yeah.
And I treat it as a different way of drinking coffee.
Okay.
I still enjoy my local coffee. I still go to kopitiam and have a local kopi or kopi cham. It doesn't stop me from appreciating it.
Do you want to change them? Do you want to win them over? Convert them?
No, because it's part of our history.
Yes.
It's part of our culture. Why change history and culture that's well established in the Malaysian food scene?
So you add on.
I add on.
Yeah.
I add on. I bring the masala coffee into the market, you know.
And make that a local coffee as well.
Make that a different product
Yes.
to be enjoyed. So to love and to enjoy. Yeah.
And I actually have a feeling that I remember a period in time in the city where coffee bars or coffee places just sprung up like mushrooms.
Malaysia.
You know? Yeah.
Happened.
And everyone was drinking coffee. It was a thing to go and have a fresh brewed coffee. And then you have a long list of everything from tall short, cappuccino, latte, and I was like, can I just have a coffee with sugar and milk, please? Just a normal. You couldn't have a normal coffee. You couldn't just order a coffee anymore. Yeah. Okay.
It's more so now, especially when the specialty scene came to the market, special coffee came to the market. Now you can order special processed coffee from Ethiopia, from Panama, and Kenya and Colombia. It's no longer just a simple drink, you know. It's elevated itself into something to be appreciated, just like maybe wine or, you know.
Actually, you're right. Yeah. So do you spend a lot of time, does your company spend a lot of time researching new developments, new trends?
So we are constantly learning new things. We are constantly trying out new things. And, you know, it's part and parcel of our daily job, you know, to how to make product better. How to identify a market where our product is suited for, how to customize a product for a particular client that's targeted at certain demographics, certain taste profile. So we do all that, to customize product, and we contract manufacture for quite a number of brands in the country as well.
And I believe that that's really what keeps you ahead, that you are constantly researching and developing, and you have to, right?
It keeps me excited. Yeah. It's not a boring business to be in. I really enjoy what I do. And I think I have a whole team that's just share the same state of excitement with me.
So from the 2 who started, how many are there now?
We have about 55 staff currently.
That's amazing.
Last year was a tough year.
Yeah.
We did not sack anybody. Wow. So I maintain my staff. I mean, there are people who left willingly, and but we never sack anybody. So we managed to navigate through this crisis intact.
Well done. And so that probably means that your future is very bright too. We'll see.
Yeah, there are a lot of pipelines coming along, and it's very good pipelines. So we have very good leads moving forward.
So your company motto includes pursuit of quality and excellence in every cup of coffee. Yes. And what you've just told us about all your development and research probably contributes to that, right? So do you think that it's important to continue to do this to support growth in the coffee industry? Is there a growth? Yeah,
there is always going to be a growth in the market. I mean, during this time, Obviously, some restaurant closed, some cafe closed, but then there are more of them opening again, because closing of businesses is part and parcel of entrepreneurship. I mean, if we don't manage our business well, or we don't know how to do a business properly, we deserve to close. We don't deserve to succeed. So it's just part and parcel of the journey of an entrepreneur.
Okay, now let me ask you about competition. Do you have competition?
Of course.
So how do you keep your head above the competition?
So, I mean, many of my competitors, we are not aggressive in way. We do sit down sometimes for a meal. We do sit down for a chat. We call each other. Because at the end of the day, how to build a market, how to build a better market, how to build a bigger business in the market is what we are after. We are not after eliminating a competitor. We are trying to work to create a bigger market environment for everyone. Because if the pie gets bigger, it's just bigger piece for everyone.
And I think it's no longer a niche market now, specialty coffees. I think it's become quite mainstream in the cities especially.
Yes.
People do understand about a coffee, and they know the difference between a latte and a cappuccino, for example.
Yes, they do.
So I think that's probably partly your fault.
It's not my fault. I mean, we started the Malaysian barista competition quite a few years now. Is to give barista a voice, because barista has always been very vocal. They want to share their love of coffee with the customers in the cafe. So this competition platform give them a voice, give them a stage for them to showcase what they love. And I hardly do any marketing. They are the ones doing the marketing and shouting out that everyone should be enjoying better coffee. They want to share what they know. They want to share their passion with the audience, with the consumer. So it elevates the standard.
Okay, you're also a part of opening up employment for young people as well. Because more coffee places, more baristas, and people are actually going out there and training.
Yes.
Yeah. Congratulations. Well, Kelvin, now, Coffex Coffee, I think it's time for a coffee. What do you say?
Thanks. Let's go.
Okay,
Let's go get some.
thank you. Welcome back to the studio. We have Encik Ahmad Fuad Chemi, who is the Group Chief Operating Officer of Enviro Group Asia. It's a one-stop center and an integrated environmental engineering solutions provider in Malaysia. Enviro Group is a solutions provider in the areas of indoor environmental quality as well as disinfection and hygiene. So something we have learned a lot about in the last 15 months. So Encik Ahmad Fuad will be sharing with us his insights about the importance of prioritizing well-being, defining common health and safety standards. So Encik Ahmad Fuad, thank you for joining us at this Tourism Virtual Summit. Can you share with us what are the disinfection and hygiene solutions that Enviro Group specializes in? You've been around for 15 years.
Yes.
So this is not a new company, not one that grew up because of the pandemic. You've had a lot more to share. What other services do you provide?
Okay, thank you, Dato'. First of all, Enviro Group Asia is a company who's been over 15 years in Malaysia doing the environmental indoor air quality.
Oh.
So since 15 over years before the pandemic 2020, we already facing the problem or the pandemic about SARS, H1N1. Talking about the hygiene and the sanitization, we already done since 10 years ago. We are all prepared. We have a team, technology, mission, and logistic ready. Even during the SARS in 2019 and H1N1, we already reached the customer. We do the awareness, and we also has been called to do a sanitization for the H1 and the SARS.
Oh, okay.
So suddenly, during that situation in 2020, March 2020, 18 March 2020, the first day of the MCO.
We all remember that date.
Yeah. And we already started on the January. January, the cases is already implementation and start coming into the Asia. So we keep on standby and make sure we are ready at a time.
Oh, I see.
Because that time, as you know, suddenly the global issue about the logistic, about the chemical, about the hand sanitizer, alcohol, the most important chemical need to do for the hand sanitizer is short.
Oh, I didn't know that. We were short of alcohol. Oh, okay.
It's not, because they're not mentioned short about alcohol, but they're mentioned about less product on the hand sanitizer in the market.
Yeah.
Right? So,
you know, you're right, because my neighborhood chemist, after that we went to buy, sold out. Everywhere was sold out.
yes,
You're
correct.
Right. Yeah.
So seeing that we are doing this kind of business, we are doing the sanitization, we have a supply, we keep the stock.
Ah.
And our chemical also has been approved by FDA, American Drugs Association, and has been used in hospital before. And other place that we do also the indoor air quality means that we are treatment any air condition ducting from the air to make sure we are healthy. We cannot see. The air cannot see. So what we do, we treat this thing by using all this chemical to make sure the bacteria, virus, fungus has been eliminated. And why Enviro Group Asia started from the hospital problem and fungus problem in Malaysia. If I'm not mistaken, in 2006.
Yep.
That time we don't know how to handle it and what kind of fungus coming out. If you remember Hospital Sultan Ismail in Johor.
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, that is started. That is started the turning point on the indoor air quality in Malaysia, which Enviro groups thinking that this is the most important thing that we need to look into it. Definitely, over 15 years, we have to go and find the customer. We have to do the awareness program. Unless we get the cases, then we go in. Talking about the indoor air quality with the government sector, under Human Resource Minister, we are under DOSH.
Oh, okay. USH,
so,
yes.
Yes, and then to be the indoor air company, we need to have the assessment, or we call it the assessor, indoor air quality assessor, which must register with DOSH. If I'm not mistaken, less than 30 people who have this kind of assessment or the competent. Yes.
Okay.
We have 2 in-house. We have 2 in the company. So that means when we do the assessment, we can know that the quality of the air and wherever this bacteria, fungus, mold is in the building to keep the building healthy for the healthy people. So the same method that we do suddenly happened when SARS, H1N1 and COVID. So we call it coronavirus because it's the same family from the SARS.
SARS, yes.
Okay. So the treatment is same. So why we need to do a sanitization? Because 2 different things, sanitization and disinfection and protection. As a professional, we do the whole entire of the process, start from the swab test, before and after, and do the high touch point area to make sure everything is clean. And then fogging the area and only get a lab result. This area is very, very clear and eliminate every bacteria and fungus. That's we call disinfection. That is supposed to be the standard. Not just spray and wipe, just leave it after 2 days without any checking, any lab. So what do you think? You cannot see.
Yes, true.
Right. So that is what we are having for 15 over years doing this kind of business.
So, you know, you're a company that provides solutions in indoor environmental technologies and disinfection. So, although you had your experience with SARS and H1N1, I am sure 2020 was a very interesting year for your company and a good year for your bank balance too, I'm sure. You must be one of the few companies that not only was working, but probably was overworked as well.
Yes,
right?
correct.
I mean, I'm sure you couldn't cope. I'm sure you couldn't cope with all, you know, do you specialize in large buildings, office buildings or residential, or do you go anywhere that people call you?
Before 2020, we are more focusing on the hospital. Because that's the area that need to do a decontamination, some sort of IEQ testing, because they have a standard to follow. When come H1N1 and SARS problem, they already spread to the population. And we're having a problem in most of the school because H1N1 start from the kindergarten. It's a hand and mouth disease. And then SARS coming from the overseas. So people start alert. And then the Ministry of Health announced this is the something of the not pandemic yet at that time, but it's viruses that's in the air. So we do a sanitization, we do the same thing what we do for the hospital. And coronavirus come to Malaysia, and we don't have any standard that time. Everybody are still asking what to do, which to follow.
It was quite a big panic, and
Yes.
I remember people say, "Don't go to that building because don't touch the escalator." Then you can see everybody spraying, wiping everywhere. You know?
Yes,
there was
correct,
always
correct.
videos, you know.
And
You can see people going to the shopping center, but they will not touch anything. Don't touch the door. You know, everyone's like about touching,
about
right?
touching.
Because we didn't know.
Yeah.
We didn't know.
And because of the media social, we can see what happened, obviously in China, especially.
Yes.
People stay outside, bring a pool,
Yes.
long pool to do everything. Okay. As a Enviro Group Asia, we are connected with international body also. We also have a supplier, we a vendor that from the state, from Singapore. Then we change the idea. We know what to do. And definitely everybody are focusing at WHO standard that time.
Yes.
And I'm not mentioning what one of the building in Putrajaya is happened that got a positive cases on the early stage.
Okay.
So we have to go there, and people are calling us to give the consultation to that ministry. So we give a consultation based on the government and based on the WHO standard. Because that time, when you have the cases, you have to cordon the area or you have to close the building.
Yes.
Because we cannot see, the virus cannot see, only can check. So start from there. People know us. And I'm happy to say that we are covering about 15 million over square foot area sanitation in Malaysia.
Wow. Tell me about those fly-by nights. You mentioned fly-by
Okay,
nights.
right.
That's everybody who thinks, like, shh, okay, you're clean now.
All right. I can say that the economy during that time is very crucial. Then definitely we also cannot cope up with this job. And the only job that have that time is sanitation and disinfection.
Yes. Yeah, true.
Everything is closed.
Yep.
The government sector is closed. Airport is closed.
Yes, everything's closed.
And only the hospital is open. So the virus is everywhere. Start with a cluster, big cluster, small cluster, need to do a protection, because that time if everybody listen to the government say, mesti putuskan rangkaian COVID-19.
Yes.
That is the tagline that we have to work.
Yep,
Everybody. We still in a fighting. We don't know who's our enemy, so everybody have to work together to eliminate this, to stop the rangkaian COVID-19. So the company who do the security also do the sanitation job.
Yes.
Company who are selling fashion tudung also start doing the sanitation work. And that time is good because the government come up with the standard chemical approved. The chemical ingredient approved that needs to be controlled.
Yes.
So I'm say that it's a good effort.
Okay.
And then MITI come up with a standard procedure. One day must do 3 times.
Yes.
To
that's
wipes,
right. Yeah.
okay? And make sure your shift changing, you have to wipe.
Yeah.
That is a normal sanitation that you must do daily. But ours is more on sanitation, disinfection, and protection.
Okay. So how important is it to have your kind of service, like in, restaurants and hotels and tourism-related businesses, so that people have peace of mind when they go in, when they're dining or they're enjoying the facilities? How important is it that it should be that kind of service?
Okay. Definitely, the virus cannot see, and we also cannot predict. But important thing, the standard operation procedure that the government guideline must be there first. If we as a consultant or go to that whatever, we have to look into that SOP first.
You have to follow the rules.
Right.
Okay.
And then we come and we advise, okay, you need to do a sanitation daily. That is standard procedure by the government.
Yes. Yes.
But it's a normal sanitization, because public area, high touch point area, people a lot to touch there.
Yeah.
But how clean they were, we don't know.
Ooh.
Right? So we coming in, we do a swab test. We can show to the client that this particular table or rooms or outlet or kitchen, how many million particle, fungus, bacteria, virus is there by using our technologies, all right? So after that, we do a protection and sanitization. We call it disinfection by high touch point area, wiping, and also disinfection. After that, we do again another swab test, and we give a warranty.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So within the warranty period, if the after the result, we will show it the 0 particle actually. 0 micron, any virus on the surface. If anything build up, we come and do within that period.
Okay,
Okay.
we have just about run out of time, but I want to ask you this. This kind of service is not cheap, right?
Yes.
And so because of the pandemic, people, restaurants and hotels are almost at a closing down stage. They can't even afford to pay their staff. How important is it that they keep to this service? Can they do like a DIY, do it yourself, Because if they cannot afford to keep your services, can they do it themselves?
Yes, I'm focusing now directly to the hotels, hospitality and tourism, because we know it's a vacant might be for 12 months or 10 months. And the building might have a syndrome 6 building, we don't know yet. Okay, and
Sick building.
yes. Okay. And they definitely have to open the tourism industry.
Yes.
Tourism industry is the one that giving us more money
Of
and
course.
to boost the economy.
Yes.
So people also would like to go to the hotel.
Yeah.
So I believe by engaging a professional to do the disinfection and throughout the media social, show that this building has done their disinfection and do the almost take care their indoor air quality, will be a market value.
True. If they can afford it though, Cik Mahfuad.
All right. And in terms of that thing, we as the integrated environmental solution, we try to find a best solution to work out or partnering or collaboration with the hotel.
Okay, so
not
they
one
should
hotel,
try...
2 hotel, 3 hotel, but
okay.
I believe this kind of situation, sometimes hotel must also look into the outsourcing program that we can achieve and going together with the hotel to do the outsourcing program.
Okay.
Might be contract for 3 months, 1 year, 2 years, so they can pay us by staggered or whatever thing,
Okay.
And we will be there to help them to promote their hotel by putting all the new IoT or something that apps about the quality of the buildings, the rooms.
Yep.
Because we have a lot of bubble tourism right now. And I think we also looking at the border right now, working with somebody, with a big company at the border, especially in the airport, from the tourism industry, for the buses to go to the hotel, That's why I say the integrated this thing, we also offer to any hotel or the big organization to work with us.
Okay. Sorry, I have to cut you off because it's very interesting and it's so current and everybody wants to know the facts. Because to tell you the truth, we really don't know anything,
Sure.
all right? We read on the internet or we read in the newspaper or we read on WhatsApp. That's the worst. And so here at least I have somebody who can give us the facts. So thank you, Cik Mahfuad, for joining us at a virtual summit on Hospitality Asia channel. So look out for our next session with an integrated property developer where we're going to find out more about new lifestyle living in Malaysia. Thank you, Cik Mahfuad. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the studio, and we now have Mr. Adrian T, who is Director of Group Business Development of the ACMA Group, one of the leading integrated property developers in Malaysia. So Adrian's going to share with us his insights about living in an integrated development for a cohesive and seamless lifestyle. So Adrian, thank you for joining us at this Tourism Virtual Summit. So why don't you tell us a little bit more, introduce us to ACMA and the developments from this group.
Thank you, Dato'. Thank you for your time today too. Basically, ACMA is a 42 years company.
Oh, okay.
Since 1979.
Older than you. Yeah.
Older than me, that's right. So pretty much we have various businesses itself, but property development is one of our core business.
Okay.
We have education, we have hospitality, and we have hospitality education, and we have also school, restaurants, clubhouse.
Wow.
So we have various different business we are running.
I see it now. You are going to combine them all.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's
so we have a
called
good
integration.
combination over at our side.
Okay. So you are the mastermind, or your company is the mastermind of the township of Bandar Baru Klang.
Yes, that's right.
So can you tell us how integrated development has changed in the last 2 decades? People are more aware of family activities because of lockdown, right? You have to entertain the whole family. Everybody's stuck together in 4 walls. It's been quite a challenge. Actually, I think when we look back a year from now, we may even have forgotten that time, how we, had to suffer for those 3 months or 4 months together. So What are current homeowners looking for? Now that we know those challenges, we might look to the future thinking about that.
Interesting,
Yeah.
people always tend to forget things very fast as you
Yes.
move forward. That's how it is. But I guess this COVID thing has changed quite a bit on people. We have people looking for more space.
More,
Yeah. You see, you look at it for more space because of this. They said, can I have more space, additional room or offices for me to work from home? The work from home
I didn't
will
even
be
think
the-
about that. Yes, of course. And school from home.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So we feel that there's this demand coming in the future. So what I think that in the future or the upcoming future, even right now, we are trying to change the ID of the rooms, especially in our residential or commercial, to give the extra space.
Yes.
So you can do it as an office or can turn into as a bedroom. So I feel that there will be a big thing coming in for what people are looking.
Space to work from home.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, right? Where you're not going to have children running around in front of you and behind you. Yeah.
That's right. If you see on YouTube, they show those videos.
I know, yeah. It's quite, even newscasters, it happened from working from home. And I think also because now that people have worked from home, many companies have found that they can actually continue with half of their staff working from home.
Yeah.
So that I think there will be a demand
There'll be a demand.
for workspace at
Yes.
home.
That's definitely. So that's why we are changing the way. But even right now, we have inquiries coming in on that.
Wow.
Yeah.
How our life has changed so drastically, and there's still things that I'm not even aware of. For example, for developers, right? When you want to design and build, now you have to look at new things,
Yes.
different things.
That's right.
Wow. So now you're going to, ACMA is introducing D-Rapport residences, and that's an integrated development encompassing residential, hotel, and retail.
Yep.
And it's in Ampang, my hood.
Oh, okay.
So
Good to hear
can you
that.
tell us a little bit more about this development?
Okay. The airport residences, when we build it, we had 3 components in it. We have residential. We have one block that is reserved to be a service resident. Then we have retail itself. So one thing about this development is obviously it's very interesting because when we envisioned it, is to be like a resort living in the city.
Oh, okay.
Why we put it that way is because we have 6 acres of facilities
Wow.
on the Rapport residences itself. So we have 50 over facilities. Basically, when you come home, you don't need to leave home anymore. Everything is there. So itself,
And right now you don't want to leave home either.
yeah.
So your winning situation here, Indra.
We have this
Okay.
winning situation, that's right. So we have like other facilities that, just to name a few interesting ones, that other condominiums you won't see it in Ampang itself or in KL City Centre. We have tennis court,
Wow, okay.
we have badminton court, and we have like a forest walkway for people to go around.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so everything is there.
That means you have trees.
Yes, we have trees
Very good.
on the
Okay.
podium deck itself. So that's part of the facilities for the residents to go with it. Then right now we are doing a concierge service. We even have shuttle service,
Oh, wow.
so they can use these facilities itself. The concierge service is something we're going to unveil. I think will be very interesting when the time comes. The residents can basically use it like a hotel service
Yeah.
for their residents. Then it comes to my retail. We have named it as the Botanica Hub. Why we come up with the Botanica Hub is basically because we feel that in city centre, everyone is seeing buildings every day. So with this retail of 40 over units and 100 over 1,000 square feet, they come to the Botanica Hub. We will decor our place, the ambience with nature a bit, so they can sit, wine and dine at this area. So other than F&B, we are looking also as a medical hub. So people can come, they do their medical things,
Okay.
then just wine and they can eat and dine.
So it's
there.
open to the public then?
It's open to the public.
Okay.
So the advantage is we are so close to Jalan Ampang. We're just second layer of Jalan Ampang. But then the good thing is you don't have parking problem because I have ample parking space
Okay.
to cater for the residents and the people that come to the Botanica Hub. So I feel that this will be a very interesting project.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if in your hood, you'll know.
Yeah.
You want something, a bigger space, something that you can wine and dine without seeing the traffic. The Botanica Hub is the place to be.
So you are the builders and you will manage the property as well?
Yes, we will manage the project. We select our own tenants. So we call it like more boutique tenants coming in for us. So we will choose what is right for it. So everything is on our own.
Wow.
At that time.
Okay. And when will it be ready? Is it ready?
We are slotted in for this third quarter 2021. It will be
okay,
ready.
not long.
Yeah, so we are doing some landscape, this and that. Then it will be out in the markets.
So has the MCO and CMCO affected your development?
Definitely.
$6 million question.
Yeah, I guess it does affect quite a bit, you know.
Yeah.
But I guess things are coming back.
Yeah.
Hopefully with the vaccine and things will move from there. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, time for one more question.
Sure.
Conflicting opinions when it comes to the value of properties in the Klang Valley, due to the amount of available residential buildings. That's a question everyone always asks. What, another building? You know, who's going to live there? Who's going to buy it, right? Or there seem to be people to buy but nobody to live there. Okay, but I don't know. So, what sets ACMA projects apart from its competitors when it comes to long-term value?
I guess in property, always location.
Yes.
If you look at ACMA's location, all our developments is very close to the highway. So for accessibility is very important. If you buy development without accessibility, it will affect your value of the property a lot. And so far, in terms of space, almost our development is not very small in the unit size. We always give a bigger space for people.
Okay.
So I feel there'll be supply demand where you'll see that there'll be more supply on smaller space compared to bigger. So that's my advantage of ACMA properties on that part.
Okay, I understand. So at least you know that with the ACMA property, you have a little bit more comfort. So that's your competitive edge now against your competitors, right? Is that your spaces are bigger.
Yes.
Plus, you also focus on facilities, right? And the space around the building also, is that right?
Yeah, so I'll show you a short clip
Okay.
for my Dirapo residents.
Okay.
So you'll know what space, then we can have a look at
Oh,
it.
okay. Let's have a look.
Hey there, I'm Nadia and we are here at Dirapo Residences in the heart of Kuala Lumpur. This is a city that has so much to offer, so let's head out for an adventure. Kuala Lumpur is a thriving city and one of the most exciting capital cities in Asia right now. It is a melting pot of cultures, religions and people that all add to the vibrant feel you get while walking its streets. The 5 towers of Dirapo Residences are located on Jalan Ampang, right here in the heart of the city. Within the premises, you'll find everything you need, from grocery shops and restaurants to gyms, swimming pools and gardens. Wandering around with all this space and nature, you'd never know you're in the middle of Kuala Lumpur. So before we head out to explore, let me tell you a little bit more about this beautiful condominium. First up to note is definitely its size. Now check it out, it is enormous, unlike anything I've ever seen. Let's go. With the low-density condominiums having luxurious living areas up to 2,200 square feet and every bedroom with its own ensuite bathroom, you can tell that these spaces were designed for comfort and luxury. There are only 6 units per floor, so these are the ultimate low-density properties.
Wow, Adrian, you have to call me when it's ready. So
Sure.
I'm going to have a look. And I like the idea that you are saying yes to trees and yes to space, because nowadays most people just want to cut the trees down. They don't want to plant them.
That's
so you're winning there. Okay. Thank you so much, Adrian, for joining us at our virtual summit on Hospitality Asia channel. Look out for our next session on the spa and wellness segment, where we will be talking to 3 industry experts on the disruption of the spa and wellness industry. So stay tuned.
So here's a question you might want to ask yourself. Who doesn't like a little bit of time at the spa? The correct answer is someone who likes a lot of time at the spa. Now, last year was definitely a challenging year with spa owners having to adapt with new SOPs and operating guidelines to ensure the safety of customers. Today, Jennifer will talk to Datin Jeanette Tambakau, President of the Association of Malaysian Spas, MSPA, the first and the longest established spa association right here in our country. And it is recognized as the voice of wellness for the Malaysian spa industry. Datin Jeanette is also a winner of the Star Golden Hearts Award for her amazing community work. Second guest of the day, Shireen Azli, a consultant and ex-CEO for Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council. Now, the Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council is an agency under the Ministry of Health tasked to facilitate and promote the healthcare travel industry of our country, making Malaysia the #1 global healthcare destination by volume in 2019. Last but not least, Miss Shobi Malani. She's a festival director for Merfest Festival. Merfest is short for Malaysia Urban Retreat Festival, and it's modeled after a Bali Spirit Festival, an urban rejuvenation festival of inspiring celebration of global communities, world music, and well-being. Now, together they will talk about disruption in the spa and wellness industry to create an appetite for off-the-grid experiences. Let's take a look.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome back to the studio. I'm Jennifer Ong, and our topic for the Spa and Wellness segment is about disruption in the spa, beauty, and wellness industry. The COVID-19 pandemic has swept through the world, putting many people out of business. But this crisis will pass, maybe in a year, maybe longer. The COVID-19 virus may linger, but the crisis will pass. It will, however, leave behind a footprint, new methods of business, new patterns of consumption, and in fact, new ways of interacting with fellow people. The spa, beauty, and wellness industry is one sector that is bound to experience a significant transformation. The services that this industry provides are personal and physical in nature. The very basis of spas and beauty centers is touch. And touch is becoming a bad word today. Now, this doesn't mean that the industry will come to an end. Spa, beauty, and wellness businesses will continue to thrive because people will still need to feel good and look good. A relaxing and pampering massage, a new hairdo, or a detox treatment is more than just a physical makeover. It is about total wellness. This need will never go away. We know that big disasters lead to fast change. Question is this change good for the spa, beauty, and wellness industry? Let's find out from our three speakers. Joining us for this discussion is Datin Jeanette Tambakau, President of MSPA. Hi, Datin.
Hi, Jennifer. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. And of course, Shireen Azli, who is consultant and also the former CEO of the Malaysian Healthcare Travel Council, and last but not least, Shobi Malani, festival founder of Merfest. We will be talking about the creation of an appetite for the off-the-grid experiences and what needs to be done to disrupt the spa, beauty, and wellness industry. Let's start with Shobi. Shobi, why don't you just tell us a little bit more about Merfest and the history and how long you have been around and how has COVID-19 disrupted your festival?
We started Merfest in 2014, Jen. As you know, during that time, Malaysia was so in need of, transformation workshops and stuff like that. And a trip to Bali took me in 2012, and I decided that I wanted to bring something like this back to Malaysia, and hence we formed Merfest in 2014. It was 7 years now that we've been running this festival. The brand itself has already accumulated so many new age movements towards wellness and healthcare, and it's something that we are really proud of, that we have been able to make a shift in the lives of people today. But I think the pandemic has sort of like, disrupted, as we like to use that word a lot. Disrupted the people, disrupted the way we see things, how the events industry as well has kind of like moved and we are trying to see a better way to pivot, right? So last year we took a break. We didn't have anything, but we went completely off the grid. We did a hybrid model. We went online. We showcased free workshops because we felt that mental health was something so important for the people, and we wanted to give that back to Malaysians.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Amazing work. Yeah. Yes. And what about you, Datin Jeanette? Can you tell us a little bit more about the nature of MSPA and what's the purpose of the association?
Yeah, as mentioned by the MC earlier on, MSPA has been established for more than 25 years, and we are the longest serving spa association in Malaysia as well. So basically, our role is to help the industry, to grow, and at the same time to go into more professionalism. And we have been working very closely with MOTEC and Tourism Malaysia as well to promote our industry. To the world as well. Yeah.
Right. Good. Thank you so much. And of course, Shireen, you were the ex-CEO of the Malaysian Health Travel Council. So tell us what was your role there, and what exactly does the council want to achieve?
Thank you, Jen, and thank you for having me here. So I think this is where I'm coming in a bit different, and in contributing from the perspective of medical tourism and wellness in totality, because I was the CEO from 2015, so I just left the organization after 6 years. And one of the things that we have achieved thus far is that we have brought Malaysia from an unknown destination to become the global #1 medical travel destination in the world in 2019 by volume. So that's a big achievement. The question is that now, with all the excitement, all the great trajectory going into 2020, then COVID hit. So what we're going to do, what happened? So what we are doing, what we have done before I left is that we took a step back and we evaluate what we needed to do to ensure that we remain the #1 medical destination. And of course, when we're talking about spa and wellness, that's a complementary services around medical travel, because normally people don't come just for medical treatment. They would go and come and relax at the spa. They get some wellness treatment. They get some aesthetics treatment. So it's very important for us to maintain the momentum of having this 1.3 million patients that came pre-COVID per year into Malaysia, to have that moving forward. So what we are focused now is that we keep the brand of Malaysia fresh still with our target market, so that when COVID moves on, hopefully soon, we are ready to receive them back again. And we are hoping even though that we have challenges in terms of the touch experiences with our wellness and spa, I'm sure that our practitioners in the spa and wellness industry will be gearing to look into a different experience
in terms of to counter that, right? That was actually the question that I wanted to ask all three ladies is how will the spa and wellness experience change, right, post-COVID? Because touch is becoming a bad word today, right? So how is that taking that shift, that change of reducing that touch point? But spa and wellness, and it's all about getting that that touch connection. So what will shift?
Okay, one thing that I've learned in the last 6 years when dealing with medical travelers, right? What was different from where we were, an unknown destination, to the #1 in the world? What was different? So the different how would I say, factor is the trust. When they trust Malaysia, when they trust Malaysia medical services, when they trust our hospital, when they trust our service, things change. So you need to educate people, and you need to build that trust and maintain that trust. So similarly, if you're talking about spa and wellness, tapping in this market, or even building trust within our domestic market, we need to invest in building that trust.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Who needs to invest in that?
Yeah.
Of course, the spa and wellness investors, owners. I think one of the things. I think I was privileged also to have this discussion with Datin Jeanette before, right, Datin? And when we are trying to promote the members of the Spa for our medical travelers, one of the key things is that the question is that, okay, what makes our spa different and trustable compared to, let's say, if they go to Indonesia or go to Thailand.
That's right.
So one of the things that if you can couple to the trusted medical services, and our spas have certification or global recognition,
which you don't have now.
Very few has at the moment. Very few. I think maybe there are spas within hotels. Would have, like they have a hotel of, they call themselves under the group of World Healing Hotels. So the spa under those group of hotels, they have the certification.
But isn't that, Datin, Jeanette, isn't that what MSPA is also doing? I mean, is MSPA providing that certification or not? It has to come through Ministry of Health.
Actually, right, we have been working very closely with MOTAC, and MOTAC actually came out with this spa rating criteria, which was recognized in Southeast Asia, and we are the first country who actually implemented this spa rating. Even in Thailand or Indonesia, they haven't implemented that. So that already gave us, the above value of our industry, where all the rated spas are already assessed by the MOTAC, and we are actually comply to all the rules and regulation that is set by the MOTAC itself. Yeah.
But how many spa and wellness centers are actually certified?
We have more than 300 spas actually, 300 over spas that have been rated by MOTAC, and that's a very, very good number. And most of the spas are from the hotels, from the resort, from the lodges, and also day spas. There's a lot of day spas now knew that the importance of this spa rating, so they actually apply for it.
So, Shireen, is that certification not good enough?
I think that's good for a start. No, it's good for a start because we know that they have at least, like Datin saying that at least we have it compared to other countries. But of course, I think this is good for the wellness seekers. But for medical tourists, they would need a bit more. So they would need, like, for example, that spa to have a medical doctor in practice, and I think many of AMSPA's members also have that. So then that's another added, how does it value?
But does that require a different certification coming from the medical?
Yes, when you have a medical, because of course they have the medical license, they have facilities to be certified or licensed. So that's a bit stronger. So when you have, let's say, for example, patients who come for, let's say, surgery, and then they want to go to a spa. Of course, having a spa that has a medical doctor that's doing...
Because it's a post-surgery treatment.
Sometimes they have aesthetics while waiting for themselves to recover. They want to get aesthetics treatment. So it's always more comfortable when they know that you are, certified medically as well. So... But I think we are getting that. It's just that we hope that we can do more.
So, Datin Jeanette, so having, since on that point where Shireen's talking about, other than the MOTAC certification, are you planning for the spas to go for the medical certification so that they can come under the medical tourism?
What we have in the pipeline is actually to get our industry to do a ISO certification. We are planning to do this sometime this year. So I think that's the way forward for our industry, to build the confidence for the industry as well. And then at the same time, in order for the travelers to come in, we also have plans to get our members to be certified under the Bureau Veritas. Veritas.
Yes.
Yeah, Bureau Veritas. That's under the travel industry as well. So these are the two main criteria that we are looking at to implement in our industry for this year.
Right. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
right?
that's a spirit.
So we are moving forward. Okay, so the smart wellness industry. So touch is not going to be a bad word anymore. I mean,
because of trust. When they trust you.
Because of the trust.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So, but although people are more concerned about their health and wellness these days, what I'd like to know is there a bright future? for spa and wellness industry, right? Because of the uncertainty. So where do we go from here? Let's talk about Merfest.
Well,
you know, it's a festival where you have people, you have,
Exactly.
you know, it's all about getting the more people, the merrier
Correct.
sort of thing. So where is Merfest going from here?
So basically, Jen, you know, it's just like what Shireen said just now, right? It's all about trust.
Right.
If we don't have a physical, you know, a space where you can gather, and Merfest is one of those where you get to touch your people's hands. You know, you get to bond. It's friendship. There's a lot of healing and energy that goes on in a festival like that. And if you're not allowed to touch, it's going to be a bit of an issue. But I think with trust, following some SOPs, basic guidelines, you know, I see there is a bright future for festivals, events, or any sort of workshops and spaces that deal with these kind of things. So that's not an issue. That's not an issue.
I guess, I suppose it's also once everyone gets vaccinated, then
yeah.
there's no issue with that anymore.
Yes, that's
Not
right.
really
And-
no issue, but you know, chances, I guess, to the opportunity to come back out and get together again and bond together again is far greater.
And you know, today people are wearing their masks, they're getting together. You know, people are already going out and going shopping, right? So for them, it's not a big deal to actually be in a space where you have demarcated spaces for you to put a yoga mat and do some work on it.
But can you imagine having a spa and wellness festival in PPEs? You know?
I know, you know, we joked about this last year.
that would be something interesting to see.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what about medical tourism? I think, you know, where do we go from here? I think many places, there's a bright future, isn't it, as far as medical tourism is concerned?
Yes, you're right, Jen, in a sense that, you know, okay, but first of all, we have to acknowledge that the normal tourism level will not return until perhaps 3 to 4 years down the line. So what we have done is that for medical tourism, we have created a medical travel bubble that, you know, even now we are receiving patients, even in the current, you know, the current restriction, because they have a bubble. But the bubble comes with a very strict SOP and it's all monitored by the Ministry of Health, etc. So, but the numbers is very small compared to what it was. And even for tourism, I think we are only realistic now that we're focusing on domestic first. So for medical tourism, I think it will take, another 3 to 4 years. But in the meantime, what's more important is that for us to strengthen our offering in the wellness area. So when wellness, with all the new norms, with the notes, minimal touches and stuff like that, with that trust, with the strength, the new strength, with the new ways of doing things, it will build trust. And then when the borders starts opening, then you know the medical tourists will be more open to just jump into the bandwagon of the new way of doing things for wellness. And I think that's what we are trying to in what we envision in terms of complementing the wellness services into medical tourism. We know the medical travels will return, but it will only take 3 years, 4 years before the full 1 million,
full blown,
the full blown
back again,
numbers will come back again.
But so something interesting there just pop up. So you're talking about building trust, and you're talking about trust from the consumers, trust from the customers, right?
Yes.
But what about the guidelines from the government? Are they clear enough? I mean, you could have all the trust and all the, you know, build all the trust, but then when it comes to guidelines, there's no clarity, or when it comes to SOP or certain rules and regulations that is stopping people from coming into the country, you know, to seek for that treatment. So is there a balance?
I think currently, if I may be candid about it, I think we are considered as one of the strictest. Currently, in terms of bringing in medical travelers, you know, into the country. They were saying that, you know, why do we need to do the 14-day quarantine in the hospital itself, in the, you know, in our own room and our companions, etc. But that's needed, because if you don't take care, if you don't follow the SOP, then you'll be risking not only the patients, you'll be risking Malaysians as a whole, you know. So it's very important for us to do that. And similarly, I think when they understood the need to have it, they don't complain.
Right.
So they follow through with the process. But you're right, clarity is very important. So similarly, for wellness industry, we need to work closely with the Ministry of Health to get that clarity. And I think maybe this is where we have to work with MOTEC closer, Ministry of Tourism, to get them to have that SOP for wellness pass very clear for the patients, for the customers and also the operators.
But okay, so the spa and wellness comes under MOTEC or it comes under Ministry of Health?
MOTEC is under Tourism, Ministry of Tourism.
Right.
So that's, I think,
the guidelines are from MOTEC.
No, and then but the SOP will always be approved by the Ministry of Health. So this is where this is where I think our players, maybe Datin, for AMSPA and all the other spa associations, to work to build the guideline in advance, and then for MOTEC to actually work with Ministry of Health to get it approved in advance. And then when the border starts opening, slowly we can already implement. So you don't wait until the border is open. We get the what do you call it, SOP first approved.
So Datin, my question to you would be, is there enough clarity at the moment from the government?
I don't think so.
If we are talking about the SOP, yes, definitely. We already have submitted a very, very comprehensive SOP to MKN, to MOTEC for their approval. And they already have approved, and we are all following that guidelines as well. So in terms of SOP, not a problem, because in the spa industry we already have SOP even prior to the pandemic, right?
That's
and
true.
we have been following that, so there's no issue for us, to really make sure that health and hygiene, everything is in a proper proper way.
Okay, what about in terms of the priority of the vaccination? Is spa and wellness, I mean, they are frontliners as well. Do they have the priority in getting...
I mean, they should, I think. Because
are they getting that priority?
I don't think so. Right. Yeah, so this is where industry players, like, Dathin and, all those in the line, the wellness line, should come together and maybe push some sort of initiative through.
Right?
Because that is what the gyms did. When we went through the lockdown last year and when things started opening up, the gyms were the last to be given permission to open, right? And so they went in full force and they got it through. So, I think this is an initiative from all the industry leaders to come together and, put that...
Datin, what are your thoughts? I mean, everybody say they're frontliners, right? I spoke with a group of hotel owners just now, and they said the same thing. We're frontliners. We should be vaccinated. So you have people working in the hotel and resorts. They are frontliners. They have to be vaccinated. Spa, wellness, pasar malam operators, doctors, nurses, school teachers. So who is not frontliners?
Let's all be vaccinated.
Airports, right? Everyone's a frontliner, right? Then only grandmothers and grandfathers are not frontliners. But then they're given the priority because they're senior citizens. So where's the missing point here?
Yeah, it is unfortunately that our government feels that our spa and wellness industry is not essential, and this is what we have been trying to fight, for our stand from day one, to say that we are essential because wellness is related to health, wellness, and all that.
Self-care.
It's a very tough fight, and we have been really submitting all our voice out, through many different consortium, different groups of, key leaders of the association, including we are working with MATA, we are working with MAH, Malaysia Association Hotels and all that. We are all combining our effort now. Actually, we have been having tons of many meetings, to come forward to the to address it, at the same time to share it with the ministry, to say that we are all frontliners and every one of us are equally important to get all our staff to have their vaccine all taken up, and all that. So it's still a battle out there with the ministries, but we are not giving up and we are still trying our very, very best.
Okay, so how would you put it, Datin? Why do you think spa and wellness should be classified as an essential?
Yeah, it's because it's related to health, right? Spas and wellness industry does related to health. I mean, nowadays you look at people, because of the current situation, a lot of people going into depression, a lot of people having mental problems and all that. So in spas, we can help these people, to distress. We can help people to, to overcome whatever depression they have. So that's why it's important that the government must understand that we are part of the health industry as well.
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah,
the
absolutely. I
holistic.
think that's a
Yeah.
holistic approach.
Holistic treatments are the trend now. People want to go for holistic treatments rather than going into the hospital.
That's true.
And preventive.
And preventive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So you could
preventive.
do. Do you feel you're falling into depression if you are come for this spa treatment? Right.
Yeah.
I mean, people are more aware of it. I think. It's no longer a taboo subject or topic to talk about, and I mean, did we all get into depression? I'm sure we all did. I'm not sure about maybe Shireen did. But everyone does, especially business operators, right? When your business come to a halt, when you have a zero income, what happens? So everyone does. The question is, who gets out faster than who? Right? Yep. And that brings me to my next question. We want to talk about the off-the-grid experiences. So spa and wellness, medical tourism. Yes, the common and the uncommon ones, right? Common ones, you check into a beautiful 5-star hotel and you get yourself, pampering sessions. But what I like to talk about is off-the-grid experiences where are these hidden places that we can use to promote spa and wellness, and that in turn, of course, promote tourism. So what are your thoughts, Shireen, about this off-the-grid experiences? What can they do? What can spa operators do? Or what should they do? What should they look into?
Okay, I think this is my opinion will be coming from as a consumer and also as the experience that we have had with our medical tourists coming into the country. I think especially for the international travelers, the tourists, they expect to have an off-the-grid experiences. And I think that's why, the offerings, the proposition coming from spa and wellness centers in Sabah and Sarawak are more appealing to many of our international tourists, especially coming from the developed countries, because they want to have that off-the-grid. They love the thought of being in a place that they can't, they can't access their Wi-Fi, no Wi-Fi, no phone service, etc. And I think, unfortunately, even though we have a lot to offer, people outside Malaysia don't know much about it, and I think that's where you can play your role, as you know, with Murfest and stuff. And unfortunately, I think other competitors or other countries around the region, they do better at promoting their off-the-grid spa and wellness treatment. We have them. We have glamping also, So you don't want, you have amazing things. In Borneo, you have a lot of things to offer, and I think this is where it's not just about the spa operators' role in developing their facilities there. It's also about us putting together our effort cohesively in branding Malaysia with that offering. I think that's our branding out there is very weak. I mean, that's my humble opinion. In my experiences going abroad, even with all the different festivals. All over the world. I think, yes, we are promoting, when we go to Malaysia's booth, you have our orang hutan, we have our, we have all our Borneo landscapes and everything, but somehow it didn't come across about our excellent wellness, our wellness offering.
That we have so much to offer.
Yes. They know about our hutans, they know about our rainforests and everything, but they don't know we have great offerings for wellness. And I think that's what perhaps the opportunity for us would be.
Yes. And Datin, what about you? What are your thoughts about, how do we promote? Are we under promoting ourselves, especially in the off-the-grid experiences?
Yes. I think I agree with Sharina to say that we really, especially Tourism Malaysia and all that, really need to reassess what sort of wellness destination that we have, right? Especially, the nature. We have so many beautiful nature, right? In Malaysia, we have so many beautiful rainforests. For example, Sabah has the oldest rainforest in the world, 130 million years old in Denham Valley. And in there, for wellness retreat is such a wonderful place. I mean, I have a spa in there. Operating a spa in there, and we do promote it there. But I still feel that it's not enough, we can do much more than that. Because nowadays, people are looking at retreat, especially with this pandemic, current situation and all that. Everybody is looking for vitamin N, they call it the nature. back to nature, you know, because in Indonesia you can have, you know, the rainforest, you have the waterfall, you have the hot spring, you know, and all that. Those are the things that actually can help to rejuvenate one you know, consumer or one person, you know, in terms of what we are all going through. So definitely we need to rebrand our wellness industry more. Yeah.
Right. Good. And that, you know, talk about Merfest, right? The Merfest Festival as a platform.
Yeah.
Is there any platforms that can put all the spa offerings into one and promote it as a part of our country tourism? Is there at the moment any of that, or is Merfest planning to do that?
I mean, Merfest is definitely a catalyst, okay, to sort of like bring the industry together, because we have had a lot of, since 2014 when we started, there have been a lot of new age treatments, therapies, you know, all sorts of newcomers, newbies in the industry that have come aboard. So even when you loosely say spa, it's not just spa. There's so much more to it. There's sound therapy. I think Datin also knows this, you know. Sound therapy is even now part of a spa treatment.
Yes.
And they've shown results, you know, for cancer treatments and cancer patients and stuff like that. So it is moving so fast that we feel that everybody should actually just, you know, embrace each other, come on board, and you know, fly with this, because one of the things that we are planning to do end of the year is actually to bring the Asian region together on a platform which is awards, all right, to basically honor industry players, spa players, medical tourism, aesthetics you're talking about, right? These are people who have been left behind, you know, and we want to acknowledge them. So the Asia Beauty and Wellness Awards is something that we are going to do regionally and in collaboration with industry partners.
Right.
Yeah, so this is in our hope that this would sort of like elevate the industry and give people a chance to, you know, still be out there, still
Be
talk
seen
about
as
things,
well,
be
right?
seen, and putting Malaysia back on the map, honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
And Shireen, when you're talking about, I totally agree with you saying that we're under promoting ourselves, right? We have so much to offer, but we're not there. So what is your suggestions, or what is your idea or suggestions or proposal, you know, to MOTAC, to MSPA, all the other associations, and to all the spa and wellness owners and operators? How can they put all the offerings together on one platform, and who should initiate that?
I think, to be fair, you know, MOTAC has their own themes. Like, for example, you know, when we were supposed to have the Malaysia, the Visit Malaysia Year 2020, you know, the theme was going to be ecotourism, and you know, so there are themes alongside there. And one of them, I think, the sub theme, we saw wellness there somewhere, you know,
right at the bottom.
So, but,
right at the bottom.
and I so wish that one is not kecil, you know, you want to push it up. So what we have done at that point of time was that we were supposed to have the Visit Malaysia Year. We are also running the Malaysia of Healthcare Travel, and Malaysia of Healthcare Travel 2020. We combine medical and wellness together, because we knew that if you leave it you know, in the sub, people will not notice the wellness part of things. Yeah, you know. So but what I'm saying is that we have a lot to offer, but we understand that MOTAC also has a lot in their plate, in the sense that there are a lot of different you know, tourism themes that they are focusing on. So maybe this is an opportunity for let's say MHTC, Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council, to look into how they can work closer with the wellness industry to elevate the branding of wellness for Malaysia. So at the same time, the investors and the owners of spa and wellness, they need to look into getting, as I said, recognition from a world platform, so that when they have that recognition from a world platform, even though we have our the spa ratings, right, Datin, if we can have a world recognition, it's easier to have a stronger brand for Malaysia.
Quickly,
So for me, it's a two-pronged strategy. You know, yes, the industry has to come together and build the facilities, etc. But for branding, they need to invest a bit more, maybe for the accreditation, while the government and the relevant agencies, the different ministries, promote wellness as a main offering. So that's what. Unfortunately, COVID hit, so neither visit Malaysia nor Malaysia your healthcare travel happened. But I don't think that's a lost cause, which means that the concept of building medical and wellness together should be something that we should pursue.
Should pursue that, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that you're talking about branding, my last question to all three of you is, we talk about technology, digital world, digital transformation. I understand the spa and wellness is all about a touch, it's all about pampering and touch points. But how do you think the spa and wellness industry, beauty industry, for example, medical tourism industry, embrace technology to expand, the potential of this particular sector? How do you think the industry players, for example, should embrace technology?
Okay, for now, what I've seen is that our medical facilities, they have embraced technology to look into online consultation, and you're talking about dispersing medication through, ordering and dispensing medication online and post and stuff like that. So I think the medical side of things, they are getting their act and also they're doing a lot of medical conferences to continue the connection with their patients, right? But for wellness, I must say it's still a bit tricky.
Yes,
I don't envy you guys. I don't envy the wellness operators, because because I was giving it a thought, right? Okay, it's good to have online conferences like this, and it's good that if we can start showcasing what we have, but to actually deliver our service online from wellness perspective can be hard. But take the opportunity now to build a brand. I always believe in that branding.
Yes, exactly, right? So we can't have the services transformed digitally. We can't say, okay, now touch yourself on the right and squeeze, right? I mean, you can't do that.
Right.
But in terms of marketing, branding, I think that's where the spa and wellness and beauty industry can go to. So you need to get yourself onto a digital platform, right? And get your brand across digitally in terms of getting into digital.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm sure Murph
If I
has
may,
as well.
Yeah, Jen, because back in 2014 when we started, it was all physical, right? You had to be in a physical space to do something like that. But today, and I would say, it has pivoted to such a point where you can do yoga online. You can learn Reiki online. So there's a lot of certification courses that you can do online. And if I may say so, that you can even touch yourself that way, because they teach you acupressure, so you can actually self-teach yourself, self-care. So if there are some people who are very, terrified about going to a spa, because people are getting that way sometimes, they can learn these things through online courses and stuff and still help themselves. So same thing with stress management courses and stuff. So we've already pivoted. We are already digitalized, and now who knows, in the future we have AI and robotics. Suddenly one robot will come and massage you. You never know, right? Tech is just so amazing. You have sound healing from an app. So you don't have to physically listen to a guy play a gong. So everything today is already out there in the digital world.
Okay, so the fact that we've gone so much into the digital scene, Datin, will that take away the skills of these masseurs, these therapists? Would jobs be lost because, Shobhi said you can massage yourself.
But I still like my massage.
You can do sound therapy. So what's going to happen then to the therapy?
No, I think our spa wellness, industry for massage will never go away.
Will never go away.
Because people still crave for that physical touch, and it's still mandatory. A lot of people still wants that touch. So even with whatever technology that has come nowadays, right? You have this massage chair, you have all these apps, that helps to give a massage and all that. But it's never the same, right? Have you all tried that? I'm sure all of you have tried it.
Yes.
But it's never the
true.
same. So no matter what, our hand, it's still it's still very much needed. So it will never go away. But I think in terms of the whole technology disruption, we will be expecting like VR apps will be coming up, where they will give you maybe wear a headset and while you're doing massage or foot massage where where the VR will give you a whole scenario of you're as if you're feeling in the jungle, you know, or in the water or something like that, you know. But then, physical touch is still very, very much needed at the end of the day. So I don't think it will ever go away.
I mean, I think following SOPs, you know, if you follow SOPs, I don't think there is a problem. And spas are already doing it today.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Right. You know, that's the thing about spa and wellness is pampering, right? So you
Yes.
can't DIY, right, for pampering. So
Yeah.
I guess
Correct.
It's not only just pampering,
Yeah.
but you feel good, you feel confident after a massage. You know, most of us will feel very good, right? Very relaxed and very good, and we also feel confident, right? We can conquer the world. So that sort of feeling you can never get out from a robot.
I'm just talking about what's ahead, Datin. It's out there, unfortunately.
Imagine you get massage. You have 3 choices. Number 1, massage by a therapist, trained therapist. Number 2, DIY, do it yourself. Number 3, with robot. Which one do you want?
Let's meet the robot first.
Right. So
Oh
this
my
has been a
gosh.
great session. Thank you so much. You know, before we end the session, perhaps one last tip or something you'd like to share quickly with our audience. Shelby.
Well, I mean, for me personally, MurFest has always been a platform for healing, for wellness, and for transformation. So we are hosting MurFest end of this year. We are hoping that we'll be able to follow all the SOPs that are in line with events and gather as many people as we can. And moving forward, healing Malaysia one day at a time.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Shelby. Shireen?
I think we have so much to offer, be it from medical tourism side, tourism in general, especially as well from wellness and spa offerings. It's just that I think people out there, outside, beyond our borders, they still don't know enough about our strength and our proposition when it comes to our spa and wellness offering of the great and also even digitally, So I think it's time for us now to come together and use this quiet time to build that trust. And while we have the current SOP in place, but I think, we need to educate people that, hey guys, Malaysia is a safe place for you to come and get your wellness retreat and also medical treatment, etc. So I think it's all about positioning ourselves correctly and the branding. And that's what will make the difference post-COVID.
Yes, absolutely. I agree totally. Datin Jeanette, any last sharing thoughts, quick ones with
for
our
our
audience?
spa and wellness industry in Malaysia, right? I just want to assure the consumer that you are in safe hand because our association has also implemented safe to spa protocols and all that, and all our members have gone through training with us, to make sure that everybody follow the SOP, everybody follow all the guidelines and all that. So those spas already have stickers in their door entrance and all that to say that they're safe to come and visit us. So rest assured that we are doing every possible way to ensure that the consumer are well looked after as well, for the industry. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies, it's been a very interesting session. I've learned a lot and, Yes, so we've come to the end of our Industry Associations for Spa and Wellness segment. We'd like to thank our speakers, Datin Jeanette, Shireen and Shobi, for sharing such wonderful and interesting insights with us on Hospitality Asia Channel. We will take a short break now and we'll be back for our next session and see you again soon. Stay tuned.
Much, Jennifer. And if you are a lover of food, Malaysia never disappoints. If you're tuning in to Hapa.Asia, you should know that much by now. Did you know that a few of our local restaurants actually made it to the top 100 restaurants in the entire world? How impressive is that? Now, Jen is about to speak to a few guests about the future of culinary, bringing new ideas and innovations to the table. And joining her today, Dato Ringo Kao, CEO, Atmosphere 360 Restaurants, Chef Hong, founder of Nasi Alamak, and Chef Chen Chi Hong, Business Development Director of Cilantro Academy. Dr. Ringo Kao is an exco member of Kusu Shinchung Hong Restaurant Association. He is also the founder and CEO of Atmosphere 360 Restaurant, a world-class chef with more than 40 years of experience in the business. Most impressively, Kusu Shinchung Hong Restaurant Association is established in 1893. That's more than 100 years ago, as a commercial welfare body by those who came down from China and got involved in the restaurant business. I'm sure he's got plenty to tell us. Chef Hong is the founder of Nasi Alamak and is also the author of Restaurant Wars, a book on how to successfully run a restaurant business. He also has over 30 years of experience in the culinary field. Last but not least, Chef Chen Chi Hong is the founder of Cilantro Academy, World Association of Chefs approved pastry judge. He is also the president of the Chefs Association of Malaysia and the committee chairman of Culinaire Malaysia. Now, you heard about all three of our guests. Aren't you going to be super intrigued? Well, I can assure you, Jen has plenty to talk to them about, especially when it comes to the possible futures of culinary arts in Malaysia. Take it away, Jen.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome back to our studio. Our topic for the culinary segment is the future of culinary, bringing new ideas and innovations to the table. And joining us for this discussion is Datuk Ringo, Chef Hong, and Chef Chen. As business continue to combat the new daily challenges during this pandemic, there is no doubt that the F&B industry is changing forever. Let's get a quick overview from our speakers on how the pandemic has impacted the culinary sector in Malaysia and how can we promote our food overseas more successfully. Let us start with Datuk Ringo.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Datuk.
You know, we have been a year now.
Yes.
Been pandemics. The pandemic gave us the names that seem to be very impact. I believe the impact also been impact our industry, especially on our food service industry. And I think we have been, a lot of people may still in the breathing, a lot of people still in suffering. I believe it's not easy. So it's a very great, and we have a chance to sit down here and sharing and talking about it. So that, Jennifer, I think we hopefully that we'll be helping, giving a good idea, like you say, innovations, and the idea how to our nationwide and also globally. That is not easy, you know. So let us go through with all the other speakers, and maybe this is a good time for us to share.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanks, Datuk Ringo. Chef Hong, what about you? What do you think of how the pandemic has impacted the culinary sector?
Yes, thanks for Jennifer. Thanks for that I have a chances to sit down here to have a talk about this pandemic, how to impact our F&B line. So I know that in the past 1 year, there's a big challenges for our F&B line because of the MCO and CMCO, and then our sales is up and down, and then so we have to learn in the other ways that instead of our traditional strategy, now we have to have new thinking and using our new strategy to done our F&B business.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So it's all about coming up with new ideas, new strategies, new concepts moving forward.
Yeah. This is not easier, but we have to learn and we have to try, and also we have to do.
Wow. Nice. Chef Chen, I mean, you've been in the industry now for 30 years. Yeah. So what do you think? What's your thoughts?
In this pandemic, definitely they create a lot of very sad story that people lost their job and restaurant closed down. And also during the whole period of the pandemic, there is a lot of uncertainties of these standard and SOP and come out from the restaurant and open and close and so on. But I mean, in the other positive side, we see that it's create a lot of business opportunity and new business opportunity and a lot of new ideas. And also that he bring a lot of business partner and also the chef. They come up from the comfort zone and they start to fight for surviving. I would say this is the positive side in the pandemic. Instead of we keep talking about on the whatever the downside, because downside definitely is happened. Yes. But in the positive side, that is what we're looking for, and we're seeing there is a lot of good opportunity, and then there is helping a lot of people that they never think of it. And right now during the pandemic, they find a way to survive and then proceed and create a new era for the industry. That is a good thing that we see.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. You know, Chef Chen has just mentioned it right as well, and that is actually the purpose of our summit, is to gather and align all the industry leaders so that we can talk about new strategies, new concept, positive moving forward, positive steps of how we can actually bring the whole F&B sector, culinary sector, of course, tourism as a whole. Yeah. So let us dive into our discussion on today on what are the new ideas and innovations that we need to bring to the table in order to stay competitive regionally and globally, right? So let us go with our first question. Now, with restaurants focusing on diversification of revenue streams and the reduction of dine-in customers, what is the outlook for the future culinary in terms of the culinary sector? With all these changes, Dr. Ringo?
Yeah, I think first of all, there's a lot of things have to be more practical and more. Olden days, a lot of times that we're talking about sharing, economy sharings. I think this is time that olden day a lot of people still talk, but they really, I believe today they have to no choice. There are no more we used to be called, I promise you, but I don't deliver it. But today you can't, because it is the situations and the whole impact from not only your surrounding, the whole global was affected. So in terms of sharing, ideas, and I think this is the time for willingly to do it.
Right.
Why? Because olden day, I know a lot of things I never share with you. Today, you have no choice. You see, you have to downsizing your size, your operations methods to looking for what? To looking for sustainables. To looking for survive. No longer olden day. I have a secret recipe.
Right.
Today, no. You have to give it to the others, third party to supply you. To cut down the cost, to sustain.
Right.
That is the world today. They got it, economy sharing. Is this everyone practice it? I don't know.
Right.
But this pandemic forced you to do it.
Right.
Am I right?
Very interesting that Dr. Ringo has mentioned that. And I'd like to actually then talk a little bit about what Dr. Ringo said and ask Chef Hong and of course Chef Chen on this particular thing. Now, Dr. Ringo mentioned that today is all about sustainability. It's all about, getting into convenience. Now, doesn't that then take away the culinary skills that chefs actually have, right? No longer can do anything from scratch. Everything has to be convenience. Buy this and, order this, and so that you cut down, say, 3 to 4 different steps. Now, what's going to happen then to the chef's skills?
I would say there will be another way of the demand, but doesn't mean he will cut down all these traditional skill and all the originary practice and so on. But they just have to refine the way to do it. That is how we survive. But whatever in the basic for come, like always we talk to the chef or we share, there is a 40. 40 meaning there is a timing and a temperature. They have to work together and also the taste and texture. This 40 will never go away. So we base on this to create our dish, definitely things will not go wrong.
Right.
And it will not be taken away or replaced.
I think I can add in a little bit more. Today world, because of technology, you can't forget about technology anymore.
Yes.
Olden day we have a skill like mother's recipe, nenek moyang recipe. Today, you have to put in the system, put in the factory, put in technology to preserve it
To create
and
a SOP.
To
Nowadays we're
create
talking about
SOP,
SOP, yeah.
plus doing for mass production to reduce the cost, to make it more economy.
Yes.
That's why everyone can
Agree that.
sustain. That is the way. That's called the way called economy sharing.
Right.
A lot of people, oh, how is it sharing? How do I share my recipe to you? Like just now you share the skill.
Yeah.
That is a skill, but the skill doesn't take away.
Right.
But to be conveyed to be automations.
Right.
This is called government. Why government granted automation, not granting the skill? That's an issue. That's
Yes.
an issue.
Right.
So I hope government also granting the skill.
Okay, good. Well, Chef Hong, you have started a company called Nasi
Alamak.
Alamak. Okay, Nasi Alamak chain store, right?
Yes.
So tell us a bit about that business and how it actually fits into this new innovation, new strategy and technology, like what Dr. Ringo was saying.
Yeah. Okay. I just also say something about just now the topic about the skill. Okay. As we know that in market, actually frozen food or ready to eat, there's already in market so many times, so many years already.
Right.
Okay, but we don't forget that chef skill, our cooking skill is still very important because how we going to deliver the food with the very good quality as you eat in the restaurant, but you can also enjoy the food in your house. Again, this is that we need the skill from chef.
Yeah.
How to cook it and how to do it well for this. It's not just cooking and then frozen and then we bring it there. It at home that we just think it up and then we eat. So you can't get quality food. Okay, this is I think talking about the skill.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then if you're talking about just now you mentioned about my my new company my new brand. Okay, we are just started at 2018
Right.
Okay, so when we have started this is because we foresee that in Malaysia we need a very strong and globalized nasi lemak brand for international. This is what is our vision, our mission to doing this nasi lemak. Okay, and then of course we are also facing when the COVID is coming. Okay, so what we're going to do is during the year because all the market is up and down, and then we are facing close and open and a lot of SOP. So what we're going to do is we have to doing well for our basic. That's why in 2020 last year, okay, we complete our center kitchen in Puchong. Okay, so we're doing all the SOP. We're doing a lot of it R&D. Okay, we spend a lot of investment to doing the R&D and all the basic thing to prepare ourselves. And then this year, 2021, so market is starting coming back. Okay, so we are foresee that the it's coming well, coming soon. So this is the time we're going to expand.
So you've actually combined the skills and technology and
Yes.
as what Dr. Ringo said, automation
Yeah.
into it, and by of course maintaining the quality
Yes,
of nasi lemak, right?
yes.
Right.
I think quality is still very important because I know that as all of us also agree, after this pandemic, okay, I think quality is our need. Okay, because during the whole year, especially in MCO, we cannot going up. That time the only choice is we calling for delivery.
Right.
Okay, but that time all the industry, especially in our line, all restaurant, the preparation is not enough. Because suddenly we got this case and then okay, we are all not prepared. Okay, so maybe we can't enjoy the food very well. Okay, so after this 1 year, I think all of the industry we are standby already.
Right.
So this is the time also for customer they need their I think for the quality
to be maintained.
Yeah, to be maintained is very important.
Absolutely. What about you, Chef Chen? You've got your Cilantro Academy, right?
Yes.
So how do you now move forward in terms of training? What sort of training do you apply that can actually combine both the skills and technology or automation, for example?
At the moment, we have a lot of planning, and then we have to do a lot of implementation and also the preparation. So right now, of course, for the pandemic, there's the students stop coming back to the school, and then a lot of parents that worry to send their kid back to the school. So we has created a hybrid learning, and then of course there's using the we do a lot of theory online, but that is not enough. So we start to invent to have the practical online, and then now we already start doing it. I mean, almost in the ends of the projects. So we will refine and then we will put it online. Then we will have two different way of the program. That is one is the physical one for the student to choose for doing taking the intake. You come as normal in the traditional way that you take the full course and then you come practical and theory daily. And we also have another package for them to choose is to go online. So of course, definitely those go online who do the practical that at home. So we will have videos and so on for them to look at it and they follow. And only when come to the exam, they have to be physically come back to the school to go one more time for us. So we still make it happen. And also that we did have work with the like City and Guild, and also we have our what do you call it, collaboration, our company in affiliation in Australia is called AQF, the Australia Qualification Frameworks, and we work with our school in Australia in Brisbane. So to come out the certification that for open book learning and for also the most important thing is learn online.
Yeah.
And then like what Chef Ho mentioned just now, we never know when you're going to be a lockdown. So we have to prepare what we want to do with the lockdown. That is how this pandemic create this innovation for everyone in the market, those in the other way to survive.
Right.
So that is how we do right now.
Right, interesting.
Yeah.
Now, and Dr. Ringo, you've got the Atmosphere 360 restaurant, right? Beautiful restaurant that sits at 282 meters above ground.
Yes.
So that, I mean, with the lockdowns, right? With the inconsistent lockdowns,
Yes.
how do you then, cope with the changes and how are you bringing the culinary world in Atmosphere 360 into a hybrid model, or what do you have plans?
Okay, it's quite it's a very difficult situations during the beginnings. But I think when we have been trying everything, when we looking for a better solution, we have been practice. And this is a SOP was used to do 250 seat. Now only allow you to do 125 seat, only 50%. Of course, this is one that give you a lot of thinking, calculations, and cost factors or other things. So that will give you a lot of this whole year. I think we seem to be a lot gray hair now because it used to
still look nice.
Yeah, but they have to think about how to sustain, of course, of costing, and also cannot forget the quality of food is important.
Yes.
Today people you have to take away, you have to make them, I must come and try the food. That is important in our Atmosphere 360, that we would like to make sure that you're coming in to ensure that you are taking the real quality food, number one. And secondly, that you must cook it very nice. Of course, you cannot run away the skill plus the automation, because you have to avoid on pandemic, or you have to avoid the cluster again. The only way that you have to reduce on manpower, reduce on crowd, then make customer feel comfortable. It's not longer, I want to make, quality, quantity. Now, no, it have to change. The pandemic works, a lot of meaning inside. They have to give you slow and steady. Slow and steady.
Very nice, very nice.
You see, you have to be able to continue. Continuous is the important part.
Sustainability.
Yes,
right?
sustain and
That's the word,
continue.
Yeah.
And continue with that.
With quality, Dato', right?
Yes.
With quality. Yeah.
Today you every day online buying. That's why also another way, we also encourage the industry to do competitions on packing food.
Yeah.
No longer on the physicals to do chef competition anymore. bring all the packing food to do competition.
To see which one has the best quality, right?
Yeah, this morning I was on the way, the radio was talking about instant noodle competition.
Ooh.
You know, a few country Asians, they used to very famous on Assam noodles.
Yes.
I think, don't forget our neighbor country also getting number 2, number 3.
Well, that Dr. Ringo has just given us an idea, right?
Yeah.
For the culinary sector,
Yes.
is to come back to basics.
Yes.
Yeah, do competition on food that is a comfort food, for example, nasi lemak. Yeah,
Real food, real
Instant-
cooking, yeah.
real food and
Real cooking.
real cooking. Okay,
That's
so
the thing.
so watch out for a possible coming competition that may be organized by Hospitality Asia Channel on real food and real cooking. Okay,
Yes.
let me take you to the second question.
Okay.
So, you know, we'd like to ask our speakers, do you foresee an expansion of pop-up restaurant and food trucks concept on the culinary landscape moving forward? What do you think? Maybe we start with Chef Hong first.
Okay. I think, as we know, after 1 year pandemic, a lot of people, they are jobless. Okay, so especially the young crowd. So then, as we know that F&B line is very easy to come in. It's not easy to maintain, but it's very easy to come in.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Agree there, yeah.
Okay, so a lot of I think a lot of people, they will choose this time because nothing to do, and then the only thing to do is F&B line. So all they come in. That is why that a lot of this pop-up and also truck is coming in the market. But I think this is a very good thing.
Situation.
Yes, good situation. Because I think market, especially nowadays, our KL market, our Malaysia market, we are facing a lot of this very big brand from the other country. Okay, so our market is need that very creative, how to say, to have some creative idea, new creative idea, to impact this our F&B line. Okay, so this young crowd, they have their pop-up restaurant, they have their truck. Okay, they always have the very creative idea for that. I think this is to overall our F&B line is a very good lah.
Right.
This is one of my.
Right, that's good, interesting. And what are your thoughts, Chef Chen?
For me, you see, we running the culinary school and patisserie school. We also have another school has Oriental cuisine. It's a non-halal.
Right.
So we dealing with the youngster a lot, day in day out, and everybody was thinking to run their own business. And also the other factor is because like what Chef Ringo, Dato Ringo mentioned, that there's coming in the automation and to balance the skill and cooking and so on. Then the other downside is that people get jobless. So, and also the young generation, especially those who are born in after the millennium years, and those generation, they're all thinking about business. They don't thinking about ask for job. They don't like to get employed. So like this food truck and pop-up restaurant, definitely there will be the trend for, I think, down to the road for the next 5 years. Definitely they will be going very strong on this one. So the demand is there, and then also like real food, real cooking, and also that and the IT and also the internet is established, and everybody is looking at the YouTube. Like you coming see there is a lot of what do you call it, the internet YouTuber and all that. They're promoting a lot of this kind of food and all that. But at the end of the day, I mean, quality and the mouthfeel and the freshness, real ingredient, it definitely cannot be replaced.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, Dr. Ringo, with you, you know, because you also have a restaurant, right? And how will these pop-up concepts and food trucks, how will it affect and impact physical restaurants?
I think there's not. I don't think this is a fact. There'll be a compliments. You know why? Because of people creative. Restaurateur must creative. Chef like creative. You know, the event must creative, and special is also work together with the atmosphere now. Especially on this atmosphere and special on this moment, you cannot have a big crowd. You know who want to do party? I was going to hide into the jungle, in the riverside, and created a pop-up restaurant there. End up, I invited all my good friends and the social distance was not been disturbed because it's open air and fresh air and new idea. Because now you want to go to a restaurant, you're going to rent a hall or anything, a lot of conditions have to be applying. That is the best idea. I think that is compliment. I won't say that it's
It's a challenge,
audience, it's challenge. Me, restaurant must also creative to make people coming again. I feel back home and I miss something. That is the thing that we have to be continue, like I'm saying, continue and continue creative and innovative. That is the word was behind.
So it's really about offering a very good dining experience,
Yes.
right? Not
Yes.
just come to your restaurant and eat,
No, no.
because how many times can they come back and eat the same food,
Yes.
right? If it's not creative or if there's no experience, no good dining experience, for example, right? Right. So for those of you who are thinking of investing in pop-up restaurants and food trucks, please go ahead, because I think that is what we need, right?
Yes,
A
that's
lot
the one,
more
yeah.
creativity. Okay, so I would also like to ask, so how can culinary experts, right, industry leaders in Malaysia, play a part in transforming the culinary industry, upskilling skills, in order for us to stay competitive globally and internationally, of course, regionally, to make sure that Malaysian food is promoted. And when the borders are open, right, people will know, oh, Malaysia is all about good food. So what do you think culinary experts and industry leaders can play a part? How can they play a part?
Oh, Malaysia is a very unique country. You know, Malaysia have a lot of good
chef.
Of course, a good chef. And so good material and good raw material. We have a lot of good durian, you know. Durian.
Good
You're
ingredients.
just talking about one durian alone, you can export to the whole world.
Right.
All right? Durian can make a lot of things. Dessert, even tempoyak, fermented durian to cook some of the special recipe, and you're flying to the world.
Yes.
People cannot get their country, they will come to Malaysia. That is a very impact. That's of course one of it. And of course, Malaysia have very resources on herbs, like asam and all kind of pedas. This is spices. That a lot of country, even the West Master Chef, have to flown into Malaysia to looking for that. I think that is the impact. I think as a F&B player, you want to be globalized. That one thing you have to be a new unit. You be unique, like our friends Chef Hong, Alamak. I think Alamak is also a very good that you can. Everyone, especially on other sides of country, and they would like to
come
try.
and say, alamak, nasi lemak,
I
alamak.
want to try. I think, but of course, you have to be continue, never stop changing and learning and improving. That's important.
That's important.
I think that's important.
Very good. Very
And
good tip.
I believe not only us, the pandemics, not only on Asians. I think that's global was affected. I think they also fed up to stay at home. They're also waiting for the flight and the ticket to open the border to fly anyway they like, because they thought the life is so short already. The money is nothing already today. So that is a good thing. I think people are waiting to spend.
Yes.
That's why now we are here to make those money they are supposed to spend on traveling. Now they spend on a restaurant. So restaurants still survive.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Oh, love that. Love that concept, right? Of looking at the resources that we have, right? Especially the ingredient herbs and durian, and making that out of something unique. And then, of course, that is one way to promote our food sector in Malaysia, right? And as part of our tourism, right? And so Chef Hong, what about you? How do you think culinary experts and industry leaders can play a part?
Yeah, I think this is the time that we have to learn much about our ingredient and food. Dato' mentioned just now, in Malaysia, we have a lot of these very good ingredient resources. Okay, so, but for the past time, I think a lot of chefs, is only learn how to cook, but forget to learn how is the food. I think this is the time that we have to learn from there what is the food right, and then how we're going to cook it to be more perfect, and then present in our customer. This is the way lah. So I think this is the time. This is a good time that we have to learn from there all the ingredient. Okay. So the second thing is because as we know that now if we are talking about globalized. A lot of brand, a lot of international brand, other country brand, they are preparing so many years already. So what we going to prepare for our local brand is try to be stronger. So from there, we have to learn much. We have to think much and then learn smart and do much. This is, I think, this is the time that we have to upgrade ourselves. Then after we have all these things, we have to learn another one thing is to integrate all the resources. Because all the chef, all the restaurant, all the owner, they have their own professional, own good skill or good anything. Okay, so we have to learn how to integrate the resources together and then put it together and then to make it how we say. I think this is the time that I don't know how to say in English. In Mandarin we say 打群架.
Meaning that we all work together and fight for.
Yes, we work together and fight together.
It's a healthy competition.
Yes, it's not 单打独斗. Sorry, I don't know how to.
Another word called million experience, million years experience. The mother, every mother experience putting together, hundreds plus 10 is thousand. You know.
That would be powerful, isn't it?
Yes,
Very powerful.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And Chef Chen, your side, what do you think? I mean, from the academy point of view, for example, right? What do you think that culinary experts and academies, for example, culinary academies can work together and play a part in transforming the way our culinary sector or industry is, so that we can actually compete in a global market?
Yes, you see, what bring me into from the chef, from kitchen, and then by going to this education industry, because I mean, I was the president for the Chef Association in the past, and we work very close with the industry expert and all like hoteliers and F&B and also Chinese chef. And I find that is the concept is very important. And also like what Chef Hong mentioned just now, 打群架, meaning there is a platform.
Right.
There's a platform. We put all the experts, all the committed people who want to contribute to make the industry stronger and stronger, and we can sustainable, and then we keep moving to the what we call it, the world stage.
Right.
We always mention to the student and also the chef that we're not looking at what in front of us, not doing for the sake of just doing it. We need to learn and we expert it, and then we pass down our experience. And there's many times in the interview that people asking me, Chef, what is your secret recipe? I say, I have no secret recipe. My secret recipe is to work with your heart, to work with your heart, to think with your head. That is the secret recipe. I mean, if you always work in this way, that you will be more innovation. So like what I said, that to create a platform, to have the industry expert, if anybody out there who are doing teaching or you are in the kitchen, you are trained some new generation, please don't be stingy to share your skill, because the new generation, they are not copy and paste your skill only to make a competition on you. They also have their own thinking, their concept to modify, to upgrade your recipe to become the other way. So I always believe that the teaching is learning. If you don't teach, you will never learn, because you never know the new generation, once they take your recipe, what are they going to do? They explode, and you can see they become very successful in their business, in their own stand and all that. So I would say the concept is correct, have to be correct, and then we create a platform, and also that we also have a very good connection with the World Association of Chef Society. So we using this platform to connect all our Malaysian chefs who are ambitional Malaysian chefs who want to go up to work in the world class level, and then to connect the whole globally. And we create a platform, we create a connection, and we use the right concept, and we're not stingy to share all experience, because we will be replaced. You accept or not, you will be replaced one day. So once you be replaced, you have build your legacy. That is the thing we're talking about. So I mean, to become as a culinary expert and in the industry, I encourage and I urge everyone to share the best of you to the industry, to let Malaysia become more famous in the world. Not only the world champion, we become more famous in the world, like what Chef Ringo and Chef Hong said, we are very resourceful, not only in terms of the ingredients. In Malaysia, all around the world, like Malaysian, I would say, is very established in language. So when any place of the world we go, we are one of the most preferable nation in the world.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So
Chef Chen, that's
we take up this point as a positive point and we work on it. Definitely, we will survive and we'll go stronger and stronger.
Wow, love it. I love it. I
Yes.
think it's very, I totally agree what Chef Chen said, teaching is learning.
Yes.
And we have to be able to come together on a platform and contribute all the expertise and skills so that the future generation will be able to be equipped
Yes.
with all the various skills plus the technology implementation when we have
And
in the
the
future.
right concept,
I mean, Malaysia can be really at the top, right? But okay, before we end our session, I'd like our speakers to share two things, two important tips that you would like to share with the industry on how do you think that we can actually implement it in the culinary area so that we can actually be way ahead of what we are expected to be, globally, of course, regionally and globally. So let's start with Dr. Ringo. Two tips, two things that you want to share.
Yeah,
on
the first thing
culinary.
is that don't forget about our own family. Malaysia, we have a very unique family. We
Yes.
are multi-culture, multi-races. I think this is very important. We take all the strong and the best, then put into the pot. I believe no other country can do it.
Right.
Yes.
That is the first one. I can cook tempoyak, very nice. Tempoyak, a lot of people don't know what is it about. Actually, it's fermented durian and cooked with a lot of things.
With the button fish.
Very nice. That's one thing.
Okay.
Secondly, we are the people here. The people is important.
Yes.
The people here is important. I believe we can do great things. So don't be afraid, challenge it, face it. That's my tips.
Wow, good. Thank you so much, Dr. Ringo, for your tips. Let's move on to Chef Hong. What are your two top tips for the
Okay.
culinary sector?
For two things I want to say is first, of course, how to say, nowadays, because just now we have mentioned that because all the situation is all different already. So I think online is one of the way that we have to do it in F&B line. But only online is not enough. So we have to learn how to OMO. That means it's online to offline.
Okay.
Okay, online to offline. Then how to combine? We can say online merge offline. Then work up together. This is the one thing that nowadays I think F&B
Yeah,
line
complement
we
each
have
other.
to do it. As I just now mentioned that we have to integrate all the resources.
Right.
Okay. Second thing is in F&B line, no matter there's a owner or chef, or okay, so we have to we cannot afraid to learn. We have to learn more about this industry. So that is always I say that we will never lose.
Right.
Okay, we are only either win or we learn. This is
Win
what
or learn. Wow,
Yes.
wow. That is a nice one. Win or learn, right? So culinary guys out there, that's what you need to remember. So there's no win or lose. It's win or learn, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And what about Chef Chen? Two tips.
The tips from me, of course, definitely, because now I'm in the education line. So sharing is definitely, and be patient. I mean, there's a lot of time that we may lose a patient because time going fast. So be patient and share the best of you. And the second thing is don't set a border. Owen, take out your bottle and share with everyone who are passionate, everyone who have what you call that, the passionate and have what you call that, demand, and they have a vision. So we create all this. First, share and be patient and do the right concept and don't set a border that don't set the boundary and so on. Share without a border. And to everyone and anyone, like what Chef Ringo said, we pick up the best of everyone and put it together. Definitely, we are always in the best side, right? So, wish everyone the best.
Wow. Wow, so very powerful tips and sharings and insights. So we've come to the end of culinary session. We'd like to thank our speakers, Dr. Ringo, Chef Hong, and Chef Chern, for sharing their insights with us on Hospitality Asia Channel. Look out for our next session on the bars segment, and we will see you again then. Stay tuned.
Places we go during the after hours. I'm talking like bars and clubs and the likes. How are they surviving last year and this one? Did they have to operate as usual, or maybe they had to get a little bit more creative? We'll find out with Jennifer and Miss Jessie Chahel as they speak to our distinguished guests about bringing back the bar industry, especially bringing the entire bar industry back together. What has to happen next? Roger Hugh, owner of the Brewhouse Group, and Dax Lee, owner of The Group, will be bracing our screens for the next 45 minutes as we find out exactly what is next for the industry.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome back to our studio. I'm Jennifer Ong.
And I'm Jessie Chahel.
Our topic for the restaurant and bar segment is about bringing the bar industry back together and what to expect next in this very challenging sector.
Well, it seems fairly clear that this era will be defined in terms of COVID-19 between the old world and the new world. How exactly will this new world look like is still unknown, as we're still living in the survival and partial lockdown mode. City restaurant and bars are closing down at every juncture at a very worrying rate. A few episodes of sudden announcements of the CMCO within the Klang Valley has left many restaurant and bar businesses, big or small, scrambling for solutions while waiting for the clarity on SOPs. The question now is, how will the restaurant and bar sectors recover? Joining us for this dialogue session is Roger Hugh, owner of the Brewhouse Group, and Dax Lee, owner of the group, who will be talking about how to bring the restaurant and bars industry back together as we head into or onto the road to recovery. So welcome, Roger. Welcome, Dax. So thank you so much for being with us today. Jen?
Yes, that's right. Thank you so much for joining us. I can see, the brew house is expanding. It has been, the bars and the restaurant business and the industry has really been having a very, very tough time. But what is actually Brewhouse doing, with all this expansion?
Okay, thank you, Jennifer and Jessie, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today. So basically, we were hit by the pandemic. The lockdown came as a shock to us. First time in our lives that we have to undergo such lockdown that we didn't know was going to last for 1 month or 2 months. But thank God we had a good cash flow to sustain the lockdown. So for every lockdown that we undergo, we lose about 2-3 million ringgit. We had to pay the landlords, we had to pay salaries, we had to ensure the staffs have meals, a place to stay, and all that.
So does that then come down or boil down to the survival of the fittest? Because you've got stalls and kiosks that sell food, and then you've got restaurants and chains as well.
Exactly, yeah.
The big boys versus
That's right.
the smaller players, right?
That's right.
What does it boil down to? Because I'm quite intrigued. Financial analysts, economists, they look at a crisis and say, well, there's always a silver lining. There is opportunity in adversity. But how do you find that? Is it an elusive line, or is that a strategy? Because right now you're expanding.
I think the pandemic was a surprise to us. And then basically, we grew quite fast. We wanted to expand to the suburbs. We knew that people were now working at home, so they were no longer in the city. So we moved on to the suburbs, grew in the suburbs. I think planning expansion plans where we want to be ready for the future, and how we engage with the market there.
Right.
So we want to bring freshly cooked food at affordable pricing to all the customers.
So that was the new strategy on your side, right?
Yeah, that's right.
What about you, Dex? I mean, how the group has got restaurants and bars, and how's the roof doing?
Hi guys, sorry, I just managed to catch the last two.
Right, I think Dax is having.
So, real quickly, I apologize.
Right. Okay, we've got Dax here. All right, so Dax, we were just asking about, how are things on your side? You've got the roof, and you've got restaurants and bars under the brand of Roof. How has it been for you?
Well, I think in recent times, in the last 1 month, business actually has gone up quite significantly. I think it's a combination of people being a bit cooped up too long, and it might be a bit of a revenge spending. We had a talk internally among the management team that we hope this is not the storm before the calm, the opposite of the famous saying, that people are worried that there might be a third lockdown with the numbers spiking, so they want to go out before they get shut down in their house again.
Right.
But with regards to the industry, I think, especially with the HAPA members, No Address members, a lot of us here are pretty hardy and seasoned operators. We are a close-knit community. We share ideas on how to comply with the SOPs. We share ideas on how to address the new norms. I believe for the most part, you will find the seasoned players still around. Although there will be casualties given the pandemic, but I think, as long as you are nimble, as long as you are very sensitive on the costs and able to adapt, you should be able to get through this sooner, hopefully, rather than later. But that being said, of course, it doesn't come without any pain. It is a struggle.
That's right. No pain, no gain.
Yes.
Well, Dex, what have you realized to be the most significant change now in the new norm for the F&B industry here in Malaysia?
Well, to be frank, I think the theory is that, of course, or the theory or the general stereotype is that, of course, you have reduced sittings, you have social distancing, you've got more emphasis placed on cleanliness, cleaning up, wiping up after each guest. For us, the Roof, we've invested in proprietary tech that allows us to sanitize all our venues at an extremely cheap cost. We invested in this American tech, whereby we can afford to fog our venue twice a day before we open and after we close. It is a safe green tech, so that has helped us. It has actually helped us with our internal customers. So our staff feels more confident, our staff feels happier, and I think that translates into better service, and the customers feel better, and that peace of mind, and they come back. But as I was saying, these are all things that I think most of us in the industry are complying with. But I think the challenge is not in what should we do. The challenge is not what we are currently doing. The challenge really, unfortunately, I'll try to sound as politically correct as possible, is the political situation with regards to how the alcohol product-based industries are viewed. I think it's a bit tougher regulations, or perhaps I want to be careful with the words I use. Perhaps certain segments of the industry are being treated a little harder and tougher than most. However, from what I've observed, it is actually the seasoned players and the experienced players that are complying the most. We are doing the most that we can. In fact, I believe if any outlets you go, whether it's the brew house, whether it's our outlets, hotels, WIP, sold out. I mean, you're talking about big operators. All these SOPs are in place. And if you compare that to some of the other places that I go to, certain mamak stalls, bazaars, smaller outlets where people are still free to scoop from a buffet tray that is laid out all day. And, it does get a bit frustrating. And we hope that organizations like Industry Connect can speak out for us and try to give us a fair play, rather than make it more difficult for us,
Well, I think, Dex, you've really addressed the elephant in the room here. Instead of skirting around the issue 5 minutes in, and we've gone right for the jugular there. Speaking about elephant, I'm also involved in the F&B industry with the restaurant and bar that's called Elephant Rock. So that's why the elephant connection there. But nonetheless, as a consumer, Jen, how do you feel? I mean, what's the sense you're getting with the F&B industry, especially when you're going out, for a drink to a bar or to a restaurant come bar, and just to sort of feel normal again? And how do you balance that out? I.e., what are your expectations from a restaurant or bar?
Well, so I think, from a consumer point of view, of course, if I look at it, is again, the first thing that comes to our mind is safety, right? In terms of social distancing in the bar, restaurant and bar. And, what are the steps taken in terms from the operators, right? So when I go into any restaurants, first thing I do is I observe. When another customer leaves, what do they do? And I have seen, trust me, many restaurants, and as rightfully said, Dex, the bigger brands are the ones that are very, very stringent, very careful with the SOPs.
I agree.
It's the smaller brands and unfortunately, the mamaks and whatnot, that when you see someone leaves, they don't clean the table much, they don't use disinfectant. The cutlery trays are passed from one table to another, and stuff like that. So it worries, of course it worries me, as a consumer.
So
it
that's why I
worries
say
me.
it boils down to, when we open a restaurant, we always go through a food handling course with the government,
right?
Just to apply a license. So I think the government should support us in terms of providing a COVID safety program.
Right.
Training the staff how to handle cutleries, how to handle safety procedures on the table, how to clean.
Okay, but sometimes that can be sort of a long-term process.
In every new restaurant, you have to do that. A refresher's course, and then we also send our staff for typhoid jabs. We can also work with clinics on how to get this COVID vaccines vaccinated to all the staffs.
So in the short term, or in terms, i.e. a shortcut, what can restaurants and bars do to eliminate that process of waiting? Because it does seem like it might be a chicken and egg situation.
That's right.
What can be done?
What have you been doing, rather?
We've been investing heavily in terms of disinfectants. We disinfect the outlets 3 times a day.
Right.
Every customer leaves, we disinfect the table, the chairs. We ensure that customers do not touch cutleries and whatnot. And we try to guide customers not to share. Food sharing, glass sharing, drink sharing.
Right.
You can pass viruses.
But can that not be? I mean, you're also in the F&B industry, right? Jesse and Dex as well, right? I mean, can you not have certain guidelines or rules in the restaurant to the customers to say no sharing, no this, no that, and sort of thing, to also put in place, the do's and don'ts, for example?
It's almost like the F&B industry needs to come up with their own guidebook.
Yeah, in a way, for customers, right? For customers. To say, I mean, of course, we can say we don't encourage you, but customers are customers, right? I'm paying the bill. I do what I want. But if you had some sort of a set of guidelines and say this is what is not recommended and is not allowed. I mean, there's a difference, right? Not encouraged, not recommended, and not allowed. So can't the restaurants do that part and put in what's allowed and what's not allowed?
That's why we need to have example, let's say Hapa or F&B Connect,
Right.
come up with a simple rule.
Right.
And we share to the
And we share
public.
to the
That's right. Simple and easy.
One thing to do
Right.
down there.
Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
Noted. Next, you've got lots of work
Dex, you
to
wanted
do.
to add on to that?
Yes, I think like what you said, it's a fine line when it comes to telling the customers what you can do. Because Malaysia being Malaysia, you can recommend, you can suggest, but at the end of the day, it's a very fine line before, excuse the language, you piss the customer off, or some difficult customers do make a scene. However, I would like to jump in a little bit and expand on what Roger was saying. I believe if we were to wait for the government to come up with these guidelines, it's not going to happen. I think they got bigger fish to fry, and I think us, especially in the alcohol-related F&B side, I don't think we show up on their priority list. However, we've got great associations, many of which you are part of, Jen.
Yeah.
If we can pull together the industry people and we self-regulate, I think certain countries with associations, self-regulation does help, and we can endorse or certify everybody who's part of this association to say, okay, they have complied with our internal self-regulation guidelines, and it helps, if not at all, to at least give a sense of confidence. A sticker out there to say this is Industry Connect, or this is HAPA certified safe outlet, or something along that guidelines. And from there, it not only regulate in terms of the best practices, but you can also regulate in terms of, hey, can we get together as a group and decide, look, every restaurant should invest in X amount of sanitizers or X amount of technology. There are amazing technology that are available now that I have shared with you in the past, Jen, that you can actually sterilize the air that you breathe. You can sterilize your surfaces continuously and things like that. I mean, of course, you can't force people to invest in this technology, especially in tough times, tough cash flow times like that. But it doesn't hurt to have some degree of self-regulatory guidelines within the industry.
Absolutely, I agree with that, Dex. I mean, the thing is, we are talking about we're talking about human behavior on both ends. In my opinion, you need to regulate the human behavior in terms of your customers' behavior. You also need to regulate the behavior of the staff. Like, you could have all the SOPs in place, but whether or not every single outlet practices that process of cleaning,
and in sync in terms
making
of
sure you do that, that's another story. But the fact that you're right, customer behavior, and that's the shift that we need to do. We need to educate. Somebody needs to start the game. Somebody needs to say, I'm sorry, sir, if you're not going to maintain your distance, if you're not going to stop the sharing, then I'm afraid that we can't let you in. Of course, you piss one off, you piss two off, but then at the end of the day, you get some regulations in place.
But here, I think therein may lie the problem as well. I think businesses are trying to fight tooth and nail for each customer. Every customer now matters, right? And especially if you're at home and you want to use Grab or Food Panda to get your food, even that customer matters right now. And so my question is open to all of you. In the new norm now, and the fact that we've seen during the MCO home cooking, and everyone was baking bread or banana bread or even gourmet cooking to that extent, how will restaurants now adapt in the new norm? What is the strategy moving forward? Roger?
You see, like in terms of the strategy moving forward, you have Food Panda, you have Grab. I think they shouldn't charge so high
in terms of
commissions. Help the smaller players grow. We should have a shared burden from the landlords to the suppliers and also to the food delivery companies.
The entire ecosystem.
Yeah, let's build a nation together.
What would be your
lift them up together?
What would be your suggestion if you could put some suggestions in place? What would be your
you see, when we go through the lockdown,
right?
We wrote to all our landlords. Some were very, very helpful. Some gave us free rentals, huge discounts. Some didn't even give you discounts.
Right.
I think there should be shared burden in terms of our landlord understanding the tenants. Help them, build them up together. Motivate them.
Right.
Instead of just taking money now and then today you survive, and what about the
The
rest?
rest of it, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Suppliers should also come hand in hand. Like we work very closely with Carlsberg.
Mm.
You know, they are one of our biggest suppliers, and they came to our doorstep and say, how can we help you?
Right.
You know, that's very important in terms of all the suppliers who come and say, let's lift this industry together.
Together, right?
You know, we've survived so many challenges in life, and I think the people and business today needs help.
So I think the point
know?
that Dax also made that needs
Yeah.
to be reiterated is that we need will within the industry as
yes,
within it
Within
to enable these
That's
these
right.
changes
Yeah.
and to support other businesses within the F&B industry.
Right, right. What about Dax? I
Specific
mean,
to
what
your-
would
Sorry.
your proposal be? What suggestions would you have? If you could put some suggestions forward, what would it be?
Specific to Miss Moderator's question on how we're going to adapt to the new norm, people ordering in, I think that's definitely true in the industry. We have seen a huge shift in terms of consumer behavior. However, I'm not too concerned on the fact that the deliveries become a competition. I think that market is not a zero-sum game. It didn't take from dine-in customers to move them into the homes. I think it just created a new segment. So more people are spending to eat before, going out is a trip. Now I can eat out indoors. So I cook less at home. I do not think it impacts to the point that it's to a point of concern operators of F&B, because I believe humans, more so Asians, we are social creatures, we are social animal. It is really a big difference going out, sharing a cold beer or a meal with your family and friends, laughing over a glass of wine. I think there is no substitute for that. There's only so much you can do at home, drink by yourself, and they call that closet alcoholic. And you justify that by having a Zoom forum where you get
Haven't
everybody
we
in
all
and
been there since March last year? Haven't we all been there?
Yeah.
One weekend or another.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I just have a little bit of a
Exactly.
sidetrack question here. Bars is one thing because so we talk about there's restaurant license, and then you've got the bar license, your entertainment license. What about the clubs industry, the club sector? Do you think it will ever come back?
I think it depends how they change their concepts in terms of clubbing. I came up from clubbing before. And today we pivoted and changed according to the current climate. I think how clubs go into the future, they have to find a way. How to make it safe in terms of clubbing and how
This
people
also
socialize.
on set, as we are in the phase 2 of the vaccine program or the vaccine rollout as well.
That's right.
So do you believe, Dax and Roger, that, and Jen, please weigh in as well, that we are seeing some light at the end of this tunnel, that things will go back towards what we know as the old world charm compared to the new normal?
But it's about how do we control human behaviors. We like to open clubs, we like to open bars. But when people drink, they get out of control.
Yeah.
They start mingling, they start going tables to tables.
That's right.
That is
That's where
what's
the
the
issue
problem.
is.
Yeah.
I mean, Dax,
You
you're
know?
in the club business. You were in the club business, and do you think drawing boxes for people to stand and dance would that work?
Maybe a bubble.
Maybe a bubble. New ideas.
I think this is a double-edged question and answer on this. I think, look, let's face the facts. The whole spirit of clubbing is everybody gathered together, they're dancing around, there's some camaraderie, people are cheering, they're going on. Now, look, all of this, of course, will not comply with the SOPs. So theoretically, you won't see clubbing or anything similar to it of its nature coming back in the near future. The risk to that is where I said that it's a double-edged sword. People may be getting used to the fact that, hey, look, we've already found alternative hobbies or alternative ways in which to have a good time. You see a lot of smaller speakeasies, a lot of cafes, a lot of more social places still coming up to replace these clubs. So I'm actually, the verdict is still out for me on whether it will come back. Perhaps one day when the whole world is fully vaccinated and the strain hasn't mutated. But I think in the foreseeable future, you know,
You
I
don't see
really
happening.
can't.
You don't see.
tough,
What about other countries? Are there
I
other
think the
countries?
UK
bars
were
are at the
doing an
clubs?
experiment where they're going to have a rave party of 4,000 people.
Oh dear, what does it sound like
I
a
mean,
bad idea?
Taiwan did an experiment, a rave party of few thousand people.
Right.
You know, they experimented on how the people can group together and still enjoy a party.
And
And
without,
what happens after
with,
that?
with less proximity?
Yeah, no
or-
proximity, yeah.
Okay.
I think now the US has gone into an experiment where those who are vaccinated can go outdoors without a mask.
Oh, so you're licensed to go out
You
and
know, I mean, the
and
government are also confused. You know,
True,
they don't know what's going to happen, but
I
we
mean,
have
New
to
Zealand,
create
New Zealand
experiments.
just did a big concert, right? 50,000 people, Roger,
Yeah.
just 2 days ago.
Exactly.
Right, right.
So then, for restaurants and bars alike, many are still adopting a wait and see sort of, approach. Like, let's see what happens perhaps by September this year, by the end of next year, by the end of the vaccination program. What would you both weigh in to say about businesses hesitant to take that step, to pivot?
But I think now is that how do we bring the figures down? You know, I think business owners got to be responsible.
Right.
Let's do social distancing in terms of tables, follow the guidelines, you know, a meter away, distance from customers to customers. Let's bring the figures down and then we can experiment.
But I'll be real, we are expecting a fourth wave, not to scare anyone,
Yeah.
but it does seem like it is,
Heading there.
on the horizon.
But the problem
it does
is
seem
we
ahead.
have bars open that fictitiously, act like a restaurant. Then you have GROs acting like waiters, going table to table. You have karaokes who are sharing mics. So things like that will,
Right.
elevate the pandemic even further.
Yes. So
You
it's kind of like a one apple spoils the whole basket thing. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
Exactly. So a few unscrupulous owners will not help the industry.
So okay, so
Is
for bigger brands like yours and Dex, and being responsible restaurant and bar owners, what are the steps that you think responsible bar owners should put in place, for example?
I mean, as bigger groups like us, myself, Dax, and many more, we apply, to practice good safety hygiene levels.
Okay.
I think also smaller business owners should also practice the same hygiene levels and safety.
And
making
if you
sure.
notice a flaw in the SOPs, then do you reprimand or do you correct?
some
or how serious are you
some
about it?
owners do business hidden.
Right.
You've got a hidden alley to go up, and try to get away from the authorities, things like that, which will give us to the next lockdown, MCO 3.0. And everybody suffers.
As you're talking about responsibility in terms
Yeah.
of operators and
So I hope everybody works together and let's bring this level down, keep it at a safe level, and then we can go forward. I mean, Taiwan has done it. I think we can do the same in Malaysia.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think restaurant and bars will it ever come back to pre-crisis market value?
It depends. I think many years from now, maybe 3-4 years from now, when everything comes down safe. I think even domestically there's a big market.
I think that's a great one.
Yeah.
Also, like what Dax said, through the crisis, we've seen that it's created a new pool of opportunity. And I go
Yeah.
back to what I said earlier, where the silver lining. But truly, there is, and many businesses have mushroomed out of homes as well. We're looking at mom and pop shops as well that are
Exactly.
doing so well, whether they're trending on TikTok or on Instagram. They have transformed in this MCO period. Dax.
Yeah, just to follow up on a bit on what Roger was saying, I think it is definitely correct that everybody needs to play the part to be more responsible. But I just want to be a bit of a rebel here, and I want to say, look, let's don't speculate. Let the numbers do the real talking. Yes, every industry has contributed to the rise of the numbers. But if we were to be really honest with ourselves, in the big scheme of things, in terms of a percentage, every known cluster that we've had in Malaysia, I would like to stick my neck out on stick out on the limb and says, I would think that the F&B industry per se is directly, less than 1 or 2% has been directly attributed to the F&B industry. These clusters come from other places, and I think asking the F&B industry to hey, you guys, here's a cane, we're going to whip you into place, we're going to make life so difficult for you, you need to be responsible for bringing the cluster numbers down.
Yeah.
I view that as akin to saying, let's ban toothpicks to save the rainforest. You know, I think we should address the elephant in the room, as you mentioned. Look, you're talking about Ramadan bazaars. I drove by one that day. You're talking at thousands of people, no SOPs, and the government goes out and says, all right, you can do it till 2 a.m. You've mentioned the smaller mamas that get to run and open till 5, 6 in the morning. I'm not complaining, and I think it's great that people can do the business. But the point I'm trying to make is I do not think, or I hope that the associations like Industry Connect and things like HAPA would actually stand up to actually voice out to say, look, for the most part, the F&B industry have been very responsible. For the most part, the data has shown that there isn't really any crazy clusters related to us. Yet, the toughest guidelines, the toughest regulation, and the toughest fines are being whacked upon us. I mean, you're looking at big functions that we all read in the newspaper and everything is fine. And a guy yesterday who's selling a burger out of his home is being charged $50,000 and he's just trying to sell some food. So to conclude, I really think, I hope it's not wishful thinking that somehow we can band together and let the authorities know, hey, look, you perhaps you might be barking up the wrong tree. The people in this industry are not responsible for the high numbers you see every day, yet you are trying to shift the blame into this industry, which is really, really, I believe, on the unfair side.
Well, it's my personal opinion that while we try to collate voices to shift mountains, it's also, as you've pointed out, it really does resonate with us. We need to take that responsibility and start making those little shifts in the meantime. Looking at the year ahead as well, what do you think will contribute in the recovery process of the F&B industry? And this is talking about your mom and pop, mamas, restaurants, bars and clubs alike. What is that going to entail?
Well, I see that people now, they've been through a lockdown for the first part and the second part. People want to experience dining. They want to go out, experience new things, socialize with their friends, with their families and all that. So these are new experiential dining that will come up. I think people have to find that new concept that, that is safe, secured, and how people can enjoy a good dining experience. Go into quality food, bring quality to the table. Look at profits later.
Right.
Let's bring good quality food, affordability to the people, and give them good service. Back to basics.
Yes, I was going
right?
to. I was going to ask you
basics.
about that. Because now everyone's so concerned about safety, about SOPs and guidelines and so on. And have we all forgotten what the important foundation of what the F&B and hospitality industry or tourism industry is? It's the service. So are we forgetting that? Are we forgetting to train our people that they're so robotic in terms of what to clean, how to clean, and then they absolutely forget anything and everything about service.
That's right.
So, that was one area I wanted to ask. And, your group, for example, and Dex's group, what are you doing in terms of looking into the service part?
I always tell my team of people, I say the staff that we have, we remind them daily the same thing. It's like our children. You keep reminding them the same thing. Greet your customers with a smile. Treat your customers well. Be friendly. Double check on all your orders. Your customers will return. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's how we preach in our brew house group in terms of all our.
I think that's such an important point. Jen, Dex and Roger as well. Really the soldiers of our businesses are our staff, our employees, right? And they've also taken a hard hit as some other businesses may have to pivot or shut down as well. What do you do to sort of, spur up the morale of your employees to keep them still with the smile on their face?
Exactly. You feed them, give them good food. Treat them well, now we build hostels that are safe, give them a good, comfortable place to live, a nice, clean toilet to shower, a great place, a pantry for them to cook their food. We have different cultures of staff in our hostels working with us. You know, they can't travel back, right? So I think we got to bring food that they like to them. Make them feel at home. If our staff is happy, our customers are happy.
That's right.
You see?
Yeah. Dex, what about your side? What are you doing in terms of keeping the service level at par?
I think a lot of our key staff has been with us from our first venture. Some of the staff has been with us for 12 years, and all of them have started out as waiters and now they're supervisors. I think it's about culture, right? One of the things that we always hold true in our briefings or training to the staff is that we're not selling a product. We're not selling food and drinks. We're selling an experience. They can drink the same bottle of wine anywhere they want to. They can have a similar plate of good food anywhere they want to. The reason that they're coming to you is that they have a good experience. They're there to pay for the experience, not pay for the product.
Yeah.
So we try to drive that drive that motto through to the staff all the time. But then at the same time, when staff being staff and you're managing tons and tons of people, it is not necessarily easy to get everybody to buy into that concept or that philosophy. So we actually put things that are very measurable. We monitor all the customers' feedback, any feedback on Google reviews, TripAdvisor, Facebook. We collate. I have an in-house audit team that collates the overall consumer experience, how many reviews we get, what the reviews are, and we actually incentivize the staff based on that.
Right.
So at all times they know that whether or not they like it, they are being monitored, and they know that they get incentivized if they get a good review. They know they get docked if they get a bad review. So much so that, if they don't buy into the culture, they are forced into that. But for the most part, I think all our staff has bought into the culture, and they understand what the company is all about.
I just wanted to tap into that a little bit. Since the MCO as well, and through this crisis, there's been a lot of emphasis on data, information, and crunching these numbers to really make sense in terms of prediction or even projection. Looking towards the future, of course, and perhaps the future is now, what about AI within the F&B industry in terms of 3D menu? You talked about experiential dining, about leading, they have this thing now where you sit at your place and you get this images and visuals of an experience or being in a certain place or location.
Like a virtual thing.
Like a virtual thing.
A Hollow Man, is it?
Yeah. And
virtual reality.
what does that look like in terms of, of the F&B industry?
Yeah.
Roger?
The rapid adoption of technology, right? Which is...
I mean, technology it's good to adapt, but the same people like us who invest in business, we must make sure it's affordable. You see, technology must be affordable firstly. We can afford it. At the same time, we can still turn a profit in terms of adopting technology and doing the business. We need a lot of help in terms of manpower.
Right.
Today, we don't see the locals coming out to work. Why are they not coming out to work? Because we must give them the fishing rod and teach them how to fish. The problem is we are feeding them fish and they don't go out and fish. You see? So I think the locals should come out and start striving hard, go into F&B, work, learn the basics, learn the knowledge, and grow with the business.
Right.
So the government must motivate that. Don't make us into a lazy nation. Do not bail them out. Do not give them the fish and stay at home.
Right.
Get
them to come
get them to come out.
Yeah.
We don't have enough locals coming into work.
But the thing is,
see?
can I also just ask this question, which has been, of course, something that has been labeled, unfortunately, to the hospitality and F&B industry, is that why locals don't work in these industries? It's because of the pay. That the pay is low and hours are long, and it's like a constant label. You ask any university students coming up from hospitality universities, are you going to work in a hotel industry or the F&B industry, and say, no, I'm not. Then why did you study this? It's like, oh, that's probably the easiest, or maybe nothing else to do, or whatever. Or some actually do want to do it, but they don't want to work here because they've been late. It's already labeled.
Look at me and Dax and all that. We started from being a waiter, a dishwasher, a cook. And the day you can perform well, build a good business for for the business people. I think you become a partner in the business. We want people with knowledge who can build a business. We are all getting older. We need the younger generations to come up. Am I right?
Yes, correct.
You see, so I
That's a
think,
good motto.
yeah, so I think people
I feel
should
like
look
putting up my
forward.
hand, but then I don't belong in the
People
younger
should look
generation.
forward and say, how could we be a partner? Like you work in an audit firm, you want to be a partner.
Yes.
You
Or
work
in
in
a
a
law
law firm, you want to be a partner.
Yes.
In the F&B world, we can be a partner. Partner in business.
Beautiful. I love
You know?
that.
In terms of new norm, does the F&B industry need a facelift? Do we need sort of a rebranding to come out and talk about what values? Because let's face it, Malaysians love makan. We will
Yeah,
not give
that's
that
right.
up for
Yeah.
anything. But yet we do see the direct impact, and that's perhaps because of external factors as well. So does the F&B industry need to be rebranded? Yeah.
I think the F&B industry is doing well. You know, we have different brands, different food, you know, different concepts. It's just that how do we go forward now is to at least not lose money, break even, stay alive. Let's go through this together. You know, get manpower to come in, get the industry, the people in Malaysia working, come back to work again. You know, the government can create a website where we can link business owners with people who are looking for jobs. You know, so they can get a job fast.
Right.
You see?
Dex?
Yeah, let me answer your question. The root question of that was that how do we see AI or technology changing the F&B industry?
Yeah.
That's number one. And number two, how is the industry going to adapt now? I think it's all fine and dandy, and I love it. All these new tags and all this that we see, whether it's a robotic bartender or robotic waiter, or some experiential videos and sounds and smell while you're dining. I think that's all great, but I want to repeat what Roger is saying. Sometimes you got to go back to basics. Now, all this is fine and dandy. These are all I call temporary gimmicks and just to, you know, have to separate yourself. But, you know, let me ask you, if you went for one of those dinners, you're not going back there as a second time. You know, you went there to experience it one off. But people will still go back to their same favorite restaurants for tens of years. I mean, my family still goes back to the same Chinese restaurant for the past 30 years. You know, I still go back to my same neighborhood pub, even though I own our own bar, because we are, like I say, we are social people, we are creatures of habit. So as long as your basics are right, your experiences, you know, your brand promise lives up to what it says it is, and people have a good time, right? Going out to eat and drink, it's about memories, it's about good time. Oh, we had a great time last week, you know, so and so got a bit tipsy, or we had a great conversation, or we had a great meal. It's always circles around family and friends in a social setting. And the F&B operators like Brewhouse or us, we all stand for a certain brand and culture, and people go there and they expect that kind of experience, be it from the service or the product. So yeah, I think technology can come into play, but I don't think it will ever replace the core basics. And if you can't get the basics right, you can sugar dust it and fairy dust all the technology and you know, lights and sounds and bells and whistles. It's not going to make you a better operator.
Absolutely, Dex. I agree with that totally. Yeah, so, you know, it's been a really interesting session. You know, we've come to the end of our restaurant and bar segment. Jessie, anything to add?
Well, not much, but I think we can outline some salient points from our discussion. Of course, back to basics, as both Roger and Dax have pointed out. From a consumer point of view, you'd also want to ensure that the restaurant or bar or hotel even that you're going to does adhere to SOPs. Customers want to see that. They want to feel safe as well. That's the mind shift that has happened. Empty bars and restaurants, that has been a sight, you know, for about a year now, but we are going back towards normalcy, and we are seeing that it does seem like the F&B industry has been the sacrificial lamb, so to say, mainly because of bars and clubs, but that doesn't have to be the case moving forward if F&B players and owners take that responsibility to really
That's right.
adhere to SOPs.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So we would like to thank our speakers, Roger and Dax, for sharing their insights with
Thank
us
you. Thank you
here
very
on
much.
Hospitality Asia Channel. There is so much more to talk about as far as restaurants and bar segment. And we will be engaging more in our future summits, but do look out for our next session where we speak with two innovative F&B entrepreneurs on a new reality for restaurants post-COVID-19 and what must change moving forward. I'm Jennifer Ong.
I'm Jessie Chahal, joined by Roger and Dex, and we'll see you next time. In the meantime, stay home, stay safe, eat and drink well. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for having us. Take care, ladies.
Thank
gentlemen.
you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Reviving Malaysia Tourism Virtual Summit 2021, brought to you by Hospitality Asia. Make sure you're following us at www.hapa.asia. In the next segment, Dato' Yasmin Yusof is going to be back to join Jennifer to speak to more guests when it comes to the restaurant segment. There are Tommy Chew, CEO of Da Long Yi Hot Pot Malaysia, and Iveen Wong, CEO of Chin Swee Foods in Sdn Bhd. Tommy Chew is the master franchisee for Da Long Yi Hot Pot and started his new outlet in the beginning of CMCO to bring Shenzhen, Chengdu flavors to more Malaysians. Iveen is an ardent advocate for the healthy lifestyle, and as a lot of you might know, the award-winning Chin Swee restaurant is the one and only vegetarian option in Genting Highlands. Is there a new reality for restaurants post-COVID-19? If so, what will they have to change? Find out more as we continue today's virtual summit.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome back to our studio. I'm Jennifer Ong.
And I'm Yasmin Yusof.
And our topic for this F&B segment is a new reality for restaurants post-COVID-19. What must change? Joining us for this discussion is Mr. Tommy Chew from Da Long Yi Hot Pot and Miss Iveen Wong from Chin Swee Vegetarian Cuisine.
2020 has seen a rise in demand for hot pots and vegetarian cuisine. The pandemic brought radical changes to our everyday lives. Everyone wanted to be healthy. Everybody wanted to make sure that they stayed healthy. So it's clear that many of the newly adopted healthy behaviors won't disappear overnight. Consumers will continue to rely on restaurants and grocery retailers to keep them both fed and healthy while expecting minimum disruptions to their day-to-day lives. So let's get a quick overview from our speakers on what the shift towards vegetarian means to the restaurant business and the globalization of hot pot cuisine in the new era.
Well, let us start with Tommy. Tommy, thank you so much for joining us at the studio.
Hey, hi Jennifer.
Yeah. So tell us a bit more about what do you think the shift is towards, hot pots? We know that there is a rise in demand for hot pots, right? And you do the very, very spicy one, the one that
This is the young Mr. Hot.
Chinese hot pot, yeah.
The one that numbs your lips, right?
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
Can you
yes.
just maybe tell us a bit more about your restaurant
Sure.
concept and also the shift in the trend of hot pot?
Okay, sure. Let me introduce myself. So my name is Tommy. So I'm the master franchise for Da Long Yi Hot Pot in Malaysia. So Da Long Yi Hot Pot is actually a franchise from China. We have over 300 outlets in worldwide. So mainly in China. So Malaysia currently we have 3 outlets. One is in Kota Damansara, the other one is in Johor, and KL there's one in Bukit Bintang.
That's the one we're going to.
Yes, isn't it? Yeah.
To Namma.
Okay, so what we can see in Malaysia is the rising trend of the Chinese hot pot. So what we can see in Malaysia currently a lot of different brands arising. So what I'm doing is the Chinese hot pot. So the one that who numb your lips
I had
and
no
everything.
idea that people even would
Yeah.
like to eat food that hot. But it's booming, right?
Yes, it is.
It's booming.
Is.
So
Yeah, but what's the pleasure you get out of numbing that lips?
Can you taste your food? No. He's going to show us the secret to eating and not burning your mouth, right?
Yes,
but
yes, yes.
That means that it is popular here.
It's
People
getting
like
popular
to
here in
numb their
Malaysia.
mouth.
It's getting popular.
Okay.
So, okay, because this cuisine, this hot pot, is actually started very long, many years ago in China. So, like, if you ask those Chinese, usually they already try it when they are very, very young. So in Malaysia, yeah, it's getting a new trend, but I
How's
think
the shift though? Is it rising up?
Yeah,
quickly,
rising up,
or you
definitely
think
rising
it's still
up.
taking time to.
It's
get
actually quite considered rising up already.
Are you
especially.
converting steamboat fans?
Okay, like what we had in Malaysia, previously in Malaysia, the steamboat is the one with tom yum
Yes.
and with the clear soup, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So like this Chinese hot pot is like kind of an upgrade the soup base into
Okay.
this mala and like tomato soup, and some of it they're offering like mushroom soup.
Oh.
Yes, so that's what we are
upgrade
selling
of
right now.
steamboat,
Upgrade
yes.
of steamboat, and
Oh,
also as well as
upgrade.
the environment as well.
Oh.
So we are spending quite a lot in the renovation as well, because people lifestyle are improving.
People are more discerning and demanding.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, correct.
That's
so that's
interesting.
the shift in
that
the hot pot
area.
trend.
Right, right.
Oh.
What about your side, Irene?
Yeah.
The vegetarian. I mean, we know that everyone started getting healthy, right? As during
Yes,
the
yeah, everyone.
lockdown.
Yeah, I think because of the pandemic, suddenly in your face there it was. You know, there is this disease that we don't know much about, but if you keep your immunity up and keep healthy and eat healthy, and then you know you will be safe. We
Yeah.
hope. So I think that really made a very big difference in people's choices
Yeah.
and people's focus on what they put into their bodies. You know,
That's right.
even though before that already people are. I think mainly because of trends. You know, people were getting vegan, vegetarian, and all that. But now I think that people are much more focused on their
Yeah.
health. You know.
Yep. Hi everyone, I'm Irene from Chin Sui Vegetarian from Genting. Yeah. So which is what you all say is true. Vegetarian is no longer like the traditional way of perceptions, which is tied with religions. So it becomes a lifestyle, and it is actually younger and younger. Even college students, they are looking for more clean, that's why the poke bowl and all these things with vegetarian, a lot of vegetables, inside, they love it, because then they go for the fresh ingredients and all these things. So that is also part of the DNA in Chin Sui all this while. We are very, very emphasized on the quality, because we know that the world trend, the demand of the customers right now for the food, it's actually higher and higher, especially pandemic. So now everybody is like so looking forward with a healthy lifestyle, exercise, diet and all these things. So when I see vegetarian industries in Malaysia at the moment, even right after the pandemic, since March, more and more vegetarian restaurant is in town.
Wow.
Yeah, it's from traditional to modern Western cafe. A lot of different cuisines right now. You can actually find it in Klang Valley especially. And then I noticed that Penang, Johor, Malacca, all these places have a lot of fantastic vegetarian restaurants right now.
You know what else it is, Irene? People are going on diets. People are trying to not only stay healthy, but especially lose weight they gained during the MCO. And that points them to vegetarian. They have these special menus that you can have for 10 days or 20 days. And most of it is vegetarian because it's all very healthy. So I think that's also one of the things that has driven people to becoming more vegetarian or eating more plant-based.
It's a plant-based. It's a plant-based cuisines that we are talking about right now. The changing of the kitchen preparations, the ingredients is more on plant-based right now already. Instead of processed food. Last time, during many years, our dad's era, so there is a lot of processed food. But right now, it's all talk about plant-based. So vegetarian, like Chin Sui, we are also transforming our business, and also our new outlet is coming soon. So we are also focusing a lot more on plant-based kind of
And you
ingredients.
source your ingredients from near where you are, right? In Genting or Bentong area.
Yeah, we are
So
trying
that's,
to have the
yeah.
ecosystem within the mountain, surrounding like
nice.
Bentong, Batanggali, all these places. We have a lot
And
of
the organic
good
gardens there too.
ingredients.
Yeah.
But this is not the rise of the trend of vegetarian. It's not just Malaysia, right? I
Yeah.
mean, you see it now globally.
Yes.
Everybody is starting to eat healthy, and
Yeah.
you see more and more vegetarian restaurants coming out at the other parts of the world.
Yeah, you see the giant one like KFC, McDonald's, and all these big brands. They are having a vegetarian meal,
Yeah.
vegan meal. People like a giant corporate like Microsoft, they all invest into Beyond Meat, Omni Meat, and all these plant-based protein meats. They call it. So that is a world trend. That is a world trend.
I think also, because of communication, the internet, your information is right there. So everybody you can see all the new trends from all over the world immediately now. So that's why I think it's grown so fast here.
Yes.
And plus, concern for climate change.
Yes.
Also, it's a very big thing, with meat production and stuff like that. Yeah. So
It's very interesting, right? That you see, the change of trend, and especially like in hot pots and an upgrade of steamboat, and of course, towards plant-based food. But the thing we're really interested is now some restaurants have thrived really well under the lockdown restrictions. But while others, of course, they face difficulties, especially in 2020, right? So what we're actually interested to find out from these two speakers is how is their team, getting along and getting ready to face the rest of the 2021, and particularly what must change in the F&B business in terms of in their sector. So let's hear more about that from Tommy.
Okay. So you mean the change that we're gonna do for the F&B business, right?
Yes, and also, I mean,
can I just tell you that he opened his first restaurant 2 weeks before the MCO. So he is an expert, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, actually.
So maybe take us through that story very quickly.
You have to tell us
about
how
what
you did
happened,
it.
when he's opened
And he's still
that.
standing, yeah.
Yes,
You're
yes.
still here, right?
So actually, my first outlet, I opened right just 2 weeks before MCO. So actually, I'm doing the business throughout the MCO until now. So a lot of changes we did. So we try to look into a few perspectives. So the first one, what we did is, of course, for delivery, right? So I believe the F&B business, they look into the delivery business right after MCO. So what I did for the first week is we try to see how the Malaysian respond to the hot pot delivery.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's how I survived throughout the few months of MCO. That's the first thing. So people will be very curious, hot pot. So you want to bring your pot to my house and serve me or what? So yeah, we try everything that we can.
So what did you try? What did you do?
What did you do?
The first one is because some of the people will be questioning us that you rent us the pot or you send us the pot. So yeah, we did both ways. So either you want to rent it or you want to buy it from us.
Oh, the
Yes.
pot itself, really?
The
Literally
pot
the
itself.
pot?
Yeah, the pot itself. So
Wow.
okay, actually hot pot is just the pot and the induction cooker, right?
Right.
So what I did for the first week is I dismantled all my induction cooker in my shop. Because imagine, right the second day after MCO, imagine nobody walk into your restaurant and everything, right? So what I did is I just dismantled everything and I do in a renting way to my customers. Yeah, so I rent it to
And
them.
how long did you do that for?
Yeah, just a few days actually. So what we did is, of course, the first one is we get the packaging ready, and yeah, just try to market and tell them you can order a hot pot delivery by renting the pot and everything.
And did they?
Yes, yes.
See, such a great initiative. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Such a,
Very great idea.
Yeah, great
Okay.
idea.
And then how else did you then progress?
Okay, it started very slow. So what we did is the digital marketing. So to educate people that you can actually order hot pot at home, especially when you are at home with your family. So hot pot is about gathering, about family and everything, right? So might as well you order from us, we send to you, and you can enjoy a hot pot at home. So that's the first step
Right.
for the first few months. Yeah.
And what changes then after that? What changes did you implement?
Okay. Of course, during the MCO, like no dine-in, everything. The first thing is we also try to introduce a few packages because thinking about MCO, people are quite tight with their financials, right? So what it is promotions and of course offer them a very good deal of package so they can order at home because some of them they think that hot pot is quite expensive. Yeah, so we try to reduce the price.
I see.
Yes, and also absorbing the delivery fees and everything. So yeah, turns out very good.
So that was the journey of your MCO.
Yeah, the journey. And
I have this. Do you know how? I don't know whether it still happens, but you can order satay and they come with the whole grill. Okay, then they will open it at your gate and they grill it for you in front of your house. Yeah. So I was imagining a guy with a hot pot coming up back of his bike.
And then you know you're
and then you all
service
gather.
staff,
Yeah.
and then you serve through the gate. That's interesting. What about you, Irene? You know, what was your process like during the lockdown? Because your restaurant's in Genting.
Yeah, I think an even more difficult situation. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So share with us your
There's no
journey.
delivery, right?
It's very abnormal.
Oh dear.
Ours restaurant, one thing, is already tough and some more in a tourist attraction and so far away.
Oh my goodness.
So it's actually very challenging to us in Genting. So during the MCO, of course, we locked down. You know, the whole operation is
not allowed to open, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know, no people come anyway. At first, we tried. We tried to keep the momentum going because staff has to.
I was just thinking, staff.
So we just want the staff to have some works to do at the mountain. So because at the time, Genting still haven't actually doing retrenchment, so there's still staff there, you know. So we immediately implement, you know, delivery in the mountain.
Yes.
So we offer our. We never do delivery before because it's all dine in, so we don't care. You know, we just roll out. So we do digital marketing, Facebook marketing targeted to the mountain area and all these things. But it's just running for the sake of keep the operation running.
And did the staff respond? You're talking about the staff there, right? Because it's a few thousand people living in Genting.
Yeah. At first, it's okay, you know, still have some business. But when the time get longer, so the response is getting lesser because they don't every day. Yeah. So eventually, we decided to stop, not even do the delivery. Then what we do is we go into sauce productions.
Oh,
yeah, we R&D our own sauce.
Wow.
You know, so we do
did
our own sauce.
Yeah.
You know, because we have to. Otherwise, we got nothing to do with the whole team. So honestly, from MCO until today, I never retrained any single staff.
Well done.
We keep everybody together. So first thing, we have to stabilize their mindset first. So then we do R&D for our sauce, and then when during CMCO, so we start to sell our sauce. You know, online. You know, you try online.
Wow.
So we try everything to our customer, do WhatsApp, you know, blasting and all these things. Thank God we have very good customers response also. Then it keeps going. So after that, MCO again. So again, lockdown. So it's like, wow, it's like zoom like that.
But
you
I
know.
like the fact that both of you were faced with what seemed to be insurmountable challenges, like instead of just closing shop, that they used those challenges and were creative and took initiative and did something, you know, maybe sort of change a little bit of direction. And Tommy says they also created their own sauce.
Yes.
So at least you took the
Not
time.
sauce, R&D more.
R&D,
R&D
yeah.
more.
How to make it hotter, is it?
Yeah, how to make what I did is also
numb. How to make
Numb
the
yourself.
whole body numb.
So you know, I think, you know, because F&B business, you know, is also a lot of big portion of the customer satisfaction comes from, you know, service, of course, dining experience and service, right? So he's doing that so that you cannot complain about the food. Cannot say it's too salty, not enough salt because it's numb. Yeah, so you can't complain, right? I think possibly that is the purpose of why they do the numb thing.
I like
Am
that.
right
I like
or
that. I like that.
Yeah. Just kidding.
And you both use digital marketing. Now,
Yes, that's
can
the-
you imagine if this was 30 years ago and you had no options like that open to you? I mean, you would just have to bungkus, right? Yeah.
That will be
You
a very
know?
tough time
Literally,
without
isn't
digital
it?
marketing.
If you didn't sort of have a little bit of a pivot and gone into digital marketing, which we should have, all of us should have anyway for years, right?
Yeah.
Then I don't think, that's possibly how some restaurants have had to
Save themselves.
because
or
there
yeah.
was sort of no way to think about new ideas and didn't really get into digital marketing, right?
Yes, that's very important, especially for digital marketing during that period of time.
Yeah.
Okay,
for
so
restaurants.
the interesting thing is now that you've done these little pivots and you've now found new ways and new strategies. What is going to be the changes that you're going to continue making from now and for the rest of 2021? What's going to happen from now to end of 2021?
Okay, so I start first, right?
Yeah. Because these are
numb man
you
starts
can't
first.
sugarcoat it. These are uncertain times. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way, no other way to say it.
Okay, yeah, because right now we are still like we are still in MCO, right? CMCO.
Yep.
Okay, so what we did is we still continue the deliveries, so to make sure to be prepared actually, because we are not sure that when will be the third wave coming.
Yes.
Yeah, but I can sense it's coming. Okay.
Are you concerned about safety? We just to go off topic for a minute. Are you concerned about safety when the government said, okay, you can open now, you can serve people? You
Yeah,
know?
definitely.
Did you?
Not just me, and also all the staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will ask. So what are the safety precautions that we need to take, like disinfection and everything? Yeah, so we'll do that.
So that's another
That's
extra work, actually, addition. Yeah.
Because I think
Definitely.
now the protocol is that if there's one case, you have to close for 7 days or 14 days? Is there a guideline that
What I
tells you
see
how
from
many
the
days?
web is usually 10 days.
So you have to
including
close for 10 days,
yeah,
right?
including
Yeah.
the safety from UK, because my sister is in UK running restaurants too. So what they did is 10 days. Yeah,
Right,
so I can see in Malaysia is also around 10 days.
Right,
They
so
close for
that's a
10 days.
concern.
So you're going to continue with your renting your hot pots from now on? Is this going to be a new, a separate business,
Yes.
side business kind of?
Consider
part of the business?
another delivery method. Yeah, first thing is our in-house delivery, and second is we'll engage a lot of different platforms, such as like the recent one is AirAsia. So AirAsia,
yes.
yeah, they did their delivery platform
Yes,
too.
yes,
So we
yeah.
started to engage different one to prepare just in case lah. So we still continue, and some more with the menu. The menu. So what we did is, because hot pot is a group of people, right? So without 3 or 4, you cannot start your hot pot. So we started hot pot for one person.
Ooh.
See, you can numb your lips just. Or
Can you please use that hashtag numb your lips alone? I think you should.
Right, guys? I mean, don't you all think so? This is like a new, just even from a dialogue session.
I think
you
it's
know?
brilliant.
Yeah, I think
Charge him
Yes,
for that.
so I'll take the copyright. Okay?
Yeah.
Numb your
Numb your
lips.
lips.
Alone. Yeah.
Alone. Okay.
So
okay.
hot pot for one.
Yeah, hot pot
So
for
did
one.
you have to bring in different?
No, actually, we cook everything and send to them. So
Oh, then we
yeah,
heat up? We heat up.
They just need to eat directly. So once they receive from Grab or Food Panda and whoever, so they
Then
just
what
eat
happens?
that.
But what happens if I'm not ready to eat yet?
Everything is actually ready to eat. So we cook for them.
So must eat the minute it arrives.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you can
yes,
heat
yes.
it up, right?
Cannot.
Oh!
Unless you microwave it. Yeah, so
Oh,
it's
then it's
actually
not hot
already
pot
got
anymore.
consider.
Okay.
We call it hot pot.
But how do you deliver it? How do you deliver it? What packaging?
Yeah, actually we cook it and yeah, we pack it in the box, plastic box. So they just eat with rice or noodles on everything. So there will be
See,
more
these are
options for them.
all things that you would never thought of before, right?
Yeah,
you
we need to do that.
Yeah. And,
New
wow,
ways,
okay.
interesting. What about Irene? What are you gonna do from now till end of the year. I mean, I know you guys actually implemented something for Chinese New Year, right?
Yeah.
You sold in that, what is that, a Prada bag or something? You sold something in Prada bag and it was sold
Oh my
out.
goodness.
Was that? There was some, yes. What can you tell us more about that one?
Okay. Yeah, we actually have this creative idea about Prada bag. Actually, it's a cold bag, but I call it Prada.
A cold bag.
Yeah, I call it bag. So I call it Prada to make it a bit fancy, you know?
Yeah, of course.
It's because it's Chinese New Year. Actually, that is called Pun Choi, the treasure pot. The Chinese New Year always have people, you know, all get together and then they eat, right? So ours is vegetarian. So all this one, we do sell this in our restaurant, but we don't really focus on that. But because of this CMCO, again, we have to think of something to do. So I decided to, okay, look, guys, we have to do something. Let's do this Pun Choi because of it's Chinese New Year season. So let's make it hot, you know. So immediately the engine starts. So whole team go fire up, you know, search all these materials and all this. Unfortunately, because the time is very limited when I decided to do it, so it's not possible for me to get a pot, you know, just like our friend here got pot, I don't have pot, you know. So, but when I think of a consumer point of view, so I think that pot is not that important. Everyone's household have their own pot. So because the pot also costs money, so the money will factor into the price normally. Yes. So let's get out of this, you know. So we have decided to focus on quality of our ingredients. So we source for our quality ingredient, which is not usually use it in vegetarian, which is those expensive bamboo shoot, mushroom, all these things, quality products. So we put in the pot. So we pack it, you know, individually, and then we shoot a video how to do it. Okay, and we pre-cook the gravy or the soup. Okay, we pack it, frozen it. So the whole thing is frozen.
Wow.
It's frozen.
What
so
an effort.
It's actually a lot of effort because all the ingredients inside, I have 13 ingredients, plus soup, every single thing we pack in small pack.
Oh my goodness.
So it's all vacuum
individually packed.
It's individually vacuum packed.
Yeah, so all packed and all labeled nicely, every pack, okay, and together with the soup. And then, so we start to, you know, market in the digital marketing, use our own platform, our FB, and then, of course,
sold out. It was sold out.
It is actually sold out.
You should keep doing it. I was just going to say, I would order. It sounds fantastic. Carry on.
Yeah, so the result and the response is fantastic. It's out of my expectation, actually, honestly. So my kitchen has to, you know, cope with the demand, but we are very happy to do it.
And you delivered that where?
We delivered to Klang Valley, and also thank God we got a good partner for logistics, Corum, so we can deliver to Ipoh, to Penang, all the way.
So, if not for the pandemic, you would never have
done
got this avenue, right? You would never have found
yes,
it.
Yes.
So there are
isn't
good
it?
things. I mean, I hate to say it, but there are some things good from the pandemic.
You've got one guy here who numb your lips with for one person, and you have another person here who gives you a fortune
treasure
pot in a Prada bag. I mean, guys, this is exactly what we talk about: new strategies and, you know, new ideas.
Facing the challenges.
Yeah, because F&B especially, we really, you know, affected a lot. So I always tell my team, we have to act like a water. So whenever the water flow in every single way, so we have to go with it, you know. So
you're going to continue with this delivery and this specialty?
Yeah, we will come out with different ideas, like seasonal pot, you know, 4 seasons, you know. So it stimulates actually it helps us to stimulate a lot of our brain juice, you know.
You have to be creative.
You have to.
In order, I think the creatives are the ones who win. The ones who sit back and cry, that's it, you know. You need to just get up and rise above it and use it as it's a challenge for you, you know.
Yeah. That's why I say, even you know, our restaurant in mountain, we cannot do anything, but we still have to do something. So I encourage all the F&B, you know, you have to keep going, even in Klang Valley or on the town center, you have a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, that's true.
We just have to
there's
find
so
a way.
many. There's so many ways that, you know, one can market the restaurant, right? There's so many ways. Of course, all ways have their advantages, disadvantages, you know, pros and cons. You just need to be able to weigh that. But okay, let's take a look at the next thing that I wanted to talk about is, you know, the dining trends that Malaysians might be adopting the next few years, because people are paying attention to their health, paying attention to their well-being, like what Yasmin was saying, isn't it?
But what I think, if you are creative and can face the challenges and keep your head above water, you're really in a winning situation, because people have to eat. Number one. Number two, Malaysians love to eat. And they don't want to cook something for themselves. They want to eat it in the restaurant. They have their favorite places. So I think that if you can survive, you know, this is a winning situation, really.
It
you know?
is, right? So, but the thing is now, you know, like in your case, Tommy, right? Hot pot. The trend, the future trend, is there growth, and how do you put in place so that you can also compete regionally and globally? Because when the borders are open, right, and how do you then maintain that competition of you know, how to get your brand out there?
Yeah.
Okay, so actually for this Chinese hot pot, right, it's all about gathering and people gathering, family gathering. So what we did, the future trends for hot pot will be, okay, like what I did for my first, second, and third outlets. The third outlets, what you can see, the difference is the physical distance between the tables, and some more the demand for the VIP rooms. It's a lot, man.
Really?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Because people don't want to be with other people.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
But they don't feel
so
safe.
It's not for privacy, it's more for
Safety.
Safety.
Yes. So the changes that I did for all my outlets is I did extend a few more VIP rooms. Like the one in Kota Damansara, extend another 5 more outlets, 5 more rooms, private rooms. And the one in Bukit Bintang, currently I already have 5. So I extend another 2 more.
So people, when they make reservations,
They usually look for rooms. They ask for rooms.
Yeah.
This is
people want to be safe now, you know?
No, but of course your seating capacity reduces then, but you
definitely.
Yeah.
So like the one in Damansara, I have total of 3,500 square feet.
That's
That
quite
I have 24 tables. That was planning before the MCO, right? So that's the first outlet.
Now?
So the third outlet, I'm having 4,500, but I only have 21 tables.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so you can see that we're getting less stable, but the demand for VIP room is very high. So I would advise, like, for all the restaurants owner, if they are looking for to expand to their new outlets, maybe they can consider more on those private rooms.
Yeah, that's absolutely interesting, right?
That's
Imagine
very
if you do a
interesting.
restaurant where it's only private rooms, like there's no common areas.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
it's like that's your room, and once you leave it's sanitized, you know, there's a video to show you it's been sanitized. Yeah, this could possibly be the new
the next
trend.
trend. That will be the next trend actually in
Yeah.
Malaysia. So imagine, like, asking y'all if you're going out looking for restaurants. Of course, if they offer you a rooms, of course you'll take it, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
But is there additional charges though?
Okay, for rooms, we don't have additional charges. So we just have a minimum spending. So the minimum spending is actually not to, like, tell you to spend more here. It's actually to
Get the
prevent
numbers.
people to abuse the room.
Yes.
Because some of the people, like, maybe they come
Two
at
people,
pack,
yeah,
two
yeah,
people,
yeah.
but they request for room. They say, since you don't have minimum spending, so we prevent it.
Right. Okay, but I also so that drives me just a little bit off track here, slightly off track here. I understand that, especially in international markets, you know, there's always a booking and a booking fee, and then some you actually pay in advance because, like you said, you know, the abuse of making bookings, as now you have limited seats, so lesser tables, and also with the rooms and you know, a lot of times, you know, as usual, consumer behavior, you cancel last minute, or I can't make it, and then the restaurant loses that. But when you show up late, like 15-20 minutes late, and you lose your table, then you know, there's a huge complaint coming through your Facebook or your social media, right?
Yes.
So is that something also the F&B restaurants, F&B business operators practicing in terms of making booking? There must be some advance payment, or there is, you know, I mean, is that something you guys are adopting as well?
Okay, we don't take any advance payment because you know the Malaysians are very sensitive about that.
Yes.
So it's not like overseas, right?
Yeah.
So we just try to prevent them from cancelling last minute. So what we did is just make sure to call them and tell them that actually the room is very demanding and make sure you don't cancel last minute. So yeah, they will usually like.
But how do you make sure?
Make sure.
Yeah, how do you
we
make
cannot
sure?
make
Because
sure actually.
exactly.
We cannot make sure, but we still get cancel table. But
Right.
make sure after that we just fill in after they cancel.
Yeah. Right,
So
right.
make sure
You have
like
a waiting
few hours-
list.
We have a waiting
Yeah,
list.
waiting
We have a
list.
waiting
But the
list.
thing is this, I mean, okay, I understand that Malaysians, you know, I'm a Malaysian so no discrimination. Malaysians tend to also say, okay, so you know, last minute I have to cancel, I can't make it, or I'm stuck in a traffic jam, or whatever not. Okay, fair enough. And then you do a cancellation. Now, same thing with events, right? When you RSVP for an event, and you know, the client has already booked that many tables, ordered that many packs, and then you know, 50% don't show up or 10% don't show up. It's extra cost. So it is going to be an ongoing problem. So the point is, I'm always curious to find out why aren't F&B operators in Malaysia doing something about it to protect yourself, to protect your business?
Good question.
And especially now, with limited number of seats and capacity because of the social distancing, why are F&B operators accepting this consumer behavior and not do anything about it? I am still waiting for one restaurant, the first restaurant in Malaysia, to tell me, Jen, I put this on. I don't care if you like it or not, but that stays. So will you take that step?
Not at the moment, not now. Yeah.
I think because there's demand.
Yeah, because there's
Okay,
demand.
so
actually we
if
can
somebody
fill up the rooms
cancels,
very
he can
fast.
still fill up.
Yeah,
So
we
there's
can still
demand.
fill
There
up.
are others that want to numb their mouths. That's why. You know, when the time comes when there isn't so much demand, or you have another CMCO where they're limited dining, then you might think twice.
Yes,
You know, that
yes.
you fill up your table, your restaurant with reservations, and last minute someone cancels, and you have no replacement.
Yes.
Yes.
I think for
Can be
now,
done.
because they still have
Okay.
demand. And
All
also
right.
because of the social distancing, you have limited tables anyway.
Yes.
So you probably will always have demand because you
Yes.
don't have enough tables anyway.
We only can limit their time, dining time.
Once
that's
your
what we do.
mouth is numb, you have to leave.
So that's a time limit.
That's a
And then
time
it
limit,
goes
actually,
level
for
1,
rooms.
2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 10. That's it. Time to go.
That's very world class though. Yeah, because in
Yes.
Europe and America it's the same thing, right?
Yeah,
you know, you do 2 or 3 seatings, and there are restaurants here that
That
do
does
that.
that,
Yes,
right?
yes, quite a lot of restaurants do.
I know. Let's get out.
Yeah, you know.
What about Ivy? You know,
Wow.
what about your side? You know, what are you putting in
I think
place
her
in terms of-
location probably makes things a little bit different,
Isn't
no?
it? Yeah. I mean, what is that trend that you are looking at, and how you positioning Chin Sui vegetarian restaurant to compete regionally and globally?
Okay. Of course, location-wise, we have challenge. Okay, so
Sorry, do you have a lot of the people who live in Genting, the staff and employees, come to your restaurant?
Oh yes,
okay,
yes,
so,
yes.
that's
We
good.
do have
Captive audience, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah.
They can't
So-
go anywhere else.
So that's why while the business up there is a bit slow, so we have decided to open another outlet in Klang Valley here.
Gosh.
After 13 years, you know, we have only outlet 1 in Genting. So now we have decided to open the new one, and with a new concept. That is always what I want to do, because I want to have a younger crowd and also more lighter versions of Chin Sui in Klang Valley.
Like a more
And-
casual version?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's like a casual dining. Okay, so and so that everyone, you know, the customers who are calling us, you know, which is they cannot come, so now they have another options. They can
great.
dine in.
So you are aware that there is a demand.
Yeah,
there. You
yeah,
have-
yeah. We always have actually throughout the MCO or CMCO, we have a lot of calls. In fact, we collected a lot of database. You know, so That's where it gives us a confidence saying that, vegetarian is definitely the trend, plant-based is definitely the trend. What we do is we just have to ensure the quality of the food that we have all this while is maintained and getting better and give more varieties to the society. So then we can have another lighter brand in Klang Valley.
You work on menus as well? New menus, new ingredients?
Oh, yeah. That will be a new fusion kind of chin sui.
Oh, interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I mean, before we wrap up, right, Yasmin, should we ask them to share 2 tips?
Yeah.
Shall we?
Yes.
2 tips. What do you think? I mean, in your hot pot, don't share about numbing lips, but in your hot pot sector,
Industry,
right? What would you share with the other operators?
What I can say, being a restaurant operator is very challenging. So there are changes every day. But one thing is, like me as a restaurant owner, positive thinking is very important in running this business, because you meet staff, you meet people who are very negative, like affecting you and everything. Of course, your competitors, your industry as well.
Right.
So what I can share is the positive thinking in getting changes to drive the business.
Good, thank you.
I think he's also, both of them are the kind of people that always see the silver lining.
Yes.
So even though it's clouds, there's somehow or other they will
star
think of some
somewhere,
way
isn't
to
it?
make the best of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Ivy, what about you?
Yeah, I think in F&B operator, we have to always have the mindset is very important, because we as a leader, if let's say we don't have a positive mindset like what Tommy say, we can't lead the team, because the team need us actually to come out with a lot of ideas and then let the energy going, and then bring the F&B more hot in the industry, and more green, all these things, it has to come from a positive mindset. You have to stay focused also.
Right?
Yeah, the focus is very important. So yes, we have a lot of challenges, daily operation. So but then we have to be very focused on what we are doing and also what we want to achieve. And the lovely part is you enjoy what we are doing.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Such a great sharing from you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you
so much. So we will go and be numbed, and then we'll go and cool down.
Yes. Right, so we've come to at the end of our F&B session, and we would like to thank our speakers, Tommy and Irene, for joining us today to share their insights on Hospitality Asia Channel.
And look out for our next session on food and beverage, where we'll be talking about food delivery, dine-in, and pop-up concepts. Which of these are going to survive, or will they all? Stay tuned.
Need a meal. However, sometimes I just want to watch TV and stay home. How is the food delivery system crashing the businesses of food places? Well, Jen is about to interview our guests about the big question: delivery, dine-in, or pop-up? Which concept will survive the new consumer behavior? Joining this segment are 4 guests that we have invited to the studio today, including Madam Yip Leong Sam, President of Malaysian Specialty Coffee Association. Now, the MCSA was formed with a vision to build and secure growth in the Malaysian coffee industry. Our second guest, Vignesan Selvadurai, co-founder of the Lankan Crabs. If you're a big fan of crabs, this place features live Indonesian mud, aka mangrove crabs, that are sourced daily, and their kitchen is helmed by Master Chef Wijaya, who hails from Colombo, Sri Lanka. The third guest that we have that will be interviewed is Irvin Quick, the World Latte Art Champion, and also the owner of Cafe 103. Irvin is the youngest world champion for latte art. He's also the CEO and founder of Adept and Barista Academy. Our fourth guest for this segment is Liang Fu Kwan, Managing Director of Big Onion Food Caterer. Mr. Liang transformed the restaurant with just 5 employees into a catering and event management place that sells that staffs 60 personnel. So they will be talking about what is coming up next in the industry and how dine-in, pop-up, or delivery will interfere with regular business models. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome back to our studio. Our topic for this F&B segment is about delivery, dine-in, and pop-up concept. Which one will survive the new consumer behavior? Joining us for this discussion is Mr. Vicky from the Lankan Crabs, Mr. Irvin from Cafe 103, Mr. Liang from Big Onion Food Caterer, and Yip from Malaysian Specialty Coffee Association. Now, 2020 is indeed one of the most challenging years for restaurant operators. Before COVID-19, restaurant operators were already undergoing a period of change, including shifts in consumer behavior, digital ordering, pop-ups, and dining experience. Now, the question is, will there be a massive change in every aspect of restaurant experience? Let's get a quick overview from our speakers on the new normal for restaurants and how consumer behavior change has reshaped the restaurant industry. Let us start with Mr. Vicky. Hi, Vicky.
Hi, thank you, Jennifer. To me, I think 2020, what it's done is it's accelerated an existing behavior change to the restaurant industry, right? And I think collectively, every different restaurant has tried to address how they can overcome the challenges on daily basis in relations to their resources, in terms of people, in terms of marketing, in terms of even getting their raw commodities. So this whole evolution or the change has been accelerated. It's something that has been coming, but like COVID has done to everybody in terms of work, everything has been accelerated.
So it was something that you saw coming anyway, right?
I think it was something that we were already doing, right? If you look at the restaurant industry, like you said, there was a behavior change prior to 2020, even from the invent of aggregators, right? That by itself is a behavior change. So when COVID struck and when we went down into lockdown in probably March, right? What happened was that whole demand for the aggregators accelerated, right? So what we did as consumers, we then changed our behavior pattern faster than what was expected prior to this. That's yeah.
Interesting take.
Yeah.
What about Irvin? What do you think? What's your outlook on?
I think this pandemic actually is pushing the boundaries of the F&B industry. Why I would say so is because like back then you can only have great service, great experience when you dine in a luxury or expensive kind of restaurant. But right now, like every restaurant or cafes or any dine-in places, they will provide excellent service because of the concern from the consumers is getting very serious. You know, they care about their hygiene and everything. So it's actually good. The challenge is good for me.
But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, shouldn't service excellence, customer service be already existent anyway? Decades ago, it didn't need COVID to push the boundaries of service excellence, isn't it? It's already expected from F&B operators.
Yes, some of it, as I say, those great restaurants is already doing a great job. Just the lower part of the restaurants, back then they haven't realized that this is much important than any other things. So right now they are more alert to do this kind of thing to be better. Yeah.
That's true, yeah. And well, I think maybe Mr. Liang will come back to him later because he's in the catering side. I mean, Yip, you are representing the Malaysian Specialty Coffee Association, right?
Yes.
What is your take? I mean, the cafe business has grown, right? Suddenly you see a mushrooming of all these new cafes. It's like some kind of new lifestyles and whatnot. What about you? What's your take on that?
I think due to the pandemic and many of the people like last year because of the lockdown, so we can see that there's a hike in actually coffee assumption because many of them is like they started to take delivery or they started to actually brew their own coffee at home And you can see that those roaster cafe that roast their own coffee, that actually there's a hike in their business.
So it's turned out well for the coffee business, hasn't it?
Yes, for the specialty coffee, I would say.
Specialty coffee. Okay, interesting. Because we're going to be talking to a specialty company supplier to the next day, and we were going to address the thing about specialty coffee versus instant coffee and what's the global market worth, right? So that's really interesting. Okay, Mr. Liang, what about you? You specialize in the catering business,
Yep.
right? So what is the new norm for catering? What is the consumer change, which to you have two people to look after? One is your client, who was the one hosting the event, and of
Yep.
course the guest, right?
Correct.
So what is your take?
Well, for us, right, it's a very, very big blow to us. As you know, the event side is like totally off. Everybody are afraid no big groups gathering, and then that's where all the events have been cancelled. And I still remember during that time in March, we are looking at what China is happening, and I said, oh, it's coming to Malaysia. So every day we are receiving calls of postpone or cancellation. That's real bad. So what we see is that during that time, what we actually did is that we have to reflect back what can be done, because we foresee this thing won't be for a few months. That's where, to me and a lot of our people from the same industry, is that we have to pivot. Either they hibernate or they pivot to do something. And for us, we try a lot. We try to go into online delivery, and then doing online selling, this and that. But the whole thing is that the way we call ourselves as a caterer, because there are different levels as well. There are middle, small scale, medium, and larger scale. So talk about medium, maybe small is like 100 packs and below. Medium will be like 500 packs and below. So larger one will be like 1,000 packs. So happen we actually go into the higher scale, which is 1,000. We can do up to 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 packs. So that's where we are badly hit. What we saw is that the whole structure that we are built, the way we do things, right, entire CK is all meant for big
scale events,
big
right?
scale event, big cooking, all this and that. Yeah. So when we go to pivot to cater online, which is 3 packs, 5 packs, that's the problem that we encounter. Yeah. So that's our
Quite
challenge.
challenging. Huh?
Yes.
So so we were always talking about, which particular sector is the most challenging in terms of COVID, and I couldn't pick, right? I said, okay, would it be hotels? Would it be restaurants? Would it be retail? Would it be catering, for example, or aviation for that matter? So I don't think there is any ranking as to which particular sector is affected more. I think everyone is, or depends on whether how fast and how quickly you pivot, right? Okay, so now let's dive into our discussion on the topic for today, which is which concept will survive the new consumer behavior? Would food delivery, or would it be dining, or even pop-up concepts? So let's hear from our speakers. How has the pandemic changed the way we dine? So Irvin, you have your cafe business, right? So has there been a significant change in your customer behavior in terms of dining?
For our side, I mean, customers' behaviors have nothing much changes. They are still the same. They need good food. They need good coffee. Most of us are really concerned about the hygiene and social distance nowadays, and also because of this, the brand image and the SOP is very important. Once you did it bad, your image will be very bad, so that the customer will lose trust, towards your brand and all. So for us, I mean, we try our best to maintain our brand image. We try our best to protect our customer as well as protect our employees. Yeah. So nothing much changes actually, just extra move and extra things to be concerned.
But what about, we had a couple of lockdowns, right? So people couldn't come out, they couldn't dine in. So the pattern of dining in and delivery, for example, has that changed for your cafe?
We have tried to push our delivery sales, but actually something is not belong to delivery, especially our place. We are more focusing on the experience and service from our staff and baristas. So when customer came in, we called it open the magic door. You went to another place and then you provide excellent service. Like when they went out from the door, they back to a normal world. So when we do delivery, like we cannot provide those experience through, a box of rice and a cup of coffee. Yeah.
How did you manage your business during the lockdown when they couldn't
Okay.
come into your special house, to get the
For the
experience?
first lockdown, we have been thinking that what is our strength for the customer service actually is humanity. So our customers love how we approach them, how we talk to them is very friendly, very humanity. So during the first lockdown, all of our baristas are working hard on drawing something on the paper bag to talk with our customers without any touch, through drawing and writing. So they feel very warm, and actually it works. Like customer love it. They will come back and take picture for social medias and all, say, oh, 103 is cute, warm, and that.
Interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Well, what about you, Vicky? How did that change? I mean, you specialize in crabs.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, for a restaurant that opened 2 weeks after lockdown, right? Sorry, 2 weeks before lockdown, we actually did see a very big transition month on month, right? So the first 2 months was very heavy on the delivery side, and we did not touch the aggregators until January this year. So the whole of last year, we were trying to do our own fulfillment, right? And then when the lockdown first opened, it was a huge rush. I can still remember a particular day that, I don't know, it was so crowded that people really got angry when we did not let them in. I think it was this whole 3 to 4 months of being locked in, and you could really feel that.
Was that a revenge dining
I
experience?
think it was that loneliness of not having friends, right? And that really, you could see that in people's faces. And you do see that every time we go back into even a sub-lockdown kind of thing, we do see these kind of things, right? And one of the things that we tried to do as we built our brand was we actually focused on getting the brand recognition by a radius. We started with 3 and eventually started growing it. And that helped us a lot to address when we go into lockdown. See, one of the things is that if you have a very strong brand within a very small, near radius, during lockdowns, people actually came to do takeaways, not just deliveries, right?
So did the takeaway part of your business grow?
Yes,
It did.
Actually,
How many percent did it grow?
Actually, in the last 2 lockdowns, the takeaway was about probably 35% of our total delivery.
Oh, that's
Right.
amazing.
And that was like, I think if we had not done that brand and not built that relationship with our 3 kilometers to 5 kilometer radius audience, we would not have achieved this.
And what was your takeaway business percentage before COVID?
The delivery in total, that's no before COVID. We are a COVID restaurant, right?
Okay.
So we are looking at about 35% delivery. Yeah. Yeah, but the last 2 months, delivery has come down. Our delivery has come down to about 15%.
Why is it? Because people were coming out to dine
Yes,
again?
I get a lot more, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays is
Malaysians love crab, don't they?
yeah, really.
Especially Sri Lankan crabs. Yeah.
We-
Okay, let's not get there. All right. They're big, isn't it? Sri Lankan crabs are bigger. Yes. Okay. What about you? What have you seen in terms of a shift in behavior change, and also I know you mentioned the coffee, the cafe business have grown, but can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
In fact, it's like people are more focused on the quality of the coffee after the pandemic, because it's like when they started to brew their own coffee at home, they realized how tough and how difficult. And in fact, because of that, they started to appreciate baristas, brewers in the cafe. So it's like we do receive feedback that no matter how they brew, they couldn't make a good cup of coffee as what they have enjoyed in a restaurant or a cafe. So because of that, it increases the education level and talk between us as well as the coffee buyers. So they started to actually look into the details of how to brew a good cup of coffee, in fact.
What is that? What is the growth rate? I mean, since in the last 1 year, how much has the coffee industry grew?
In fact, when I say grow, overall globally, in fact, of course, the business actually went down because no matter how you have reduction in dine-ins, the consumption and all that, no matter how, yes, you can see an increase in buying and make their own coffee at home. However, the overall consumption is reduced. It's just people are more focused on premium coffee as compared to, definitely they will go less to the kopitiam and all that. So that's why overall, globally, the coffee consumption goes down. Right. However, the specialty coffee hides in the sense that people, when they want to buy coffee beans and all that, they will look at quality of the coffee.
Yeah, so has then the consumer change, the consumer behavior change towards having quality coffee rather than just coffee, for example. Right. Okay, that's really interesting.
Because in the past, it's like before the lockdown and all that, they can just go to any kopitiam and they can have 4 or 5 cups of coffee a day, as compared to now they want to have a cup of coffee at the price of 4 cups of kopitiam coffee. So that's the switch actually.
Okay, so there's a shift there. All right. What about the events? I know the events industry, the catering business has really collapsed. I would use the word collapse because of the total zero events that was allowed to take place, right?
Yeah.
So, but now that things are coming back up, is there a shift? Is there a change in consumer behavior?
Yeah. Basically, what I look at here is that human beings by nature, we can't stay alone by itself. We love social. We love to interact. So the moment, right, once it's open up CMCO, that's why all the influx of big group of people, and this is something good because as a human being. And then on the second part, right, typical Malaysian, right, you have this attitude which is very forgiving and forgetful. So sometimes, right, if you notice recently, people still come out, and then yes, definitely with the new SOP, we are more precaution of personal safety and hygiene, everything. So that I look at it will be a new norm. And for our industry, right, I spoke to many group of people, a lot of what you call that online training, social media, Zoom, the effectiveness is not there. So it still need to be
on a physical
bonding
basis.
part. Yes. Right. And also when you come to dine, right, it's talking about an experience. Like you say, once you enter into your place, what kind of services, the ambience, and then the services, and then together with the food and the people that's surrounding. So we call it interactive, right? So for us, even if the moment we got, I think last year is July, right, or CMCO, they open, we start to have a lot of events, private, smaller scale, but people still is there. They still carry on with the events, and even till now, right now, we have the events going on. Definitely with a new SOP, the precaution is there, food safety, handling, everything is there. So I look at it, it will be things that we're going to concurrent, live together, cohabit,
right,
and as a new norm.
Right.
So that is something that what I see.
So it's again, it boils down to, I think F&B boils down to a lot of human connection, right?
Exactly.
You want to be connected, you want to be out, you want to be with friends, yeah? But of course, now with the new norm of SOPs, right?
Yep.
Right. So, but the thing is, what we really want to know more is, will the trend of pop-up restaurants and experiential dining return to revive the empty storefronts and the restaurant spaces we have in our towns and cities due to the close down of many F&B outlets? So do you think overall there is still a huge market and growth for dine-ins? Vicky, what do you think?
Yeah, I seriously think there is opportunity in the food industry, right? Simply because if you look at the behavior of young children today, I see very little young children being able to cook, right? As opposed to the older adults, when we were younger, that we were very much in tune with what happens in the kitchen, right? And with a lot of my colleagues, what I've also seen with the younger demographics is that whole delivery and having consumption within the office and stuff like that, right? So all of this just gives us a reason to think out of the box in relations to what kind of new opportunities are there in this space, of restaurants.
So you don't see that there's a significant amount of consumers out there who are actually more comfortable with convenience. They feel lazier to go out. They just pick up, they go to an app, they order, the food gets delivered.
Yeah.
Do you think there is quite a significant market or creation of that market that has actually taken place? That is, how many % of that market do you think has taken away the dine-in market for you?
I'm not sure in terms of percentage-wise, but I think every proposition, right, needs to be looked at differently. Like the Lankan crabs is a proposition to come dine, right? Even the coffee, like I think the experience of delivering the end product may not be as good as coming to the restaurant, right? And there are certain products that can be delivered, right? So you need to understand that even with the invent of cloud kitchens, right? There are going to be certain brands that are going to be on the cloud kitchen, right? I may not want to be on a cloud kitchen, all right? I need to create a different restaurant model or a food model that fits, right? So that's where the opportunity is, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting fact. What about Irvin? Well, now with all these new pop-ups, food trucks, right?
Yeah.
Like what you say, you can brew your coffee at home. There's a lot of new F&B businesses that's coming up. What do you think of these businesses? Is it really disrupting the dine-in market?
At first, maybe yes, because this is considered something new to the market, and then customers are always wanted to look for new things, but still pop-up delivery, food trucks or whatever, each of them have their own strength and their own target audience. For example, I'm Irvin, I'm just one person, but I have different, different way of eating. I will cook, I will order delivery, I will dine in. So, we just have to focus on what we are good at, and then to make it better and better. That's it. Customers will appreciate and they will come for you.
So you think that all four different concepts will survive? Is a matter of like what Vicky says, what your proposition is in terms of your business, right? Fine dining obviously can't go on food delivery, right? I think we have a good handful of fine dining restaurants that tried to pivot, that tried to go into food delivery, but just wasn't successful because people will not pay that amount of money to get food delivered, right? Unless you go and say chef on call. In that sense, right? Yeah, that's interesting. What about catering side?
During that period, right? I think this takeaway food or ready to eat food, all this suddenly it come out to be very common. But yeah, actually have been in the market for a while, in overseas, in Thailand, Japan, in Hong Kong, where all the frozen foods is there. And then even the family package, let's say you don't want to cook, you want to have a small family of 4, you have already chicken, fish, or even the rice type, there's different type that's catered for this target market. Before that, none of them appreciate, or they say, oh, these are not fresh food, no good. But during the 2020, everybody tried that. Everybody stock up food. So you have your rendang, you have your grilled chicken, you have your leg of lamb, whatever, it's all frozen. You just need to put in the microwave, so easier. So that part of the market acceptance, right, is there, and it's going to grow and you'll be there as well. That's definitely for sure. At the same time, experiential, yes, let's say like what Irvin mentioned. For me, I never take, I don't apply much food on through the apps, but last year it's increased. Everything. My children's, I said, anything you want, right? You just go to a Panda or Grab and just order, and then payment is all from us. So that will be a new norm and also new habits for us to dine. Actually, from the consumer part of view, right, is that they have a lot of choices. And again, not all menus are suitable for takeaway. Example, you don't order a steamed fish or something fine dining because you pay the premium is for the ambience, the chef, the experience. So there are certain things can only go for the pet food. Certain things you still need to be personally to walk in. That's why you say the retail side definitely is there to stay.
But from your point of view, right, from catering side, how challenging was it for you to move into the food delivery market last year?
Okay, let's say for us, we actually move into, we call it ready to eat food. We come up with what I call cooked and pre-cooked or marinated food to supply to two groups. First group is that the end consumer, you and me, for family usage. Then second group is actually to B2B. Those cafe or some outlets, currently, let's say they are serving only dessert, and they, in order to increase their sales, they either increase their price, which is not a good strategy, they'll increase the menu. So with the menu, they don't want to hire extra chef. So what do? So we provide a solution as a ready-cooked food or some of the pre-marinated food and very easy cooking where a normal staff can handle it and you can serve it immediately. So food consumption, wastages, and then overhead is low. So this is an avenue that from a catering part of view, we can go. At the same time, also sauce and paste, because for us, right, we have been catered to some VIP, royal family. I don't think our food is that bad. It's acceptable. So what we do is
your food is good. Oh, that's
so what we do is that we share the recipe and then in the paste or whatever to others, so that it's another channel for us. So when we see that actually this is the market we can grow, and this is what we are focusing, the so-called pivot part. Yes.
Right, but what do you think, or what do you guys think about ghost kitchen, cloud kitchen? You know, is this something going to stay? You think it will stay?
I think that.
Personally, I think it will. Right?
It will.
I think it's a, like I said earlier, it's a golden opportunity depending on what you're going to start cooking in that kitchen, right? It's just that I feel a lot of the cloud kitchen players in the market, right? I think because it's so new, I think there is a lot more learning to be done by them, right? It's the whole process within a cloud kitchen that's very important. And I think one of the key factors that hurts me with cloud kitchen is cost. Right? They come up with this thing that it's going to save you a lot of money. But when you actually go down through the whole nitty-gritty of how much space you're paying per square feet and whatever you're doing, that's not going to work, right? And I think it's very similar to the aggregator models, right? Even the aggregator models are not working.
Not working, right? Yeah. So, but there is a potential.
There is
a potential.
I think it will take time for it to evolve.
Right.
To get to what it's supposed to do for us.
Right. Irvin, what do you think from a cafe's point of view?
For the cloud kitchen, right?
Yeah, cloud kitchen. They call it ghost kitchen. I don't know what else they call now.
It is good for those who wanted to create the F&B business quickly. Yeah, it's an opportunities for them. But for consumers, I need to think twice because consumers, they have better choices. They have a specialist crab restaurant. They have a specialist coffee place. Why they want to order from the cloud kitchen, which is, some brand is new and a platform is new. So it takes time to educate the consumers.
But it is actually a very good platform for new brands, right? Especially like you say, the ones that want to come out and create an F&B business quickly.
Yeah, but my problem with them is that creating a business means creating a brand.
Yes.
That's not being done.
As in, so it's not being done from the ghost kitchen point of view.
And not really done by the people that are getting into these cloud kitchens. And the guys that have cloud kitchens, they come out and tell you that they'll be doing the whole marketing for you. When they explain, they're barely even scraping the surface of what needs to be done. Right? And here you're getting young entrepreneurs who are starting new brands. That's just going to be a structure to fail. Right? So this is the process, that learning process that needs to go through to eventually have cloud kitchens done well. I personally visited the cloud kitchens in UK last year. Really well. The structure of, they understand from, your job is to cook, right? And their job is to actually get your food out to the consumer. That whole thing, that whole process. Right, it's
interesting. There's a lot more that we can learn from, of course, from the markets, the more seasoned and veteran players. Right. Now, so my question again is, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Is food delivery and takeaway disrupting the future of dining experience? Has it disrupted? Will it disrupt more, in your opinion?
Well, from where I look at it, it won't be, because as long as this COVID doesn't really expand, right? People still take away, people still dine in.
Yeah, but the thing is that we aren't sure of, when you have the cases going up and the minute you get spiked up, there's a lockdown. So the pattern is like a heart rate, right? So people are jumping in and out of dining, in and out of delivery. So would that in a way disrupt the market of dining, where the pattern and the consumer behavior, they get so comfortable in doing food delivery and they say, oh, forget it, I'm not going to dine anymore. I'm so comfortable at home, I'm just so used to it. Do you think that model, and also because of the fact that we don't know when the lockdown is, would that be a disruptor to the future dine-in experience market?
If there is a lockdown, definitely it will, because it's like people it's like they are not allowed to actually leave the house.
No, but I'm talking about the long-term effect. Will it have a long-term effect that will disrupt the dining experience market?
I look at maybe, right, it depends the entrepreneur who are investing. Are they doing a very experiential dining? Or actually, let's say like a ghost kitchen, where they just operate, just depending on takeaway.
What about in your business context?
In my opinion, not really. Because as I mentioned just now, no matter how they have done brewing at home, they still feel that it's like a professional barista or brewers can make a better coffee. And in fact, long term, I suppose it's like everyone is like, be it the cafe owners, the staff, or the even consumer, they are more educated in protecting themselves. So eventually, when they feel safe to dine in, given the ambience that it is safe, it's like, I think they will still choose to dine in. For me personally.
Vicky?
I think...
Vicky is thinking.
Yeah, for me, I think it won't change. I think people dine at home simply because if you're in a lockdown situation, you have no other option, right? Very simple, if you want to enjoy really delicious Sri Lankan crabs, what better way just out of the kitchen and at the restaurant, right? So
Mr. Vicky is inviting all of you to his restaurant. When you want to experience, authentic crab, using your hands and fingers, right? Yeah.
But I think this service, right? I think one of the very strong points that he's put out is, yes, you said it's supposed to be understood, right? We've done this for only a year, right? And I don't think it is understood. And I think we put a lot of effort to making sure that our team really goes that extra mile in communicating, in their whole presentation, right? And that's something very important. And I think restaurants need to do that. They need to do two things. One is service, and the other, they need to up the ante in terms of the game, as in the food that they are presenting or delivering, right? Needs to stand out, right? Then people will come to you.
That's why for our industry, right, for us, right, we actually redesign the menu that's suitable for takeaway, and it's like for a family or a small gathering they want. That is the menu where you can have, even though after a few hours, it's still good to eat. This is something, that's why you say that the best food is still cooked from the restaurant, right immediate. But again, if you have no choice, or you have to decide to host your own small group of your family or friends, yes, you can do. So that will be for us to stay as well.
I guess it's important that everyone has a combination of the models, right? Combination of takeaway, delivery, dining, and of course, pop-ups, I suppose, unless you can have a pop-up Sri Lankan restaurant, who knows? We never know. Yep. Right. So we're talking, this hot summit is all about reviving Malaysia tourism. We don't know when the international borders will be open, but we're talking about domestic tourism. We're talking about promoting local tourism. So F&B plays a huge part, in tourism. And what are your respective restaurants and brands doing in order to work on that revival mode? Getting things back in order, getting people to come, and of course, having plans already in place in the event when the borders are open. What are you doing to get into that game? Like you were saying, it's a game. You need to go forward. So what are you doing for each of your brand? Maybe Yip, you want to start on your side.
So
from the association point of view for you.
Yeah. So for the association point of view, we will continue to organize more events It's like we are going to host our national coffee championship in the month of November, and hopefully with that, and we will create more, and hopefully the borders will be open by then. Then we will have at least people from neighboring country will come in to actually exhibit, especially those origin coffee producing country like Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, and all that. So with all these, by creating the platform of the ICBS, our coming international exhibition body, so we will hope to invite more people, tourists, and come into our Malaysia, because being now we have actually Malaysia, we have a world champion that born. So
World champion
actually,
barista,
yes, specialty coffee definitely in Malaysia is already top 10 in the world. That will actually attract at least the neighboring country, the baristas and all that, to come visit in the exhibition.
Right. Okay. That's really good to hear. Irvin, what about you? What are the plans in Cafe 103 have put in place to also be part of that revival of that domestic tourism, and as well preparing for that international markets to open again?
For us, it's all about your brand position and also the value that you provide to your customers. For example, like 103 right now is more suitable for neighborhood customers, but when it comes to global brand, 103 is not enough, So we are planning to come out another coffee brand which is more focused on specialty coffee instead of a food menu. So we will be more focused on coffee, international branding, plus a world champion, something like that, just to get ready that when everything is fine, everything back to normal, and we will have a huge crowd of outstation coffee lovers like that.
Right.
Branding first.
Branding. So all those are the plans and strategies that you've put in place, right? Okay, let's now talk to our favorite crab. Sri Lankan crab. So what do you have?
So what we started to do was to focus on the cross-border state-wise, right? So we've been very focused on our SEO, trying to get higher ratings in terms of location traffic, focusing very much KL, Bangsa, PJ. So trying to make sure that, when the tourists do come, or say somebody from Penang comes here, how do we stand out as an option? Yeah.
So just out of curiosity, in the whole Klang Valley, how many crab restaurants are there?
Actually, there are plenty of crab restaurants, actually.
We're talking about thousands?
Because they are more on the seafood level, right? But specialty crabs would be ferry crab, right? And maybe us.
Right, just two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's better to just do specialty restaurants then?
Not necessarily. I think you need to have something a bit more. Like if you look at our model, was very much trying to see how Ferry Crab had done, right? So your menu probably within 10 items. So the crab becomes the stand, and then you need to have one more supporting breader that will actually take the load in case they don't eat the crabs.
Right. Okay. Now I'm thinking of crabs already. Okay. Mr. Liang, what about you? What plans have you put in, to get ready for when the borders are open, when the events come back, when the international borders are open? Of course, there'll be even more big scale events. So what have you gotten in place?
Actually, we work very closely with the convention center, where the MICE, where exhibition, conventions, or conference coming back, we are always there. So in terms of the other than we look at it this way, there are things that we call experiential dining experience, so like pop-up or very small private events coming up. We see that a lot of these people are calling for that. So we also equip ourselves with very private chef dining, or even the experiential dining in terms of a different kind of setup. I think I spoke to one of the members right there. Later we can see how we can collaborate. Yeah. So it's just not a straightforward, just say, I want to prepare a dining for 1,000, 2,000 pack. That is something that we already done. So during this time, we work with different partners to come up with different idea. Once the border is open, there are the new things coming up.
Right, that's absolutely true. You know, I mean, when you're talking about moving forward is all about collaboration, co-creating, right? So that's exactly what we should be looking at for the F&B especially. Right, so we've come to the end of our F&B session. And we'd like to thank all our speakers, Mr. Vicky, Mr. Irvin, Mr. Liang, and of course Yip, for joining us today to share their insights on Hospitality Asia Channel. Look out for our next session on the business community segment where we will be talking about pivoting. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, you're back with me, Kevin, and we hope you've learned new things about the F&B segment after the last few rounds of interviews. But as consumers, your buying power can affect a whole lot more industries that we simply cannot overlook. In our final segment, Jen and Jesse will interview our guests about new solutions. The topic is called Pivoting Quickly, Co-Create with the Private Sector. The guests are Mark Singh, President of the Malaysia Watch Trade Association. The Malaysian Watch Trade Association was founded more than 60 years ago in 1954. Now, since then, the MWTA has increased its membership, bringing its members and the watch industry in Malaysia together. How are they getting through the pandemic? You're about to find out. The second guest that we have today, Nitesh Malani, the chairman of Yayasan Usahawan Malaysia. Yayasan Usahawan Malaysia, aka Mypreneurship, is an NGO that serves as a platform that supports the development of young entrepreneurs and help them achieve their goals while sustaining their core values. The third guest we have for today, Mr. Francis Teo, the president of the Malaysian Association of Convention and Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, MACEOS. In the beginning of the pandemic, Mr. Francis Teo was already advocating to pivot to event digitalization, which will complement the industry. Fun fact, that's exactly what we're doing today. Wherever I am right now, it's actually green screen. Pretty mind-blowing, right? How are we gonna go from here? Will this be a future trend? Well, I can't wait to find out what these experts have to say. Jesse and Jen, take it away.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome back to the studio. I'm Jennifer Ong.
And I'm Jessie Chahel.
Our topic for the last segment of this summit is about pivoting quickly, and how to co-create with the private sector.
That's right. It's not uncommon for businesses to reach a point that requires a shift to ensure that the company stays relevant and successful. Conventional wisdom says that the smart move when a crisis hit is to pivot quickly and decisively. Well, the COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented, but it has made it necessary for many commercial companies to shift their business models quickly to create a shelter in the storm. Many are repurposing their assets to create new value and protect their brand to survive.
Pivoting a company's business model is not new. It has been an integral part of business innovation for many decades. Whether you are pivoting defensively because your original models are doomed, or pivoting proactively because you see the opportunities to change the competitiveness environment and seize the advantage. It is important to make your pivot idea a reality.
That's right. Joining us for this discussion are three fine gentlemen. Mr. Nitesh Malani, Chairman of Yayasan Usahawan Malaysia. Mr. Francis Teo, President of Malaysia Association of Convention and Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, as well as Mr. Mark Singh, President of Malaysia Watch Trade Association, where we will be discussing about the importance of pivoting and working together with the private sectors for the purpose of our country's economic recovery. Welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
All of you, of course, experts and successful in your own right. But let's kickstart our discussion today, Jen. This is an unprecedented time, and I think all industries across the board have been impacted differently, somewhat differently as well. It is definitely a difficult time for every organization. most business models have been disrupted as we know it. We've moved into a realm that we now call the new norm. But knowing that, we still don't know what lies ahead. It's unclear. What are some of your thoughts about tourism-related businesses having to pivot, especially in the midst of a crisis? Mark, I'll start with you.
Well, it's definitely a very challenging time during this pandemic crisis. It's like over a year plus, and it's still many uncertainties lies ahead of us. Well, in my opinion, there are a lot of strategy that we can actually take, the private sector, as well with the support from the government. Of course, if I were to name, there'd be a lot of areas that the government can do for us. We need them as much as they need us. What I can say is that the government need to re-educate the new norms, come up with a clear, precise SOPs for the public to follow, right? And then, of course, I would say and add on that to equip qualified professionals, all right, that are close to the market and close to the people, then they will understand.
Interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
Thank you, Jessie. I think well said, Mark. The point is that today we see more and more people, especially on the ground, being very educated over the last 12 months. In particularly with the F&B and tourism industry, we have seen how many operators have pivoted to new models, and this is encouraging moving forward when we look at the recovery. The numbers are not going to drop dramatically by the weeks. We would see this on the rise first before we see recovery. The good part about tourism is we have had enough encouragement from the ministries and the government positively. And we have seen a lot of businesses within this industry adapting to the new norm encouragingly. So I think this, on a positive note, it's good on post-recovery of the pandemic, and we see this as a plus point in comparing to our neighbours within ASEAN region.
True. Francis?
Well, the business events are definitely affected, and we were the first to be affected first before anyone else. And according to what study is being made, is that we're going to be the last to recover. Okay, because this event is something that you have to have confidence to attend or to participate in. So in this period of time, a lot of our members, a lot of our association members in the industry, they have actually gone to, because the first MCO, they were like, okay, this is just 3-month thing, we'll get back into business by mid of the year. But when that didn't happen, they look into what resources they have and how we are going to do it. So that's where the conference organizers has gone into webinars, into virtual events. Booth contractor has gone into creating virtual booth as well. So I think we learned a lot from this pandemic as well. So in this case, they're doing slightly better, but definitely we hope that the face-to-face events will come back soon.
With that human touch and interaction.
Yeah, we need that. We need that.
That's right, Jen.
But will the mice business, the mice and industry, will it get back to pre-COVID state? Even if it was 2-3 years later, do you think that it will get back there, or they'll be actually going into hybrid models?
The thing is that we know is that digitalization is going to stay. Face-to-face is going to still be there because we need to meet. Yes. We have to meet. We are a social animal. We have to meet. So what we foresee is that every event there will be more of a hybrid element. There will be an on-site event, which is smaller in numbers, in participation, but you will see that there will be a larger numbers on the virtual side. So it will have a hybrid model. Okay, right. So it will take some time to get that what was before, pre-COVID. I think another 2 or 3 years.
Right.
Another 2 or 3 years before we get to that.
So that's a rough estimate of time frame given. Having said that, last year or rather 6 months ago, we thought it was over or we were coming towards an end. Mark, you wanted to add
But I was reading an article, and a friend also told me, just last week, the Paul Tan Automotive News, fantastic. It's like 561 cars worth 80.5 million sold within 2 days. I mean, that's big thing, you know.
What does this say about spending power within the country? Because we know within the region as well, we are performing perhaps better in some sectors. SMEs also, entrepreneurs we see emerging on a daily basis. But what does it say about our spending power?
If I could take that, Mark. I'm sure Mark has better statistics than I do in terms of people buying expensive watches. And based on what I hear and understand from the industry, watch sales are skyrocketed. Watch distributors don't have premium watches to sell. I also was made to understand, like you said, cars, premium car distributors don't have cars to sell, simply because there's a lot more people buying expensive cars. The point here, Jesse, is that the fact is people were not able to travel. There were a circular market of people made a lot of money, did well within the pandemic, innovated, pivoted their business models, and we saw a huge amount of revenue being generated out of these businesses. We've been talking about the new age industry of investments, right or wrong, I don't know. Cryptocurrency. The cryptocurrency trend has already picked up among the younger generation. We see new and new millionaires being born by the day. Somebody who is 20 will tell their parents, you took 20 years to build your wealth. Pop, I did this in 2 months. Yep. So there's a lot of new generation that has come up as young entrepreneurs, successful enough. So I presume for the business community and growth, and then particularly, we're talking today about the tourism industry. Here you go, you have a new target market that is ready to spend a lot of money on you. I can understand what Francis says about MICE and convention. It's going to be, I agree, the period of 2-3 years, it's the reality of things. I think it's going to be longer for international travel to get back to normal, because I think there's been a vaccine or a passport war that's happening internationally. Countries are dominating the vaccines and the passports that they issue. For example, we were made to understand that China is not recognizing a US-made vaccine or an Indian-made vaccine. Is this the reality of things? When will travel happen again? I think these are question marks. That's yet to be.
The thing is this, okay, so Nitish, I agree with you. The fact that we can forecast, and predict that things will happen in 2-3 years. But in the meantime, Francis, what can the MICE players do? I mean, you can't wait through 2-3 years, for international borders to open. People are going virtual. They are going to, on that scheme of, in that area. So what do convention centers do in the meantime?
Well, it's a good time for you to look at your product and what you're doing, and it's a good time for you to kind of re-engineer your product, see how well you can, repackage it. Repurpose it to another use. There's some centers, they converted into a vaccination centers. Some centers, they actually have gone for long-term lease to like a logistic. Logistic is something that is moving in terms of this. So these are the time actually that we need to, just get ready, prepare. Definitely, we have hope that the business will reopen. It's just now is that we have to take time and look at how can we do things better. And I've been going around and say this to I heard it in another webinar, that you don't waste a crisis, because a crisis makes you do things that you don't usually do in normal times.
Yeah.
Yes. Right? So
having said that, what have you done within your industries or your sectors differently come COVID-19?
Well, right now that when we know that this kind of virtual event is going to come in, we actually have our own green studio also. So most convention centers right now would have a green studio. And it's going to be a
new
norm.
default.
Yeah, it's going to be a norm thing that to have. It's not to say, nice to have, but it's a must to have kind of thing. Because hybrids are things that's going to come in. So we have got that. We took this time to build our own green studio. And we have been toying with the how it works and things like that. Because all these are new to us. 2 years ago, we would not know what's green studio. Yes. So we took that time to look at products that we can do, and also that just repackage what we can do, and we feel that events are much more. Then when you have the hybrid event and you have the live event, live event is going to be more premium. Sure. It's going to be more premium compared to a virtual event. See, because most thing about event is not just about coming for the event. That's just the reason to come to the event. It's that after the event, it's the networking that's important.
Yeah.
Half of the reason is
It's
networking.
because of networking, right?
That's networking.
And you can't do it virtually.
You can do it virtually.
Why not?
Well, it's this one-way communication.
Okay, so you
All right?
look at the screen right now. Right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine that big screen that's right behind us? Yeah, okay. Imagine that guy there is your friend in Germany. And he has a green screen, right?
Yep.
And I can have another seat here. And your friend from Germany could be sitting here and we could be friends, right? So it is possible. The question is,
is it the same? Is it as impactful? Does it create that kind of relationship that you seek?
okay, so that's always been the argument about, is it the same? Does it have the same impact? Does it have the same success rate, for example? But the thing is, if we are also boxed up with the fact of, or we have that such strong belief system that, no, it's got to be physical, it's got to be on-site, otherwise you're not going to get the same result. And if we continue to think that way, then what's going to happen to the business?
I'm going to hold to that thought and give it to Nitesh.
No, I think, Jen, that was a good conversation. But as Mark said, certain element of businesses are a must-have. And I do agree with you also on the fact that we have technology today just like this, and we can have people sitting next to us being somewhere else. I personally truly believe with technology coming into play, for example, introduction of 5G, we will have new technologies such as teleporting, artificial intelligence with a hologram, where you are able to see an individual or a group of people at a physical outlet coming very soon. I've read a lot of these technologies coming into play and already being showcased at international events around the world. It's a matter of time where I think the MICE operators and relevant trade players in the market adopt some of these technologies as it comes to.
What about cost in all of this? Because that is obviously, going to be a big hurdle or challenge for companies already suffering from the impact of COVID-19.
Sure. I mean, in our portfolio, as we have engaged with a lot of companies through our platforms, whether at Yayasan or SEPA, which we run, and the players that we spoke to have not spoken about costs, but rather spoken about revenue. And they see huge opportunities in a lot of these areas. When they implement this technology, for sure there's a value to pay for them to see revenue to sustain. I presume, Jesse, is the fact that different business composition has different focuses right now. I can understand MICE physically have an outlet, a built-up area of 1 million square feet, and it's all about leasing my space and collecting revenue. And as long as there's no people, I can't lease the space. I guess different businesses who have pivoted in the last 15 months have found a revenue model. And when this revenue model is alive, I think the cost becomes secondary. And as we move forward, I strongly believe that costs would come down dramatically because this is the only thing the world is doing together.
Supply and demand.
Exactly.
Huh?
Well, for me, for the Wall Street business, tourism-related business is definitely important for the trade. Just to bring you back in the 80s, when Tun Mahathir Mohamad abolished the tax on watches sometime in 1982, it actually grew tremendously until today. For records, in the 70s, the annual contribution from a watch trade is only about 500,000 annually. And today, in Malaysia, you're talking about a near 3 billion watch industry annually. So there's from a 500,000 less to a $3 billion industry, and it's a huge growth. And all definitely is tourist-related business matters. Because over the years, of course, with the hard work of my fellow members, today Malaysia is known internationally.
Place to buy a watch.
A good selection of brands and pricing. You can name all the legendary brands you can have it in Malaysia.
Wow.
Yeah. That is the watch industry. Of course, like us, we also look at on the basis of whether it's going to be a B2B all right, basis or customers basis. For example, like the initial earlier on the example that I say that the Paul Tan case, it is more like a consumer basis. You know, they come in with a strict governed SOPs, they come in, they buy, they book, and they go off. But of course, for the watch industry, we do have this called the B2B, the industrial to the industrial. Okay, obviously we can't have international travel in, or we know neither do us can travel out. So normally it's like we do a virtual platform thing, that we should do a virtual platform thing more often, that slowly move to a hybrid, like what you say, Jen. A hybrid, for example, like a 3-day virtual, 1-day networking. I think that would be great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What's the word on the ground from players within your industry or your association? What are they feeling in terms of sentiments towards challenges faced and hope for the near future?
Well, the concern of my watch members is actually how to sustain through this crisis. When it started last year, for the first 6 months, they are lost. A lot of SOP came out from the government, and adapting to new norms is very difficult. And of course, now, after a year plus, they are getting into the gear. And I believe for the watch trip people, they're concerned. What they want is actually from, how to cover their losses. They're all business owners. They pay tax to the government year and after year and after year. So what they want actually from the government to land a support now. Monetary support, whether it's going to be WSP, the wage subsidy program, reduction of taxes, reduction of utilities, etc., etc., etc. This will help them.
Subsidize the cost.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, they have been paying tax all these years anyway. And for those, especially for those who are making losses.
Francis, your thoughts?
Well, definitely last year was a lost year, right? In fact, actually, 2020 was supposed to be a great year for business event, right? We were supposed to have APEC Summit. We were supposed to have a lot of the venues were fully booked, and came the virus. Everything went downhill. So definitely, it was a lost year last year. This year, we are looking at it. It's feeling like everybody's like, how can I just break even this year? All right. So to survive, I think the issue right now is that. Because of last year, a lot of their company reserve has been used up. And this year is that we are now at the bottom of the barrel already. They're scraping the barrel, the bottom of the barrel already. And it all depends on what's going to happen this time, that whether they are able to survive to the end of the year. So what basically the member wants is that that we are allowed to still to do events, that they can find ways to do some form of event, no matter how small or how smaller size or whatever, at least they are allowed to proceed with their business, right? Because we know that if we keep asking from the government, we want more help, and the Prime Minister already has mentioned, they really got no money. So if you keep asking that, it's going to be quite, it's going to be a waste of, it's going to be difficult. So I think the most important thing right now is we hope that we are still allowed to do events. In fact, before this CMCO was reinstated in March 5th of this year, we were talking to the government that during MCO, we are still allowed to do events, but of a smaller number, 250 packs and below. Okay, so we have that in place. Touch wood that we won't go back to MCO, but at least we got that assurance that some form of events can still happen.
With the number 3,000 today, Francis,
But the thing
we
is
pray.
So the interesting part here is what Nitish was saying, right? When you find the revenue model, then you worry the cost becomes secondary, right? So and then what Francis say is about we continue to seek for subsidy from the government, it's going to dry up anyway. So the point is to be able to monetize pivot and monetize. That's a key, right?
And remain sustainable.
And remain sustainable. And then with the subsidy, then it helps you more. But the question now is, in order to pivot and monetize, there must be some loosening of guidelines, not guidelines, rules, certain rules, where it then gives you the opportunity to monetize. At the moment is that, like you say, you've got the space, but there's no people, there's no business, right? Because of the strict guidelines and SOPs, you can't do this, you can't have events, you can't have so many people. That means then the opportunity to monetize has been taken away. Then what money are you talking about? So in that context, right, what is your opinion? What's your suggestion? How do you think the relevant authorities, the relevant ministries should loosen up a little bit so that there is potential for your members to earn some income and instead just relying on government subsidy? So
yeah, for us is that, as I said, that the government let us do our events. I mean, we've been following the SOP like to the dot. All right, everything that they say that we actually, put the SOP into the microscope. Say, okay, this is way, all right, okay, make sure everything is done and like that. So we've been following whatever the government is mentioning. Everything's there. But just the thing is that, first of all, for us to do this, we must always have the confidence of government. Now we have got the confidence by government by allowing events to happen during whether it's CMCO or RMCO or even MCO. But the challenge right now is not about that. The challenge now is the confidence of the public. Confidence of the public to come out. Okay. Is it safe to come out right now? Kind of thing like that. Right. So slowly we have got the confidence of the government. Now is the matter of how can we get the confidence of the stakeholders to come out to do events, the organizers. And after that, it's more of like, how can we get the participant to come in?
Sure.
Right.
Because if we want to organize the event, but there's no visitors or no attendees,
there's no point.
There's no point.
Okay, but what is the latest guidelines from the government? You are allowed to do events. Is it still 50% capacity of the
Yeah, it depends on whether you are in CMCO or you are RMCO. So in CMCO, you have 50% capacity.
Okay.
All right, we're still allowed to do events. Even though, as I say again, even though we're allowed to do events, get 50% capacity, people still don't have the confidence. Sure. So that's the things that we want to inform the public that everything, your safety is our concern.
Sure. That's right.
Right? We have all those thermal scanner, we have all this, we got the health declaration, anything that you can do. In fact, recently, yesterday I just had one event in our venue. Only 17 packs. But before these 17 people went to this corporate, to their own company events, all of them were doing testing first before they come in.
Wow.
Swab test. I mean, it's a straight rapid test. I mean, you know the result straight away. I'm not sure how much it costs for that thing. But that could be the norm.
Sure.
Before you attend any event, you may have to do that swab test and
stuck up your nose.
Yes, stuck up your nose. Okay, you're in. So that could be the new norm.
Yep. Sure.
You want to attend this event, it's a very important event. You need to meet the certain people in that event.
Well,
up your nose.
stick up your nose.
So it's safe to say industries and sectors are and may come up with their own sort of new norms or their unique SOPs. But let's face it, the reality is we're still in the thick of this crisis. We don't even know what's ahead. Let's come back to the question of our topic, our discussion today. How can companies, associations, organizations, stakeholders co-create with the private sector in your own respective industries? How do you see that panning out, Nitish?
Sure. Jessie, I think we already have seen innovation in different spaces. Francis shared about the MICE area, and I think there's a lot in the watch, in the F&B area. For example, I think, Jennifer, you're fond about an Indian restaurant today serving Mexican food. Pivoting to what the market wants to have, and basically this is one norm of innovation. So on the point of pivoting, businesses has already started to do that. It's just how do they now market themselves more effectively. As far as perspective of members of various trade organizations, as we continuously interact, and we have also interacted with the government sector through various organizational groups that we are all involved in. For example, Industries Unite. We have engaged with the Ministry of Finance, the Federal Territories Ministry, the Ministry of Health, the Human Resources Ministry. I think a lot of ministries have been engaged. It's also wrong to say that the government has not heard the trade organizations. They have. The question mark always remains at the top is the government today has spent more than 600 billion ringgit. The question here lies is, where is this 600 billion ringgit? Now, these are question marks that our members, I think, respectfully, for sure it's spent. I think all our members are asking, where is it spent?
But I just want to go back to a point that you made, and rightly so, businesses have had to transform one way or another. But as we sit here, sort of, looking from a top-down approach, or perhaps even looking at a M40 or T20 sector, what of the B40s? What of organizations or companies or services that had to shut down totally in the past 15 months or so? How do you pivot then?
We've been interacting, I think Yayasan Usahawan has been interacting with MEDAC, for example, who focuses a lot on the SMIs, slightly below than the SMEs, where I think is the market that you have been just referring to. Now, this businesses has been fairly supported by the various agencies. People have innovated. We have known the burger stall at the corner of the road now trying, instead of just selling burger, doing different things, getting more of their family members involved, and they have pivoted in their own ways. I am fully in the know of the fact that not only MEDAC as an agency, ministry, many other different ministries have come forward to help them in terms of innovation. The SMI industry has found it difficult to innovate. For example, tools such as e-wallets. Today, we know of a lot of e-wallets available in the market. These people had to fork out a couple of ringgit extra to even adopt e-wallet to be implemented. And I know of SME Corp, SME Bank, Bank Rakyat, and some of the many agencies out there are giving grants to the SMI community to facilitate this to happen. So they can now collect money easily. Recurring payments, for example, if every day, I know of also industry partners have updated us that, for example, bottled juices, fresh brewed coffees being supplied to companies that are operating. So that involves recurring payment. How do you do recurring payment rather than going there and sending a bill every day? That particular entrepreneur, maybe a 1, 2, 3-man show, needs his money on a daily basis to buy his stock. There are platforms today available to collect recurring payments from organizations, so they are sustainable. So there's a lot of innovation happening at the top. And to say that the government or its agencies are not doing at all, I wouldn't say that. They are helping. It's a very typical Asian or a Malaysian mindset that we see most of the time. You want everything on your lap. And we are generally a complaining lot of human beings. Whatever it's given is not enough. And we keep on complaining and complaining and complaining. So I think that it's a very typical entrepreneur characteristics to go out and find the solution. Solutions available today. We all know that. In terms of pivoting, I think the point today that we're talking about, there's no choice. It's a must. MICE, like I think Francis, you were saying that you guys are now doing more and more different events that you never thought about before this. I know a couple of friends who own large spaces, not maybe the big names, but they have gone and worked with a lot of drop ship companies to become a warehouse. A pickup point. They used to do weddings, they used to do conferences. Today, there's no weddings, there's no conferences. They have become a drop ship pickup points for the online chains, and they're earning revenue rather than it being empty.
So I think that's where, Jessie, we were talking about co-creation, right? And that's so absolutely important. How do you co-create with other companies? In terms of cost, like you talk about technology, having a green room could be costly in terms of investment, but if you collaborate with a studio, for example, collaborate with a studio like that, then you don't talk about costs.
Sure.
Yeah, you talk about shared revenue, for example.
Sure.
And that will help companies to stay alive, isn't it? Yeah. So.
And also never before right now, that our members, our industry are collaborating. They are they're talking of their what can I do alone, but it's not like how can we do it together.
Let's have coffee and talk.
Yeah, let's have coffee and talk is a very common phrase now.
Sure.
You know? Let's talk, because previously everybody's doing their own stuff.
Yeah.
I don't have time for this. I'm just doing my business.
That's right.
And now it's like, let's talk and let's think and how we can help each other and work together, and you get your part and I get a part. Maybe we survive this together.
Sure.
Yeah.
Very true. I'm creating a lot more group chat. Hey, what's the problem? Let's settle this. How to settle this? This is all the suggestion or proposals. Sometimes you can settle it pretty quick, swiftly. So all I think is that everybody, what Nat has said is absolutely true. They have said most of the thing. But important is that we have to stay optimistic.
So my question to you is, do you spend more time on WhatsApp today or Facebook?
Well, equally.
Diplomatic answer. Very. But I was, keen to understand from your conversations with your peers and those in the industry as well. What are you seeing as some of the solutions for your, sector, perhaps, Mark?
For my sector, basically the retail stores, for example. We have a lot of retail stores. So what they see is what they get. There's no international travel. It's down by 40%. So they have to live with locals. Of course, the locals can't travel. Some, after 1 or 2 years, they can't travel. They probably can't remember how the plane look like. It's like, okay, it's time to spend. We have extra money, so they spend locally. So for my members, I always tell them, don't waste a good crisis. Grab the opportunity. You have to innovate. Go on e-platform, go on, digital, go on social media, brand yourself, people will remember you, because if people don't remember you, you will not able to draw any revenue.
That's right. That's the thing, Jessie.
Yeah.
Right? Because what Mark's saying, you got to be out there. You got to brand yourself, right? But today, everyone is going on digital media.
And everyone's got that 5 minutes of fame, whether you're on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook.
So how do you fight for that space? And how do you fight for that attention when everyone else is on it? Like you open your Facebook, right? And you go like, oh, okay, it's like the attention span is not even one second. It's like milliseconds.
Bring together relevant stakeholders and industry experts and have a virtual event like this where
I think it was a idea over a second with Mark and Francis just out there. Was the fact that shopping malls today are retail based, and we're talking about retail businesses, and an idea spark. And why couldn't all these retail outlets come together and digitize at one platform? For example,
like an online mall.
Yeah. If it's, say, a particular mall, say, let's say Mid Valley, for example, why it can't be midvalley.com, where all these retailers are put on there and then marketed to the world. E-commerce, perhaps, So there are a lot of people who may not be as globalized and tech-savvy as some big brands. International brands has the facilities. The local Malaysian brands may not be as tech-savvy. So it's just an idea, for example, if everybody can come together and bump it.
Businessmen, put them anywhere with a cup of coffee and they come up with a new idea.
Can you imagine a cup of coffee with this idea? A bottle of wine, I don't know, right?
Let's try this after this.
Let's try. Right, Francis, you were saying?
Actually, it's talking about event digitalization. It was already there before this COVID. It wasn't there, but they could not monetize it. They could not find it. It's better to do the real face-to-face because there they can see the money, they can see the people, they can see the the sponsorship. But when this thing happens, there's no choice. Then we have to adapt to this event digitalization. So I think in this case is that this is what we learned. I think this is going to be there. It would not, for me, I would say that it would not replace the event industry, but it will complement the event industry. It will be part of it. Right? So that's what we have to look into, get prepared, that you will never get a kind of conference of 3,000, 5,000 people. It will be a smaller numbers. A conference that used to have 3,000, 4,000 international conference, maybe just 1,000. But the online one could be 10,000. That's how you monetize that. So this is time that we are actually in a stage that all the industry is reset. We're now going on to reset. It's how we're going to start again. And getting prepared for that starting line is what we need to do now.
It's either change or be changed.
Yeah, yeah.
right? Out of the
It's
gate.
definitely a changing time. You know, every day there's a new news. So okay, we're so immune to it right now.
Yeah.
With the changes, but we have to adapt to it.
I think reset was the right word.
Reset,
Francis.
right? It's the older generation, not that I'm saying you're from the older generation, I'm just saying, the older generation, are they having a tough time, resetting into the digital world? What do you think?
Well, definitely, different generation will have different what you call challenges to adopt to it. The older generation, they'll be like, what? They have to scan this and scan that. But you can see the young generation, how they adapt quickly to it. And we have to follow that young generation.
Sure.
That's the way forward.
Sure.
That's right. Yeah. Can't deny that
Isn't
fact.
that-
I think
all of us have gone through that.
Jennifer, did you know what is barcode 1 year ago?
No, I didn't know what's, Zoom wasn't quite new to all of
Barcode,
us,
you know,
right?
scanning.
Barcode and scanning.
Yeah.
and all
QR
this
code.
Today, it's just
It's like, I'll Zoom you later. It's
Yes,
almost
isn't
like
it?
It's a verb now.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, the
exactly.
initial time, I remember I was, a little bit annoyed, when every time, everywhere I go, I got to take out the phone and scan this My Sujatra, like, why can't I just write it? But today, it's just like, it's automatic. Before you even get there, your hand's already in your bag, taking out the phone, getting it ready, and it in just 2 seconds, you're in. So it is about getting a new habit, right? Consume a new habit. And I think over time, these things are not going to annoy people anymore. It's just going to be part of us, like brushing your teeth, for example.
That's right. Initially, it was resistance to change because it was something new.
Yes.
We were fearful as well. Unprecedented. We didn't know what it was all about. And now 1 year in, we were in ankle deep, and we are able to, adapt, adopt, and embrace.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to come back to a conversation. What do you make of big brands, big chains, the big boys closing, or big girls to be gender equal, closing down? We've got banks that has pulled out of the Malaysian market. We've got retail chains that are closing down. I mean, they're not even transforming or going online. They have closed down, full stop, period.
Jesse, just to answer that, I think precisely is what we mentioned just now, reset. And I think this equals to opportunity to a lot of medium-sized enterprises to scale. The exit of big boys or girls doesn't mean, or it doesn't equate to collapse of the ecosystems. In my point of view, I think it allows more medium enterprises to scale up to bigger opportunities.
So it creates more space.
Oh, for
now.
sure. For sure. I think I know what you're referring to, but nevertheless, for one institution to move out of the space, it provides a lot more opportunities to the players in the market today. For example, we would see the birth of digital banking coming into fruition in the near few months as licenses are issued. And this, I think, is a bigger space to talk about, where you would have 3 to 5 new players coming in the game. So if one pulls out, you have now 5 new players coming in the digital banking game.
The space, as in the space, will never be empty.
Sure, it will not.
Right?
So you have now 5 new players fighting for the digital banking area. Products and services among the same thing, but now the way that's done, it's a bit more unique. So in summary, it's always good when you reset, you provide opportunities for new players to come in the market, to provide unique activations. And I think whichever businesses that we all are in, we need to innovate, we need to collaborate, we need to succeed in pivoting the way that we do things. And I think that's fundamentally the name of the game, because this pandemic ain't stopping anytime soon. Point number one. And I think point number two, Jesse, is that we are seeing a mutation of multiple new and newer strains from neighboring countries. And this will not end. So as businesses, I think we need to look at beyond this. If not COVID, I just hope it's not another wave coming up in front of us, and we will go on and on. The talk about vaccine, it's now no longer the definite cure to the problem. There's already articles coming out that we need to vaccinate ourselves on an annual basis. Is this true? We don't know. So it's going to be a question mark. Can the government afford spending 3 billion ringgit every year to vaccinate every Malaysian? Question mark again. And I think this is severely the point to note. there's a lot of money at stake. I think you rightly said, Francis, the government through the Prime Minister has said that we don't have enough money. Now, a lot of money has been given out to various industries, various individual stakeholders. Has this money flowed down to the industry that we're talking about today, tourism and maybe the SME industry? I think there's question mark. There's still a lot of grumbling on the ground.
Right.
SOPs, I think Mark said that SOPs were deferred by the hour, not by the day. And this didn't allow all our businesses, members and entrepreneurs on the ground to function as they would like to. The F&B industry, for example, had to change, hire and fire people on a daily basis. Today I can operate, I hire 5 people. Tomorrow I can only serve 10 people. I need to retrench 3 more. How do I retain my people? The hotel industry is the same. I think, good people have left to start different endeavors in their lives. When you want people, as you come back, I don't know where to hire now. So a lot of challenges to move forward.
But can I also say, right, Nitish, that it has also sort of, made business owners and the society, employees at large, that, we need to get rid of complacency. I think it has probably addressed the part of, if I may say, the bigger brands that are very complacent where they are and, thinking that, they'll be there forever. And also companies who think that they're very comfortable, so complacency sets in, employees, complacency sets in, And is it also a reset button for everyone to wake up? And like the session earlier, I was asking all the hotel owners, what's your wake-up call? What is your wake-up call?
Well, we have said all for a cup of coffee. The server of one will tell you more. Anyway,
Blackmail.
Well, learn from valuable lesson, and we have to march forward. That's what I'm going to say. Stay optimistic. Yeah, because there's always a saying, optimism is much more contagious than contagion itself.
Yes.
So let's move forward with it.
I think the wake-up call, Jen, is simply the fact that in the past, pre-pandemic, we never had bankers coming knocking on our doors. Today, as big or small you have bankers coming knocking on your doors. Hey, can we do some business together? I guess it's become that point. It's become the point that you go to the ground and meet your customers and do different things. In the heydays, everybody was doing well. Revenue was coming in. Now you got to just think differently and go and meet your customers. And I think even the event spaces are now. At one point, I think the top 5 event spaces never entertained the smaller boys. Now, I guess anybody is welcome. You want to do a bazaar? Yes, why not?
Right.
Yes.
So if we go back to that, I guess the advantage of all of this is the fact that whether you're B2B or B2C, you're more accessible to opportunities.
Yes.
And that has also change the landscape of how business is being done moving forward, regardless of what industry or sector you come from.
I think we have seen KLIA turn to a Ramadan bazaar.
Oh yeah, that's quite a shock.
Francis, what's your wake-up call?
I mean, right now is that innovation. You have to, and then we have to adapt to changes. Always adapt to changes. Today, this is the way we do things. Tomorrow could be another thing.
Yes.
All right. So we have to always be wary what's next. What's next? So it will keep ourselves on a toe to know that what's next thing to do. So that's the thing that we have to keep be aware of what's going on and how this thing can affect the way you do things. Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the biggest wake-up call. When I asked one of the hoteliers just now, I said, what's your wake-up call? She said, I woke up and said, what am I doing? Why did I become a hotelier?
But just like you woke up one day and went, well, I need to pivot. I need to shake things up. And this is somewhat of a reset.
Correct. I mean, it was, again, I was talking about, okay, so I know we come to the end of a session, but I just like to say this. Now, early on, I said, if we continue to think in a box, right, and with carrying such strong belief system that no, we can't change, no, this business, no, you can't do it because this model is doomed or whatever. Now that is going to be your dead end, and exactly that was what I did. I said media is dead. Why? Because one of the biggest media company closed. And I said, if they can't survive, then what am I talking about, right? And I said, oh, that's it. You know, it's gone. 26 years. Going to say goodbye. You know, have a box of tissues. And trying to do FB Live and thinking that okay, maybe that's the way to go, but you know, it's too slow. And until I came, of course, then I was introduced to the owner of this studio, Cloud Events, and then we started discussing over
cup of coffee.
Coffee. Wine, and then it went to wine, and then I said, yeah, you know, I said I need to say goodbye to my magazine. You know, it's been 26 good years, and you know, he looked at me and said, what are you talking about? You know, why do you want to throw away the magazine? I said, yeah, because media is dead. You can't pivot. How can you pivot? You can't have only social media. You can't have a website because people are not reading anymore. And he said, just do a channel for God's sake. I'm like, oh yeah. So, you know, and today, you know, we have pivoted. Yes, we've done now. Hospitality Asia is not just a magazine; it's a magazine channel, and running on Hapa TV, and we have Gen TV. And now we're going further and said, look, I used to do events. You know, we were an event organizer, and how do we pivot? And now we say, hey, we've got this virtual thing going on. We've got a studio. So now Hospitality Asia is not just doing magazine channel. We are also doing event management in terms of virtual events. So we do virtual events. We organize seminars, we organize conferences, we co-create with anyone out there who needs to do a brand launch, product launch, whatever that you want. You do a wedding, you know, and get it
virtual,
streamed, right? Whatever it is. So then next would be the awards. I mean, Nitish, you do SEBA awards, right? And you know, our Hapa awards, how do we pivot? So that's the thing. If we just stop thinking that whatever business you're in, it's a dead end, like there's no way to pivot. I mean, just remove that thinking and let that creative juice flows. If you have a problem, just have wine and whiskey with these guys. But
Contact details to follow at the bottom of the
open
screen.
that mind of yours and you will see that there are opportunities to pivot as long as you are willing to look at it. So that is my learning experience. If not, this is not, I mean, we will never be able to do this, right? And that was how we said, you know what, let's do a summit. Let's do a tourism virtual summit. Since no one's doing it, why don't we do it? And you know, of course, we were blessed to have, you know, very good speakers. So that's my point of, if all of us could just look in a bigger scale, Jessie.
Yeah,
you know.
I do think that sums our conversation up quite well to say that, you know, we need to remain resilient and agile as well as we navigate this crisis and this pandemic. It will not be forever, but it could very well just be the new norm. And as we grapple through things, we need to know that we do have the strength to pivot. We do have the ability to think outside the box and to go to a place we've never gone before or do something we've never done before. On that note, Jen?
All right, so we've come to the end of our summit. And thank you so much, Nitish, Francis, and Mark for joining us. Great, just in time for their coffee, sort of a new idea. And so this is the first inaugural event of Reviving Malaysia Tourism Virtual Summit 2021. And we intend to do this summit on a regular basis every quarter. I know the team is already like looking at me with big eyes every quarter, Jen, but that's what we want to do. So we want to do Malaysia, not just in terms of tourism summit, which this is the next tourism summit we intend to do in August before Merdeka, and opening up to regional countries. So inviting the ASEAN region into the summit as well to have more discussions, you know, prepare ourselves when the international borders open. And we're also looking into doing other summits, I mean, the summits for other industries, banking, medical, watch, you know, whatever. So, so these are the big plans. And, you know, all I can say is we've got a great lineup, 36 speakers, very, very insightful stories and sharing and ideas and strategies. And I really hope that with this summit, you know, all of you out there who are viewing would have gotten great, great tips. So, you know, I'd like to thank all our sponsors and, of course, our VIP, Dato Haji Zainuddin Abdul Wahab, and, of course, our presenters. We have Jessie, with Frida, and Dato Yasmin, and, of course, our MC, Kevin Chong, and our partners, Cloud Events, F&B Connects, and of course, Hospitality Asia team. If you have missed any of our segments at all, please do visit our website, www.hapa.asia or www.fnbconnects.com. So thank you all for tuning in. Jessie, last
That's right. We'll see you, I guess, at the next summit in August. Hopefully, in the meantime, stay safe, stay home, and take good care. And I hope that we all get through this, in the pink of health. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you.